But they're not going to be able to get Celebrini, so we'll see which way the Chicago Blackhawks go. This is why, again, Celebrini went number one. He's 32 goals as a 17-year-old playing against 21, 22, 23, 24-year-old men. He's played up his entire life. He's always been that kid. You can't wait for guys like that to actually play against people his own age and then become older than them when he's 23. Can you imagine this man at 25 years old?
Exactly, and that's where the pendulum will swing at his favor, to
Right.
your point. Because he did this at USHL Chicago Steel. He did this NCAA college hockey as a 17-year-old, as you mentioned. To shred up NCAA as a 17-year-old is otherworldly.
No one's ever done it before.
No one's done it. And the fact that he did it, Obi Baker winner, 32 goals, Megan, that tells me everything I need to know.
Poise and maturity.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Poise and maturity. And with Leah Hextall.
That he is, Bucci Macklin, along with his mom, Robin, and his dad, Rick. And Macklin, you just were selected first overall. Congratulations. Joe Thornton making the pitch. I know you're NHL ready, but are you NHL beard ready?
No, I'm not that ready. No, I was super excited he made the pick. Obviously, Sharks legend and NHL legend, so that was really exciting.
Macklin, it's no surprise. We knew you were going to be the top pick, but it's one thing to talk about it, another thing to experience it. When you heard your name, what went through your mind?
Just a surreal feeling. I've dreamed about this moment ever since I was a kid, and for it to come true, it's an amazing feeling.
And as a kid, Robin, when he was little, I hear you didn't need an alarm clock. What time did he used to wake you up to take him to hockey?
Oh, yeah. It wasn't unusual for him to wake me up at 4:30 in the morning to try to sneak into the rink.
And it wasn't because he had a hockey game. It's because he just wanted to go play hockey.
He wanted to get on the ice, yeah.
That innate compete, Rick, that you have classified, and we've heard Macklin described as driven and elite and intense. But if you had a word to describe Macklin off the ice as your son, what would it be?
Off the ice, he's actually an alter ego of himself on the ice. I mean, he's very relaxed and chill and, very thoughtful and kind. But on the ice, he as soon as he steps onto the ice, he just changes into this competitive, snarling, aggressive.
Competitive, snarly, and aggressive. Yeah. What do you think about those words, Macklin?
those are very descriptive. I don't know if I like that or not.
Well, I tell you, the fans in San Jose are going to love that on the ice. They're going to love your talent. Congratulations on being the first overall selection. We can't wait to watch it.
Thank you so much.
John.
So we are obviously drawing out the inevitable here. I believe a former San Jose Shark is going to make the official announcement of Macklin Celebrini joining the team. Now, Mike Carrere, I'm sure the league said, hey, give us a couple minutes to milk this a little bit. The sweater heads to the stand. The star of the draft who joins us now here on our set, high above Sphere, Macklin Celebrini. So, Macklin, just an exciting moment for, obviously, for you and your family, but also for the San Jose Shark fans. A good number of them making the trip to hear your announcement. What does it mean to you to be in the league? What's the overriding emotion right now going through your body?
It's just joy and excitement for the most part. I'm so happy to be drafted by such a great organization. Couldn't be more excited for what's to come.
We talk so much about your background and exposure to the Golden State Warriors. Curious if Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, or any of them had the piece of advice for you entering tonight.
I never got any messages from them, but I heard from a bunch of people just try to enjoy it. It only happens once, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. So, especially here in the Sphere, it's pretty special.
And I know you're a San Jose Sharks fan now completely, but I need to know, who's your favorite Vancouver Canucks player and why?
Currently or
past?
Currently? Ooh, that's a good one. Probably Quinn Hughes. I mean, captain.
Right answer.
Yeah, captain.
Who's your favorite growing up? Who's your guy growing up as like a
Growing up, I mean, I love the Sedins. I loved Ryan Kessler. I love Luongo when he was there. So I love that team.
A lot of good characters.
Yeah, a lot of good characters in that group. Macklin, listen, you shredded up college hockey. We talked about it. You can hear us. You shredded up as a 17-year-old. Seamless transition, as you did in the USHL with Chicago Steel. As you look forward, what's the one thing that, from your own perspective, you can add to your game to make a seamless transition to the NHL?
I just feel like just keep learning, learning from all these experienced guys that I now have around me. Joe Thornton being one of them, that was a pretty special moment. Oh, yeah. But I feel like if I just keep learning, keep taking the advice, and adding pieces to my game. I feel like just all that will combine and help me a lot.
And what's your plan this summer specifically to train for the NHL?
Yeah, I mean, I still don't have a plan for next year.
Come on, Macklin.
I don't.
You can tell us.
I can't. I
got
can't.
Pando on speed dial.
breaking news.
I played with Pando. I got him on speed dial.
I would love to tell you an answer, but I don't have one. But either way, I'm looking to get faster, bigger, stronger, work on my on-ice game, my puck skills, pretty much everything you can think of. I'm looking to work on. So,
well, I hope you go back to college hockey. Would love to have you.
I appreciate it.
Frozen 4 in St. Louis.
What's he going to do next year? Bucci, 87 points?
Win the Hobie back-to-back.
Again?
No one's ever done it. Win another Hobie. One for mom.
He's shredded up college
One
hockey
for mom, one for dad.
See, I see you already.
Turn pro next
I see
March.
the Boston in you right now. I know you. You're in the North End right now.
All right, Macklin. Congratulations again. You look great in that sweater.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a special night for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Macklin Celebrini, San Jose Shark, first overall pick here of the 2024 draft. And he's got a teammate as well, and Sam Dickinson as well. Another really good player. So again, this was the Sabres.
How's this feel?
Before. Unreal. It's a dream come true, and couldn't be happier.
What was the day like for you from waking up to this moment right now? Walk us through the day.
Yeah, woke up, kind of hung out with my family, went out for a bite to eat, and kind of tried to kill as much time as we could, just hanging around the hotel, and came here and waited a bit, but I mean, couldn't be happier for where I landed. So.
What was the moment like when you heard your name called at the end of the first round?
Yeah, I mean, it's what I've been dreaming of my whole life, and it's a very special moment for me and my family, and to see my parents that happy, and my agent and all that, my sisters, it's pretty heartwarming. So.
What have the London Knights meant to you getting to this moment?
Yeah, everything. I mean, they're a big reason of why I'm here, and they've been doing this for years and years. So, I mean, Dale and Mark and all our coaching staff they know what they're doing, and you just got to take in all the advice that they give you and kind of put it in your game, and hopefully it goes from there. So.
It was a little roller coaster the last 45 minutes.
Yeah.
You're gonna wait till tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of different thoughts going through your head, but I mean, hearing the Oilers call my name, it's couldn't be happier. So.
Did you have any idea they had you in their target and they traded up to get you today?
Yeah, I think I had a feeling when they traded, and then obviously never know, but hearing my name called kind of went into shock there and kind of blanked out for a sec and kind of just enjoyed the moment with my family. So.
What gave you that feeling that once they made the trade that your name might get called?
Yeah, had a really good talk with them at the Combine. Talked to them a couple times in the year, and all seemed to be good talks, and saw them trade up. Kind of made sense. Talked about it at the Combine and kind of went from there. So.
What does it mean when you take a look down and you see the Oilers?
It's different. I mean, so much behind this organization, and just what they've done and the history behind it. I mean, words are hard to describe it. I mean, it's just so special. Where it's a very special moment. Sorry.
Oilers fans will be getting to know you on the ice, but off the ice, what do they need to know about Sam?
Yeah, I'm a good, happy guy that likes to work hard, and just a good guy, easygoing guy.
Can you talk about your development? Because I know you played a little defense growing up, and then you got switched over to the wing, and then you got some time at center. Do you categorize yourself as a center, as a right winger? Maybe just take us through all of that and your development under the London Knights.
Yeah, played D growing up my whole life, and then moved to forward in my minor midget year, and played right wing last year in junior B. Had a good year down there. It was a good year of development for me. I needed it, and then went in this year. Dale put me on center. Didn't really think too much about it. Kind of just put my head down and went to work, and kind of went from there. So.
How did playing defense growing up help your 200-foot ability?
Yeah, you know the defensive zone a bit more. I'm used to it, and you kind of know how it feels to have, forwards that cheat, so you don't want to be that guy in that way. So just kind of be that reliable type of guy. So.
What did your playoff run teach you about yourself? Because you contributed in some pretty big moments on the way to the OHL championship. What did you learn about yourself during that playoff run?
My style of hockey is for the playoffs. I find it's. I feel like as the season goes on, it starts getting tougher and tougher on the body and the guys. So it's I guess playoffs is more of an older school type of game, and that's my kind of game. I like to say I'm an old school type of player, and that's the way I like to play. So.
When you think back to this season for Golden Knights, you've got a lot of players that have been drafted, other guys like Sam Dickinson that are going through this already. How nice is it to have a support system and teammates to bounce things off as you're going through your draft this season?
Yeah, it's unreal. We have so many guys in London that have been through this and are easygoing and always able to tell me something if I need something from them, to know something new and say I need certain questions. They're always there to help me and give me advice. So couldn't be more thankful for the group of guys that we had this year.
Going back to the start of the season when you had that conversation with Mark Hunter to switch over to center, what were some of the dialogue there? Why did he trust you to pivot a lot?
I think it's just with doing what the coaches want and keeping it simple, not trying to do too much, and be well-rounded in the D zone. And I think as you do that, you gain the coach's trust more and more, and that seemed to happen this year, and I kept playing more and more as the season went on. So I think just kind of keeping it simple and sticking to your game.
As you kind of continue to round out your game, what are some of the areas that you hope to work on beginning this offseason to make sure you're ready one day when you get the call to the OHL?
Yeah, my skating. That's a big focus of mine. Getting faster, the first 3 steps of acceleration, and obviously getting faster and getting stronger and everything around that. But I think my main one is skating and my little in-tight edge work, stuff like that. So.
That's a really good question.
A lot of good players are going back to London next year. What do you think your role is going to be on the team? Do you see it moving up or staying kind of where it is the same?
Yeah, it's going to be more significant, I think. As you get older in London, you keep getting more and more of a role. So keep sticking with what I've been doing and kind of sticking to the same and kind of just going out there, work my hardest every night and put my heart on the line. So I think it'll be more significant next year.
The Edmonton Oilers have 6 picks at the 2024 NHL Draft here in Las Vegas. And, well, to get you all primed up and ready to go, we bring in none other than the Director of Amateur Scouting of your Edmonton Oilers, Rick Tracy. And, Rick, of course, no first-round pick. Your first pick is in round 2 at pick number 64. How does that kind of alter how you approach this weekend?
It's a challenge trying to predict. So essentially we'll build our list, but we'll start from 1, and then we'll try and have a target range. So for us on our own list, we're trying to get within that 20 to 45 range on our personal list. We'll need some help to get there, probably a magic number of around 20. And then we'll really pound out those names, sort of 30 to 45, and hopefully get one of them.
While us and, hockey fans in OilCountry is always watching the games on the ice, you guys are always relentlessly working off the ice leading up to this week. Can you maybe take us through what this season looked like for you and your group, and maybe what this week looked like for you and your group?
The season was pretty much standard quo. There were some ups and downs with sort of the performance of the team early, so that provided a little bit of challenges of where you think you're picking. But we were always confident that we would, get back to where we expected to be. And then we got on a run. And then when we made the deal at the deadline to give our team a push, that certainly affects the way we cover prospects. But we also anticipated that. So we were a little bit ahead of it. That helped. And then sort of put the push into playoffs, keying in on guys, seeing them in critical times, making sure our coverage count is up. Guys that get hurt, guys that get traded, players that have experienced a developmental event, coaching change, injury in their lineup where they get opportunity. So following those ebbs and flows of the performance of the prospects, and then it goes to the off-ice component. Background checks, interviews, phone calls, coaches, teachers, billets, trainers, minor hockey coaches, you name it. Some investigative journalism, and then we have our combine, where we meet a handful of the players. We also do a ton of web interviews, which are actually, that started sort of COVID for myself, and I end up really enjoying it. So you get to spend lots of time with kids that way, and then into the week. So lots of prep, lots of organizing, and we feel good. Feel ready to go.
What did the last couple of days and what does today and tomorrow look like for you and your group?
Made our trip to Florida, which was exciting. So that brought us in here late Tuesday night, and we did a ton of prep work, web calls, web meetings, league by league. So we were organized, ready to go. We just had to put the overall together. So we spent the last 48 hours doing that. Final revisions this morning, and Justin Mahi will have the list here in about an hour, and he'll do his magic, making it look nice and pretty, and it'll be organized, and we'll have a plan.
Well, you hired into your role in August of 2023. Can you maybe take us through your first season with the Edmonton Oilers and the role that you had?
It was a pretty smooth adjustment. Coming in, having a relationship with Jeff Jackson, and then, knowing Ken over the years, but having a chance to work with him was great. From there, meeting the staff. I'd known the staff this is my 24th draft, believe it or not. So I knew the guys, throughout but getting to work with some of them and forging those relationships were real important, especially early. Mid-season meetings was real important to get a feel for the chemistry, the dynamics, the personalities, some of the give and take in the meetings, which was fun to experience. And then now it was great. Really enjoy working with the staff, and we're gonna just get organized here and try and execute.
And Rick, how do you assess the prospect pool right now with the Edmonton Oilers franchise as a collective?
Well, I think there's maybe some strain on it, but that's the price of winning. When you have, less draft capital over the years, it's sort of, it takes its toll. But that's not a judgmental statement or anything. I mean, we just were 20 minutes, so whatever it takes. And then it's our job to find prospects, regardless if we're void of a first-round pick or not. It's our job to find prospects. And the pool, I mean, we saw, obviously the kids, Holloway.
Day.
Stop dreaming. Start shopping. Red Tag Days are on at Toyota with great offers on select models. Find yours today at shoptoyota.ca. Stop dreaming. Start shopping. Red Tag Days are on at Toyota with great offers on select models. Find yours at shoptoyota.ca.
With Freestyle Libre 2, know your glucose level and where it's headed. Get real-time glucose readings sent right to your smartphone. Freestyle Libre 2. Now you know. Visit myfreestyle.ca or scan the code on your screen.
The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea. And now becomes the future. A future where you grew a dream into a reality. It's waiting for you mere minutes away. The future is nothing but power. And it's all yours. The all-new GoDaddy Aero. Get your business online in minutes with the power of AI.
I managed to get the last room for $250.
I booked the last room a week ago.
I booked yesterday. Some sites panic you into booking their last room. Instead, Trivago compares hotel prices from hundreds of sites so you can save up to $50 a night. Hotel Trivago.
Our house-made ketchup.
I'm Janet Hines. I can't be seen eating non-Heinz ketchup.
Do we have any Heinz?
There.
Power Hold and Seal. Clinically proven to provide all-day 12-hour hold. Plus seals out 5 times more food particles. Fear no food. New Polygrip Power Hold and Seal.
Repower your boating experience at Alberni Power and Marine, the top-rated Mercury dealership in Canada.
Get it done in one with the LG Wash Combo all-in-one washer-dryer. Wash and dry in 2 hours without transferring your laundry. And use up to 60% less energy with heat pump drying. That's innovation everyone can enjoy. Buy now.
The Calgary Stampede Rodeo Day 1 on Sportsnet.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2024 NHL Draft presented by Upper Deck. Welcome to Las Vegas. It's a day these kids will never forget inside a venue that is simply unforgettable. Sphere is like anything we've ever seen before. It raises the bar in every which way, and it is the perfect place for rounds 2 through 7. Macklin Celebrini, the first name called on day 1, announced by a fellow first overall pick and Sharks legend Jumbo Joe Thornton. That was yesterday. This is today. Welcome to day 2 at Sphere in Vegas. What a venue this place is. Alongside Jason, Sam, and Tony, I'm Jameson. An unforgettable day number 1. Day 2, we're hoping for the same. Jason, the strategy for those 32 teams on the floor right now, what is that?
Well, you put in all the work all year, actually more than just a year and a half, 2 years of worth of list building. Stick with your process here. So whatever your list says, whatever the next best player available is, you just got to stick to your guns and, keep the flow going. Now, it does change, of course. If you've got multiple picks, guys, and we get further on in the draft, you might get a tap from your general manager who's saying, let's go for a specialty player. I need a shutdown D. I'm looking for the best scoring winger or goalie. You never know what can happen. But the final part of it, of course, is if you have too much draft capital and you're starting to run low, you got to start to look to trade out some picks for future assets.
Tony, I know you have your list in front of you. Who's a guy that maybe you thought might go yesterday that is the best available for you today?
Well, I got 2 Americans that play at the development program that I think are a little bit undersized and maybe because of that got pushed into the second round. But Teddy Stiga, for me, is one of those guys that just drives the other team nuts. He's a forechecker hunter, so I expect him to go somewhat early today. And the guy that I really love is the small defenseman that set the record and blew out Quinn Hughes' numbers and Luke Hughes' numbers as the all-time defensive leader in points at that program. Dynamic offensive player that on the power play, he can drive defenders nuts. So I look forward to seeing who takes him today.
Sam, who's a guy you are keeping your eye on here early day 2?
Well, we're thinking along the same lines. You're talking about Stiga and Hudson. All season long, you've talked about Stiga and Hudson. So when I look at my list of players that I think are the best available here on day number 2, it starts with Igor Chernyshov. You have size and skill, playing in Russia, had a couple games in the KHL. Ryder Ritchie battled through injury, came back to have a really good under-18s. Andrew Basha, this guy's like a walking can of Red Bull. He's all kinds of fire. Leo Celine Wallenius, defenseman, two-way guy, transitions, pucks, will provide some offense. Nikita Artemanov, he's a guy who showed up late on the scene, thought he might get in at the end of the first. He didn't. He'll be an early guy here. Teddy Stiga, Cole Hudson, right on. We're thinking along the same lines there. And how about Aaron Kiviharju? If you're looking for a guy who's going to will his way with character to the show, being an undersized defenseman, he's your guy.
I love it. Our guys are down on the floor. A couple of cans of Red Bull, energy-wise, here on day 2. EJ Radick, Mike Kelly, guys, good morning.
Good morning, JMO. And Mike, you're involved with Sport Logic. You guys do so much work preparing teams for the draft. How do you guys evaluate, and what do you give to these groups?
Well, look, we're evaluating major junior leagues all over the world, college, European as well. We've got a massive collection of games, and the teams find this very valuable because they need to go under the hood when they're looking at guys that you're projecting 4 or 5 years out, right? It's not the best player today. It's what's this guy's career going to look like. So the more you know, the better. Just an example of some of the things that we provide to clubs that we'll be showing the fans here on the network today. Scoring chances, rush chances. We're looking at TJ Ginla and where he ranked among all CHL forwards. Getting to that net front inner slot area. I'd rather have a guy who knows how to get there than a guy who scored a bunch of goals that doesn't know how to get there, because over the long haul, the process is going to win out. So these are the things that the teams are factoring into their decision-making as they're going up and drafting these players. And I think it becomes especially important in rounds 2 through 7 when you've had less viewings and you know less about these guys as well.
No question about it. Information.
Yeah.
Information is king, J-Mo. You know that.
It certainly is, guys. Thank you very much. Speaking of information, our NHL Network insider, Elliot Friedman, also with us throughout the course of day number 2. And as far as trade information goes, if anything happens, he will break that for us here. You're watching day 2 of the NHL draft. You guys want to take a stab at who might go here? With the Sharks in round number 2, the first pick here, day 2?
Well, I'm thinking Chernyshov. I think he is the best player available here. Yes, there are some concerns when you're looking geopolitically and you're talking about a player that may have a contractual situation that may not allow him to get here quickly. But in terms of the top guy, he is it for me.
All right, let's see who officially it is. The Deputy Commissioner, Bill Daly, at the podium. Here we go.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Upper Deck NHL Draft, here from the spectacular Sphere, Las Vegas. Today, we will conduct rounds 2 through 7 of the draft, beginning with the first pick in the second round, the 33rd selection overall, belonging to the San Jose Sharks. San Jose, you're on the clock.
All right, so the San Jose Sharks officially on the clock. You can see Mike Greer there. What do you guys think about San Jose and how they did on day number 1?
Well, they addressed 2 needs, right? You get Celebrini. That was no secret. That goes back about a year. And then you get into a situation where you're able to get Sam Dickinson. I think a little bit of a steal there at number 11. Now you can go any which way but loose. I think about their forward group. Haltonen, really good player. Edstrom's going to be good down the middle. Will Smith, he just came out. And now you have Celebrini amongst the group of others. So they're well on their way, but it will take some time.
Yeah, they got a really nice mix there too, Tony. You know, they got some size. They got some guys that are going to have that dart and dash and skill to the game. And then, you know, you added Dickinson to the back end who can play the game a variety of ways. So what I really like is that when they get good, they're going to be hard to play against because they got a variety of players.
Yeah, I agree totally. And how great is it if you get those 2 players today and then you get the first pick of the draft today?
So there you go. Igor Chernyshov, right, swinger out of Dynamo Moscow in the KHL. Sam, you called it.
Yeah, well, you could just kind of see this coming. I had him going 27th in yesterday's first round. That didn't quite come to fruition, but he's an in-the-fight guy. He's a competitor. He's got details on both sides of the puck, and he will be able to score for you. At 6'3", 204 pounds, the NHL is going back to size. And JB, give us your stats on this guy.
Oh, this is my scouting report on him. Really like his hockey IQ. You know, he's going to be a guy that can contribute on the power play. Skating is actually, for a tall guy, he's got some good dart to him. So a little bit of bump defensively, you know, average plus. I do like his compete, guys, and his off the puck. He's one of those guys that gives it and goes to open space. I think he's a goal scorer more than he's a distributor.
Yeah, and it's interesting, though. The Sharks get these 3 players today. What I like about what the Sharks are doing is they were patient this year. It was a tough year for them on the ice, and you don't get wins like that. But on the development side, when you got Mike Ricci sitting on the other end of it, waiting for these 3 guys to arrive in San Jose, and you're going to have an opportunity to work with these 3 players in particular and the rest of the draft, I think you're on your way of establishing the fact that, okay, San Jose Sharks might go through a little bit more growing pains in the next little while, but the future looks bright with these 3 players as additions.
Well, what you say, Tony, is really understated. I mean, the development teams for clubs, I think that's an area of improvement for every club. I mean, you talk about the money you spend on contracts, the money we spend even coming here to the draft, in a bunch of different areas, high performance, sports science. But I think that's one area that generally throughout the league lacks a little bit. I couldn't agree with you more about Mike Ricci. You want to talk about a guy who had to endure, who got the most out of him? He's that guy.
All right, so Carolina, Dominic Badinka.
Selection in the second round, 34th overall, Carolina selected Dominic Badinka from Malmo, Sweden. Next up for selection,
Mike Kelly, what can you tell us about the Carolina Hurricanes second-round pick?
6'3", 185 pounds there. You see the stats on him in terms of age and height and weight. Offensive-minded D-man, but he's got a good two-way game. He moves the puck well, You take a look at some of his ranks among all SHL defensemen, and remember, this is a pro league with men, and this is where he ranked top 35 in zone exits, zone entries. That's the puck moving, the transitional play. Low turnover rate, so relative to how often he has the puck, doesn't turn it over a lot. That's really good to see from an 18-year-old defenseman in a pro league. His defensive game, his skating are also strengths. 4 points in 33 games doesn't really jump off the page, but you know, he averaged almost 15 minutes a night in a top league in the world. So that's pretty impressive for an 18-year-old defenseman.
All right, Kels, thank you very much. Jason, Lucas Pedersen for Anaheim.
So two-way forward, plays the middle, takes key defensive zone face-offs, pushes the play. Understated offense. I think when he gets to the NHL, he's a 3 guys, but he can be used in all situations. So good hockey brain, and you know, he played a key role for Sweden in all their international events.
All right, Charlie Elliott, Tony, Columbus, number 4 of round 2.
Yeah, someone I've been looking for to go, and I thought maybe he'd sneak into yesterday as well. A defenseman that can really join the play, but he's physical and nasty. He knows his position. He keeps pucks out of his net. That's your job as a defenseman. Keep the puck out of your net, and he is committed to that. So I know the dad because his dad played at Wisconsin, had a long professional career, mostly in Europe, but good hockey family. Kid that's going to really make a lot of people proud.
Yeah, coveted right shot, right?
Coveted right shot. Can't get enough of that.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, he's a really interesting guy. I think there's a lot of room for growth in his game. His dad, Mickey, as you mentioned, Tony, a New York Rangers, a 9th pick way back in the day.
Jason, take us through his report card here. Charlie Elliott.
So like we said, big body, right shot D. I think he's a 2-way D on projection. You know, he's going to be a guy that rolls out more in the penalty kill than the power play, block shots, and again, you know, tall, long, rangy, make life miserable on his opponents.
All right, Winnipeg just selecting Alphonse Frey. Jason.
So Alphonse Frey from Vexa, Swedish defenseman. This guy's a transitional guy. So great feet, walks the offensive blue line on the power play, directs pucks on net. His hockey brain in terms of processing things at times, you just got to get a little bit quicker. You know what I mean? Like, don't use your feet to skate it into pressure. So there's a ton of upside here. The game is fast. It's a track meet in the NHL. That's exactly how this kid plays. I think he's a second unit power play guy at projection, and he probably won't kill penalties at the NHL level, but he's a guy, Tony, who will go get the puck and move it up ice really fast.
And and Mike brought that point up on his stats. D-zone exits. How do you get the puck out of your end fast? If you do that, you go back for pucks and you retrieve it and you get it out. You don't have to play in D-zone.
That's exactly
so I think that's a great analytical statistic to keep. And certainly as all these D get drafted, that's what teams are looking for. Guys that can get the puck out to the forwards and get going the other way.
Absolutely. 100%.
In 40 games last year on the back end in the 19 assists.
And he'll have a teammate going here pretty quick. Leo Celine Wallenius won't be long before he's off the board.
All right, is that what you're thinking, that Joe Sakic and company are thinking here for Colorado? We'll see.
Colorado's proud to select from Magnitogorsk, Ilya Nabokov.
With the 6th pick in the 2nd round, the Colorado Avalanche have selected Ilya Nabokov.
Okay, so Ilya Nabokov going to Colorado here, their 2nd round pick, 6th overall in round number 2. Ottawa on the clock here.
There's one. They're on us early, the Avs. Not a guy I'm
Ilya Nabokov, that's our first goalie off the board, though.
Well, you're going to see a run here of that's typically what happens. You get into round 2, right around this pick, you start to see goalies go. I think it was on Sirius XM NHL radio, and I said the first goalie would go around pick 38. We're right on that mark right now.
And but Nabokov as a goalie, that's a good start to have a name like Nabokov.
That's right. One up for sure.
Ottawa selects from HV 71, Gabriel Eliasson.
Gabriel Eliasson to the Ottawa Senators. Sam.
Yeah, well, you know what? This draft is going to be known. Once it's all said and done for some big rigs, this guy's a big rig. So Eliasson is one of the big you get in the way, you have good stick body position, and you have the feet to be able to recover in case those things don't work while you're defending. So 39th overall, big left shot defenseman. We saw the Ottawa Senators go that way in round 1 yesterday with a big right shot defenseman in Carter Yakimchuk.
Yeah. Eliason at the U18s, guys, like, he didn't take anything from anybody. So he was one of those guys that was cleaning up around his net and keeping the opponent honest. Let's just say that. So I appreciate that in him. He's a huge body, and it's going to take some time with the mobility and the agility, obviously, to get to the NHL, but shut down Dion projection.
Julius Mietnin, Sam, Seattle Kraken, their 8th overall pick here in round number 2, a center out of Everett in the WHL.
Well, it's interesting. They're staying close to home. You look at Berkeley Catton, who played in Spokane yesterday with their pick 8th overall. Now they go to Everett, which is close to the Seattle area, of course. And Julius Mietnin is a guy who came over, talked to him at the Combine, said he had a lot of difficulty transitioning to North America. The food, the time, the friends, the family, and then the game itself. So when you add all those things into the mix, you think about, well, what a tough thing it would be for an 18-year-old to do that. Second half was good. Playoffs, he kind of fell off the mark a little bit, but still a player who can play heavy, he can play hard, goes to the corners. He'll win you some draws, 55% this year in the circle.
Calgary selects
Andrew Basha
from Medicine Hat of the Western Hockey League.
Medicine Hat, WHL, 9th selection here, round number 2 by the Flames. Let's go back down to the podium to Bill Daly, Deputy Commissioner of the NHL, for some announcements. All right, so it sounds like something could be percolating. Might be having a trade or two coming up. Here we go.
Buffalo selects from Lincoln in the USHL, Adam Cleaver.
All right, so stay tuned on the trade front. Meanwhile, Buffalo taking Adam Cleaver at 10th overall here in round number 2. Mike.
Lincoln in the USHL, 56 games, 26 points. USHL All-Academic Team, 3.9 GPA in high school. We got a trade, though. Let's go.
Tampa is trading Mikhail Sergachev to the Utah Hockey Club for J.J. Mosier, Connor Geekie, Toronto's second-round pick in the 2025 draft, previously acquired by Utah, and pick number 199 in 2024.
All righty, so yeah, that's a major news here early on day number 2.
Next selection belongs to the Washington Capitals.
I mean, you think about Sergachev, the injuries that he came back from twice this year to get into the playoffs. I thought that was amazing that he did that. But at some point, Tampa always has to make a difficult decision with their personnel. You know they love the player, but hey, listen, things are going to have to start to change. There's going to have to start to be some turnover. Stamkos will be the next guy of that old group, the 2-time Cup winners. See what happens with him. But Sergachev's a good player in Utah right away here, getting some activity done.
Well, money. Isn't that, that's something that we haven't seen in the past, right? So now we're inheriting a live body on the roster with some, some terms. So we've gone through the Arizona, scenario in years gone by, and it seemed like that was a place to plant a bad contract. Instead, now Utah's going to go to the next level because they're close to being really good. And this is going to be a guy that's going to eat 25 minutes a night for them.
I agree totally. I think what an addition to Utah. You think, like you said right out of the gate, Tampa loses a player like that, they have to find cap space to sign the other players. They have to try to figure out how to get younger and get assets, because they didn't have a lot of draft picks in the last few years to add the assets to the organization. So interesting trade that will probably spark maybe a couple other moves here real soon.
And they were lacking picks. So to get a couple of picks, they needed some of those, especially to get into the second. They tend to do well late in drafts. We'll see how it works out.
Here we go.
Yes. Washington Capitals, great pick. I know you love it. Why?
I do. Just because, again, you need somebody on a power play that can control the game for you. And when you get a small defenseman in today's game, you're always worried about it. But when you get a small defenseman that reads the rush really well and cuts off players' angles by how well he skates and how elusive he is with the puck. I mean, you look at these plays he makes. And again, I'm going to say it again. He broke Clint Hughes and everybody else's record at the program by a lot of points, not just one or two, by a lot of points. So he can find ways to get pucks in the other team's net.
And oh, by the way, turned 18 yesterday, right?
He turned 18. I forgot the birthday boy.
Belated birthday.
Belated birthday. And his brother, too. Don't forget about his brother and his debut in Montreal last year.
Not only that, but that was Buffalo's pick. It was traded to Washington. Beck Mallenstein goes the other way here. So they had 2 picks in a row. They moved one away. Cole Hudson. This guy, I think there is a lot of similarities to Lane, but this guy's got edge to him, man. He's kind of like a miserable guy. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but miserable to play against. Plays with edge. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. I love it.
Oh, he's not smiling down there, so maybe that's that edge.
He's going already.
Right? It's always game day.
Don't sleep on Hudson defensively, guys. He never goes away. He keeps biting you. So he's a real good player.
All right, how about Harrison Brunicky here, Sam? Defenseman out of Kamloops in the WHL. He was actually born in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Moved to Calgary at the age of 2. He's a high-end soccer guy till about the age of 12. So anytime you have those multi-athlete guys, I love that because you're working on different body parts, different muscle memory, and you're ultimately going to use those skills. In this case, the feet with Brunicky. He's got good feet. He's a bit of a wild man, though. Like, he'll be all over the ice. He's got the ability to put up some points for you. I think he's got to tone his game back a little bit, but I love the fact in Kamloops they've allowed him just to play free and to use his best assets, his puck handling abilities, and, of course, his skating, JP.
His best hockey came at the end of the year, guys, when he went over and played for Team Canada. So to your point, Sammy, like in that situation there where you're in an international tournament, high leverage games, he settled things down. Just played a two-way, more composed game and let the offense kind of naturally evolve. So he's definitely got it in him. I'll give you an example, 7 games plus 11. So real good progress there at the end of the year for Brunicky.
All right, the Minnesota Wild, Tony, taking Ryder Ritchie, a right winger out of Prince Albert in the WHL.
Yeah, and Ryder Ritchie comes from a hockey family. His dad, Byron, was a hard-nosed crasher and banger, intense hockey player himself and played a lot of pro hockey. But Ryder Ritchie, for me, he's got really nice hands, good release. I think if he can get a little bit more involved physically and do that fast, I think it's really going to help his overall game. But really, I think an elusive skater finds a way to get to the positions he needs to score goals, quick shots, good release, good hockey player.
Yeah, absolutely. Character guy. PG was rebuilding this year. He carried a lot of the mail there for that team. Went through a little bit of an injury spell there as well. But I love the fact that he's got a B game. So when the offense isn't there, like, he does have that tenacity to him, kind of like his dad, back in the day. His dad was a scraper, right? He was a garbage guy. Like, he had to work, and that's good. That's a good quality trait.
Tony, you mentioned the NHL bloodlines. His dad, Byron, 324 NHL games with Carolina, Florida, Calgary, and Vancouver. Not the only familiar name we'll hear here in rounds 2 through 7. What do you guys make of some of the youngsters that, we're very familiar with their last names already?
Yeah, I think the advantage is you're around the locker room, you're around the players, you see what the players have to sacrifice to make it, you see the commitment that they need, you see the coaching, and you probably get a lot of free coaching by being young players and hanging around the locker room. And you get to have idols that you get to know yourself.
Yeah, I think it's a huge benefit.
Tanner Howe, Sam. So Pittsburgh with 2 of the last 3 picks, Harrison Brunicky and now Tanner Howe. How good is he?
Well, you don't see Chicago anywhere down there, and that's too bad because Connor Bedard's probably sitting there watching this thing saying, I wish they would go get my old line mate. Tanner Howe, though, he's a hard-working guy, was named captain of the Regina Pats this year. They're kind of back at the bottom of the developmental cycle, if you will, in junior hockey. But here's a guy who started playing in the WHL during the pandemic at 15 years old. He got to represent Canada on a couple of different occasions internationally while as technically an underager. But you see, he's got pretty good hands. He's got a lot of tenacity. Of course, he's a little undersized. You talked about it with Hudson. You talk about it with Stiga. He's in that same boat with those players, but a guy who I think is going to find his way through will.
His game really didn't fall off at all this year, guys. So last year he's riding shotgun with Bedard and, of course, has a fantastic season. This year, he's the alpha dog there in a rebuilding program, and he didn't fall off at all. So I think this is a real nice pick in this area here. This is a kid that could slide in to be a top 6 NHL forward in time.
Think about the general manager there, Kyle Dubas, and his time with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Had no problem going 6 foot and under, going for skilled players that have good hockey sense, Tanner Howell definitely fits that mold.
And how about this? He's the only player in Regina Pat's history to score a teddy bear toss goal in back-to-back years. So if I'm the Penguins, I know we're calling them up. Make it a teddy bear game.
Yeah.
He's cashing in game one. What a moment for him. What a moment for all these kids, right? Especially in this venue. How special is this today?
Well, the thing that I watched yesterday, and there's a lot of kids that are getting drafted today that would hope they get into the first round, but it doesn't matter if you're first or second round. When you put that NHL jersey on and you walk up to the stage and your general manager shakes your hand, you get to meet the head coach, and then in this case, Tanner's going to know that Sidney Crosby's a Pittsburgh Penguin. He's part of that organization. What a thrill for all of them, and it's, again, all the hard work that they put in to get to this day.
He's been around it. He grew up in Prince Albert, and so Tanner Howell used to go and watch season tickets with Leon Draisaitl played there. Josh Morrissey played there, so he's been exposed to high-level hockey for a long, long time.
You know, it's interesting, guys, when you start drafting into certain organizations, I think the Boston Bruins come to mind when I think of an organization. No matter where you get selected, Tony, in the order, there's a culture there. There's an expectation.
45 seconds,
you better be
Detroit.
putting in the work to become a good pro.
Immediately, you'll recognize it when you walk in the door, when you shake the hands of the general manager, when you meet the player development guy, when the pro players come and introduce themselves to you, you get the aura of, okay, I kind of understand now. This is different than junior hockey. It's different than high school hockey. And there's a whole different, like you said.
There's an expectation.
Well, for sure. And you now have become part of their family. And I think that's the part that so many teams are trying to do. Like Billy Zito kept saying, we're a family.
15 seconds.
It's
So now
the
they're part
hardest
of that
thing to
family.
establish,
Go
and
ahead,
it might
Detroit.
be even harder to maintain and sustain it over the long term.
States Development Program, Max Plant.
Max Plants. So it took a while. Detroit using a lot of their time, but Tony, in the end, what kid are they getting here?
They are getting a rink rat kid that is going to show up and try to prove everybody. Again, another kid that's a little bit small on the 5'11", 170. But when he got to the program, he was 5'3". So in 2 years right now, he's 5'11", but he is a competitor. He makes everybody around him better. And you got to remember his dad. There's another kid that grew up in the locker room. His dad's with the Blackhawks, an assistant coach there. So he knows what it's going to take to make it to the NHL.
He had a blast at the combine. He was sitting back there in that chair with the media around him. He was holding court, and, you know, there was a lot of stuff about the 99 team that his dad played for, scoring a game-winning goal and en route to the Stanley Cup final that year. So he's a guy who's got a high level of confidence, and rightly so. He's a good player.
Transitional forward, guys, plays fast. I think he's a distributor more than a finisher, but boy, he plays hard and competes. So again, what you're getting here is a guy that, you know, in the middle of your lineup, Tony, he's going to contribute secondary offense, but he's going to push the pace and wear down your opponent.
Tony, Colin Ralph here for the St. Louis Blues, defenseman out of Shattuck's St. Mary's High School.
Yeah, we're going to go to Shattuck a lot. Including our #1 pick yesterday. We forget because he was at BU, but Celebrini from Shattuck. These guys were together at Shattuck a couple years ago. Big, strong, powerful NHL body already type of player. But Coach Ward, who knows about developing players and getting them to the NHL, he's done a heck of a job.
All right, back to the podium here with something. Oh, there you go. Trade alert. Let's listen.
We have another trade to announce. The Utah Hockey Club trades pick number 49 in the 2024 draft and Edmonton's second-round pick in 2025, which it had previously acquired, to the New Jersey Devils in return for John Marino and pick number 153 in the 2024 draft.
Okay. All right, so a couple of picks swapped there, but Utah active early and often. They acquired John Marino. What kind of instant impact does that have on Utah Hockey Club coming up this season?
I thought he was great 2 years ago. I thought he played a little bit too much for Jersey last year, and I think if you can find a way in to slot him and to give him, 17, 18 minutes a game, he can be a really effective guy for you. But Bill Armstrong, what's his MO? Size. Marino, big guy. Right away, they've added 2 players to their top 6 in Sergachev and Marino. These guys are ready to do business. The other part of that, JB, and you know this, when you have so many picks, and they've had, they came into yesterday with 13, the most of any team in the league. At some point, you got to move off of those picks. You got to get live bodies. You got to get moving. Utah's on the move today.
Guys, we're talking about players, NHL body. We're talking about NHL bodies going to Utah with no movement clauses. Like, these guys have modified no movement clauses, and they're waiving to go to Utah in this conversation. So things are definitely things are changing for that organization.
All right, another goalie off the board, Tony. Mikhail Yegorov out of Omaha in the USHL.
He was thrown to the Wolves a little bit this year in Omaha. Faced a lot of rubber, but I love his poise. I love how calm he is in the net. I love how he faces the puck. Plus, and we're at 6'5" with him, so really smart kid as far as how he understands his strengths.
Elliot Friedman's a really smart guy, and he has the insight on everything that's happening down there on the floor. We check in with our NHL Network insider. Elliot, what can you tell us?
All right, well, a couple of two defensemen. First of all, Mikhail Sergachev in a stunner of a trade from the New Jersey Devils. Now, that second trade has added to a lot of speculation. Monday when free agency begins. Just a couple other things we're keeping an eye on here. Kevin Hayes to Pittsburgh. That one has not been announced, but looks like it's going down. And there's a lot of talk about Detroit and the Rangers continuing to work on a Jacob Trouba deal. And I think there's some hope that that can be consummated today, but it's in the hands of the two teams right now to see if they can work it out, guys.
Perfect. Elliot, thank you very much. Keeping us updated on all things trades. And we've certainly had a few. Let's listen to Carolina's pick here.
Carolina Hurricanes have selected Nikita Artemonov.
All right, so Nikita Artemonov, Sam.
Well, we're going to talk about a couple of Russians. I just want to go back to Yegorov really quickly. The CEO, the head coach, the general manager in Omaha is David Wilkie. And so Yegorov played there. And, you know, the numbers weren't great. They went to get his eyes checked, realized he was 15-20. All right, we checked that box. You're good. He started using VR to warm up, you know, the glasses, and take shots with the glasses, which I think is starting to really come along in terms of the technology and how he can use it to train players. As a result of that, his numbers were better in the second half. But you said it, Tony, he was getting pelted over there.
But what I love is a curious player that's always looking and searching for other ways outside the normal traditional ways of working hard, going to the weight room, go skate. Find different little things that you might be able to add that someone else isn't doing to make yourself better, and he does it there.
From Färjestad, Sweden, Jack Berglund.
So you get just getting. I want to put a bow on that Yegorov thing now.
From Färjestad,
you talk about ways to getting better, thinking outside the box, being curious. Really sought the help of some mental health performances coaches, and really took advantage of that. He talked about his mom. Like, of the 3 or 4 people that I was most impressed with at the Combine, Yegorov definitely would have been one of them. Let's go to Artemonov really quickly. And here's a guy who was a late bloomer, Books. I know you liked him. We both thought he might get into the fringes of round 1.
Yeah, so he played in the KHL. He's a deceptive player, guys. So he doesn't do anything really, really well. Like, he's not a dynamic player, but he is silky smooth in traffic. And he deposits pucks in the net in a very unique manner. He's not the hardest shooter. He doesn't do anything that wows you, but the puck ends up in the back of the net. It's an incredible skill set he has. Jack Berglund's a power forward, by the way, from Sweden, big body, you know, better than average puck touch, I would suggest to you. You know, sneaky puck skill. The thing with him is that when I say power, I don't mean that he's punishing physically to run you over, but he's hard to check, and he keeps people at bay. So big kid, 6'3.5", 210 pounds.
Mike Kelly, I know you have more on Jack Berglund as well.
Yeah, the big body stands out, obviously, just about 6'4", like you guys were saying, 210 pounds. Really solid two-way center. In the mold, I think, of like a Joel Eriksson-Ek, I don't think he's got that kind of ceiling, but that type of game to him anyways. And you take a look at some of his numbers from the U18 tournament where he ranked among forwards. Got a little bit of playmaking skills. He wins battles. He uses that frame pretty well. It projects as a reliable bottom 6 forward who can match up against kind of top offensive players. And it'll be interesting to see him get into the SHL story and up against, you know, men and see what he can do as well.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Jason, great googly moogly, Leon Moogly here. He broke Roman Yossi's single-season record for the most points by a U18 D-man in NL history.
This is a crafty pick by the Washington Capitals. Two-way D, excellent feet, understated offense. Played his best games for me when he's playing at the pro level where it was more organized. So he's a sleeper on my board. I really like his upside. He's a competitive kid. kid. It's just going to take some time, to physically understand how he's going to push back here over North America when he arrives on the smaller ice.
How about Leo Celine Wallenius? Jason, also one of your guys. He models his game after Stars defenseman Miro Heiskanen. Do they play a similar style?
Oh, boy, the San Jose Sharks, I'm going to tell you, Dickinson, now Celine Wallenius. What a great 1-2 punch. I like the comparison the kid's describing his game as there. Again, elite feet, creative on the offensive blue line. He quarterbacked the power play at the under-18s for Team Sweden. I think that he's a transitional guy, two-way transitional guy, secondary offense, not a ton of bump, area defender, kind of a motion defender, but I had him way higher than this on my list. This is a nice pick for the San Jose Sharks.
From JYP, Finnish Liga defenseman Jesse Pulkkinen.
Project.
What do you mean by that? Yes, Pulkkinen. What do you mean by project?
Well, you're looking at him. Wait till he gets done and puts his jersey on. Again, there's a theme here. There's another huge body that's so he didn't really commit himself to being a hockey player per se to the last couple of years. He's one of those European guys like, hey, yeah, I think I want to be. Now he really wants to be a hockey player. He's one of the older drafts in this draft. 6'6", 219 pounds.
Holy cow!
Yeah, they're getting big. They're getting big. The thing about this one here, guys, is that on straight lines, he can do this, what you're seeing on the highlights. He'll join the rush off the puck, and he can, on straight lines, be a factor occasionally offensively. Defensively, though, his net to corner and return, Tony, he's going to use his length to defend, but that little spinning spatial quickness in tight areas, he's going to have to do some work there.
Yeah, and that work can be done in the gym and with his good strength coach. You put a little bit of body weight down low on you and get a little more powerful, and you can be that guy.
Tony, Nashville, Teddy Stiga, also settlement from the U.S. National Development Program. Your guy. You got a lot of guys.
I do, but this is one of the kids that I've just enjoyed watching. He competes, he gets to it, he just understands as a teammate what his team needs from him, and he gives it. Every single time he's on the ice, practice, in the gym, wherever he's at, he's doing things right.
I was fortunate to start my NHL scouting career in Nashville, and I can tell you, Jeff Kelty's been there the whole time. David Boyle, obviously, now with Trotsy as the general manager. That organization values these types of players. So play fast, that relentless compete. Like the Nashville Predators have always been known as a hard team to play against. Teddy Stiga will provide hard-nosed play, a little bit of offense, maybe secondary offense at the NHL level, but relentless.
He's a hunter.
He's always all over it. He's around it every shift.
And he can play with anybody. That's what I like. You can play him up and down the lineup. He can play with anybody. Skilled guys, not a problem. Worker bees, he can do that too. That versatility is going to serve him well down the road.
Lucas Fisher here, St. Louis Blues.
Another big, nasty guy.
Another big, nasty guy, and we've got another maybe big trade coming up.
Everybody knows what that means. The Tampa Bay Lightning have traded Tanner Jeannot to the Los Angeles Kings in exchange for the Kings' own second-round pick in the 2025 NHL Draft and pick number 118 in the 2024 NHL Draft.
Technically solid goalie. Played a ton of games for Owen Sound this season. 56 games, third most in the Canadian Hockey League. Good save percentage. You get into the inner slot, those high dangers. Good there as well. And the stretch passes. I mean, we had him number 2 on our Sport Logic goalie ranking. So a good technical goalie, perfect 6-0 with Canada's U18 team as well. These guys take time to develop also, but not surprised to see him go here.
He has done for that organization.
It's been a long line of connection between the owners. So they've got a really good connection going on there. Former NHL defenseman Dale DeGray is the general manager there. He tends to find value in his picks in the OHL priority draft. Carter George, though, you figured he'd be one of the 2 or 3 goalies to go next off the list here in day number 2. So that's a really good pick. And you know what, guys? Like everyone talks about, we're not taking the goalie unless he's 6'2" or bigger than that. I love the fact that LA said, you know what? We're going to put puck stopping as our priority to select our goaltenders, and at 6'1", they go down the road of Carter George.
Yeah, and the one thing that might you look at all of what Russia's trying to do right now on making the goalies do more power skating than they are. On goaltenders, sometimes you forget about those. And moving the puck and being able to skate are so important.
You go back to 100%. So with Carter George, that's exactly the point that I was going to make. His edges and his edge work, like his lateral push and his recoveries, when you're 6'1", you got to get from A to B moving laterally, especially quicker than a bigger body, right? He's got that in him, Tony, the coordination and the athleticism.
All right, Mike Kelly, I want to go back to you on Lucas Fisher here, the defenseman out of Sarnia. He's one of the youngest players in this draft, a week away from being eligible for next year's draft in 2025. While we wait on Toronto, what can you tell us about Fisher?
Yeah, so projection's the thing here, right, with such a young player, and you take a look at some of his stats here where you're ranked in the Canadian Hockey League. You see the exits, getting passes into the slot as well. Very high. He's a good skater, so it's not surprising to see him 5 possession exits per game, which is pretty darn good. We had him a little lower in our rankings, but when you're projecting a guy with his size, his skating ability,
is a good one for sure, but Lucas is really, he's on the case. He's on the point. You can see that there's plenty of room to build on the frame that he has. He size is back, baby. Size is back.
So for us small guys, we should have retired a long time ago and be thankful for that? Is that what you're telling me?
That's it.
Because back when I played, though,
They're 3 minutes in round number 2, 5 minutes back on the clock. So maybe an announcement coming here. We saw Detroit with Max Plante at 15 use up all of their time and then make the pick. What do you guys think is happening at the Toronto table right now?
Toronto lacks a lot of picks here the next couple of years. They've traded away a lot of picks the last few years to kind of make runs. You go back to 2 years ago, especially when they were making moves, O'Reilly and Lafferty and all. We got to add some picks here, and so trading back allows you the opportunity to acquire additional assets, more darts at the dartboard.
Yeah, no question. Are relatively bare, and you gotta start to build within again, because as we all know in the cap world, you can't pay everybody, and you gotta have those entry-level deals arrive on your doorstep. That's how you get better with those mid-round picks, guys that are going to come in and make low-end money to get you to the next level of your team. Did they call timeout, or are we just hanging out?
They did. That's the
from the U.S. national team program,
Will Skahan, stay on the program. Big Will Skahan. We talk about big, strong, black.
love that. Yes. I love Will. Like, there's a guy that's really hard to play. These are names that you're going to see coming up. I don't know if he's a round 2 guy. He's a later on guy, but there's a lot of great quality still available on the board.
Speaking of the board, how about the board inside here? Inside Sphere. This arena, the visuals are just incredible. All right, here we go. Back to the podium. Trade alert.
The Toronto Maple Leafs have traded pick number 58 to the Florida Panthers in exchange for Florida's own second-round pick in the 2025 NHL Draft and pick number 225 in the 2024 NHL Draft. As a result of
Florida Panthers officially now on the clock at 26.
Nice to see. Good times going on in South Florida, that's for sure.
Go ahead, Florida.
From your garden, Sweden.
His second league, he actually captained Sweden at the 2024 U18 World Championship. He had
To be perfectly honest, in the second round, but curious to see where it goes from here. I had him a little bit later in my draft list. I'm trying to be kind. He's a little bit of a project, but he does play the game the right way in terms of playing it, a two-way game. I just don't know if it's not a 3 or a 4 in the NHL if he hits on all of his marks. More leaning 4.
Probably a character piece. You're looking at a guy who's been a captain of a couple of teams internationally, so I think that does say something about the player when you've captained your team.
Hold on a sec here. This is Erickson, right? Yeah, the captain. That's right. Sorry. Yep.
Group of youngsters and be a guy that others are looking up to or trying to be that second voice for the coaching staff. I think there's value in that. Now, what happens from the hockey side, you have to understand that if you have that type of character, I think you're going to be willing to put in the work to improve on the hockey side to get to where you need to go.
Yeah, the coachability part is something that I always am intrigued by. Like, how do you measure coachability from the stands watching games live? They look the part and everything else. But ultimately, for the players to improve, to make it to their potential, they got to be willing to be coached and pushed. And I think that that's the one intangibles that all of us try to figure out what each of these players have as far as the level of coachability. But that might be the most important asset when you're getting a player. How much are they willing to sacrifice to be betterment for the team and their development?
And you're always looking for guys that are going to win key face-offs and, do a little bit of the heavy lifting, the digging. And that's this kind of player. The thing of it is he's a little bit on the light side that way, but the coachability is what's going to get him there. Or give him a chance for sure, Tony.
But I think one of the biggest pieces of that is going to do your due diligence and meet the player and interview the player on multiple occasions. Shake his hand, look at his body language, look in his eye, see if he responds to questions that if it's not contrived, the answers you're getting from him. Talk to people around. How does he treat the trainers, the medical staff? What is it like at the billet home if he's living in the billet home? What is it like when he goes to school if he's going to school? How he treats coaches, trainers, and some
and a lot of work for the scouts and additional work. It's not just, that's the other thing. We got all these scouts down on the tables today. This is their big day, and they make their big picks today. Buka, you know about this, right? This is their Super Bowl. This is their Super Bowl.
Yeah. This is their Super Bowl.
But they put in hours and hours and hours, not just at the rink, but doing all that research that you just said, calling all their buddies, calling the people in the town to see what kind of kid he is when he's away from the rink.
Yeah, a teammate.
And that's important.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. That's a big part of the process, in my opinion.
All right, zeros across across the board here. So let's see if Nashville makes a pick or if we're trading away picks like we've had a couple of times here in round number 2. What do you guys think about the pace here on day 2?
I was just going to say...
Started fast, didn't it?
You were here last year. Last year, we blinked, and round 2 and 3 were over. This one has a slower pace to it.
Absolutely. I'm wondering already where people's lists are starting to go. So the depth of this draft class is going to be tested the further along we get here, and we might see a little bit more.
You're going?
We actually, at our list, 1 year at our table, had one guy left on our list.
No way.
Yeah, we had one guy
So
left.
then what do you do?
Well, we were lucky because the draft ended, but I mean, we had 2 7ths or something. I guess we got to take a flyer on something.
Folks, 2 years ago when I was coaching college, I had 2 teams call me on the same some names, but they're saying, have you heard or seen this guy? And
our 115 names for the whole day. Usually it hovered around 105 names. So I call that my A list. Anything after that, we would be obviously strategizing, like trading out a pick or, seeing where our depth is kind of landing. But people would be surprised. I know it's 7 rounds of 200 and whatever.
Yeah, I think it's 234. So that's fascinating to me.
Yeah, you don't go to the floor with 200 and something names because the reality is that not every player fits the puzzle for where you think your organization is going. So you have to be realistic that way, and that's where the rest of the strategy starts to come into play.
Yeah, and you don't want to send scouts out to watch a player that you don't know. Once you cross them off your list, you're not going to send scouts out there to watch that player play.
That's absolutely right. And today, of course, Tony, we can double down with a little video, too, ahead of time. So especially for me as a director, I'm not needlessly flying to Finland or Sweden or something to see a 7th-round pick that's a maybe. That's just not happening. So, but conversely, what do we got here?
The Nashville Predators have traded pick number 59 in the 2024 draft and Minnesota's 3rd-round pick in the Nashville. As a result of that trade, Philadelphia is now on the clock.
All right, so another swap here. Nashville trading away their 59th overall pick to the Flyers. So the Flyers will now...
I was a good boy last night, but there's some late nights in Vegas, and that trade alert thing, by the time we get to round 7, is going to be rattling a few cages around.
That's the espresso replacement this morning. That thing fires up, and everybody's like, whoa, okay, attention time. So here we go. The attention turns now to the Flyers as they get ready to select their 2nd-round pick. Let's go downstairs and chat with Elliot Friedman. Elliot.
From the Rimouski Oceanic, Spencer Gill.
Wanted to wait for the pick.
The 27th pick in the 2nd round, the Philadelphia Flyers have selected Spencer Gill from Rimouski of the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League.
So, Jameson,
their selection belongs to the Carolina Hurricanes.
There was a lot of talk that this was going to be a crazy week. We had to wait an extra day, maybe one more day than we wanted, but it's been a big one so far today. And all of the attention the Tampa Bay Lightning, who have traded Mikhail Sergachev to Utah, and also Tanner Jeannot to L.A. The Kings have been looking at him for a while. One of the developing storylines here is the future of Jake Guentzel. Jake Guentzel was in conversations with his current team, the Carolina Hurricanes. There had been a request on the table for an 8x8 deal. Carolina indicated they were willing to do that and were willing to talk about the structure, but Guentzel to this point has not agreed, and there were some rumblings during the week that if Guentzel hit the market, Tampa Bay would be a very aggressive suitor. Of course, we're still watching the Steven Stamkos situation. Yesterday, it was reported widely that he appeared to be headed to free agency. Things can always change, but now with Guentzel still unsigned and Tampa Bay clearing space, there's a lot of people here wondering if that could be his next destination. And by the way, Jameson, I saw Sam out at the table. It's late last night. When he says he was a good boy, he's totally lying.
Yeah, winner chicken dinner for Sammy Cause up here on the desk. Hey, how about Spencer Gill?
Well, this is a pretty fascinating pick here. He was the 5th overall draft in the QMJHL draft. And by the way, the first player from the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League to go in this draft. And so that is a situation, I think, league-wise that they need to address. No first-rounders. It's been a tough couple of years for the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League. But, again, we're addressing size, 6'4". This guy's lone goal 2 years ago was in the playoffs. He came back this year. He put up 12 goals. And a guy who moves really well, was a steady riser throughout the course of the year, started at the midterm and ranked 38th in North American skaters, ended in the 29th spot. Brother Justin, he's been drafted as well, so I'm interested to see how it pans out. But again, this trend continues with guys that have size at 6'4", 186 pounds, room to pack on some pounds on that frame.
His brother Dylan was drafted in the 7th round back in 2022 by the Tampa Bay Lightning.
The thing that's intriguing here, guys, at 6'4", 186 pounds, this kid's probably going to top out about, I don't know, 210, 215. His coordination right now at 6'4" is really good. Like, he's a really good skater.
All right, so I think we heard in the background that we're going to get another trade. So we're just waiting on that very aggressive graphic to flash here inside Sphere. While we wait on that, what else?
It wasn't a timeout. It was a trade for Carolina.
Yeah.
All right, the over and under still remains at 1.5.
Is that a loophole in the system? You don't want the timeouts. You just make a couple of trades on the picks?
That's it, J-Mo. You got it.
Something to be aware of with Spencer Gill, too, guys. And we do consider this when we're looking at the trajectory of a player. He's very young for the draft class. So on August 17th birthday,
good point.
You know, and so if you look like at a Carter Yakimchuk yesterday, he was a late birthday, so he's got a lot of runway ahead of him. Something to consider, too.
All right, Gill's favorite team growing up was the Boston Bruins. No longer, it's the Philadelphia Flyers. There you go. Trade alert.
The Carolina Hurricanes have traded pick number 60 to the Columbus Blue Jackets in return for picks number 69 and 133. As a result of that trade, the Columbus Blue Jackets are now on the clock.
All right, so swapping picks again. Pick 60 traded away in exchange for pick 69 and 133. So CBJ now on the clock.
Don Waddell making his presence felt. I mean, they go out and get Caden Lindstrom yesterday. I love that pick. I love the story of that young man. Pascal Vincent relieved of his duties as a head coach.
Saskatoon plays Evan Gardner.
The Columbus Blue Jackets have selected Evan Gardner from the Saskatoon team in the Western Hockey League.
Evan Gardner, Mike Kelly, another goaltender off the board. This one from Saskatoon.
Absolutely. Evan Gardner, don't know that he could have had a better season, let's be honest. He, as a rookie, led the CHL in goals against average, save percentage, inner slot save percentage. Really phenomenal year for Evan Gardner. And so, again, not a huge shock to see him go at this spot in the draft. Positioning is a strength of his. As you might imagine, he's 6 feet tall, maybe a little bit more than 6 feet, but not one of those giant goalies that everybody seems to want to go after. A really good hockey sense in terms of reading the play. I don't know that we talk about hockey sense enough when it comes to goalies.
Great point.
And he does a really good job of that. So you never know with goalies, but 30 games this season was lights out. And here's the numbers. I mean, they kind of speak for themselves when you look at the kind of season that he had.
I just want to double down. That's an excellent point by Kels there. Like the hockey sense of a goaltender, especially when you're this size. My comparable for this kid is Dustin Wolf coming up through the Calgary system right now. Really competitive, fronts the puck very well for his 6-foot frame. So you saw some of the highlights, like even like Shesterkin in New York, who's not a big body. He kind of plays deep in his net sometimes because he can front it, and he's so athletic. That's a comparable for me here. So, but Kels brings up a fantastic point. Don't ever underestimate how a goaltender has to read what's going on in front of him all the time. You can't just react. You have to read.
And I learned that first from Patrick Waugh, because when he came coach there, he was my goalie. I rookie coach in the league, and I got Patrick Waugh in the net to learn from. And just how he would see the game, especially on the PK and in D-zone coverage, on what he wanted to see as far as what was going on of not allowing defensemen to box out and push guys in front of him. He just wanted to get space so he could read what was in front of him. It's the first time I thought of it that way from a goaltender.
National Development
Very interesting.
Program, Camille Bednarik.
Camille Bednarik to the New York Islanders here.
Well, he's an Illinois kid. He's going to BU, but he's a kid that is trustworthy. He's dependable. He's on your bench, and you're a coach. You're going to want to put him on the ice because you know what you're going to get out of him shift after shift after shift. Nothing real fancy, but just does everything really well.
I call him a hockey player. Like, again, there's nothing, the speed, the shot, none of those things really jump out at you. But the reliability and dependability, that's an important piece. And so, JB, you've talked to earlier about guys who have to do some of the heavy lifting, the dirty work, the behind-the-scenes stuff, the not the guts and glory things. This guy does all of those little things. He's a steady Eddie. I really like him.
When your team gets good and you need players like this, Camille Bednarik. Like, when you have a good team, he's that middle of the lineup guy that exactly, Tony said it best. You look down at the number, you tap him, you know exactly what you're getting every day. Works his tail off, two-way guy, speed, chips in with some offense. He does it all.
Sam, the Flames fans, certainly happy about this pick. Jake Battaglia, right winger out of Kingston, nicknamed Bates, but not related to former NHLer Bates Battaglia. Before we get on that, let's listen.
The St. Louis Blues have traded Kevin Hayes and St. Louis's own second-round draft selection in the 2025 NHL draft to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for future considerations. The Seattle Kraken are now on the clock.
All right, Kraken on the clock. We just saw Jacob Battaglia, but let's talk about another trade, and a big trade. Elliot alluded to it. Kevin Hayes officially now on his way to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Interesting. They had another veteran guy there, eh? Like, it's they're caught in a little bit of a weird spot still, the Pittsburgh Penguins. So, what we're seeing here today is they're adding some of that youth and enthusiasm that Kyle Dubas likes with the smaller guys. And then now we're seeing a veteran guy, a big guy, switch teams. And this still tells me that they're kind of caught in, it's like a teeter-totter. They're kind of in no man's land. It's going back and forth there.
Yeah, and I think Washington's in a similar spot. They've seemingly been able to progress a little bit. When you have the trio that Kyle Dubas inherited,
Seattle selects from
you have to respect
Sudbury,
it.
Nathan Villeneuve.
You have to respect what's going on there, and you have to be very mindful of what's happening with Sidney Crosby. You definitely don't want to disrespect him and Malkin and Letang. It's a tough situation for sure.
Jason, how about the Seattle Kraken and their latest pick here?
Love this kid, the way he plays. He is a pain in the you-know-what. Like, he is a throwback, Tony. He's in your grill all night long. He competes successfully. I don't know how to tell you anything different. Like, he is a pain. Like, he'll trash talk you. He'll run you over. He's always got a ball in the fight. He scores big goals, and then he rubs that in your face. I mean, he's just one of those guys that you love to have on your team. You absolutely hate to play against him.
We had a blast watching him at the CHL Top Prospects.
He was a rat at a Prospects game.
I call him, with all due respect, I call him a grease bag, and I mean that in the most positive way because
my brother-in-law, Ray, who just texted me, is watching. I wanted to say he was a pain in the rear end. You described Ray Ferraro, but Ray can score, so hopefully this kid can score too.
Ray could score just a little bit.
From Finland.
Brandon, 180 goals.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Jason, how about this pick by the Edmonton Oilers here? The final pick of round number 2, Emil Vinny, a goaltender out of Finland, the second league over there.
Okay, so Vinny, 2 years ago, kind of sprung on the scene as an underager, bigger body goaltender, really had a good runway that year, Sammy. You remember starting at the Holinka in the summertime and then going all the way to the end of the season. Athletic, a little bit too active. So when I start talking about the comparables of like the Gardner, like how I compare him to Wolf and how he fronts it and he's compact, this guy here, ML Vinny, what he has to do better, you're watching some of the highlights, how he ends up, he needs to position better and be less active and use his frame more as an advantage. Now, here's the good news. He's super athletic. He's super competitive. Now he's just got to be coached up like any other player.
5 goalies taken in round 2.
All right, 5 goalies, round 2. Round 2, all 32 picks in the books. We'll take a timeout here from Las Vegas, and we're back with round 3 from the Sphere next.
NHL Breakaway lets you collect highlights from your favorite players and teams with these officially licensed digital collectibles. NHL Breakaway. Make history yours.
Slurpee delivery is here. And here. And also here. Oh, and it's here too. And here. Wherever here is. Yeah, it's pretty much everywhere. On Earth, obviously. Get Slurpee delivered wherever you are with the 7-Eleven app. Try the new Mountain Dew Pitch Black Slurpee, only at 7-Eleven.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
Oh, that's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
Be the chocolates, text on my raps. She innovates after sweeter cat naps. He at the phone club with the vibe. They be crazy down.
Ooh, this nudge reminded me I have a bill payment coming up.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps. TD. Ready for you.
I am today, and I'm a limited time offer. Jump out of bed and face me. Rested, ready, and focused. Rise to shine.
Rich and melty. The Little Sicily, part of the new globally inspired Subway series.
Patron Tequila.
Looking for the fastest personal loan in Canada? Well, look no further. Spring Financial offers fully online personal loans with zero stress and no need for branch visits. But don't take our word for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Spring Financial.
Thank you very much. Spring Financial is the best. Apply today at springfinancial.ca.
The Chevrolet Silverado will take you there, wherever there is. And you'll roam further, climb higher, grip tighter than you've ever imagined. The Chevrolet Silverado, built to take you where the trail ends, so you can go beyond.
For the first time in their history, the Florida Panthers are Stanley Cup champions.
This is the moment that you've been dreaming about your entire life. It has to feel pretty darn good.
Yeah, I got drafted in the third round of the Oilers. It was an amazing experience. The big thing that I remember is actually when they called my name and being in utter shock. So it took me about 30 seconds to actually get out of my seat and realize that I was called. But yeah, I never really thought that Edmonton would have picked me just because it would be too good to be true kind of thing. Being from Edmonton, there's no way I'd get drafted to Edmonton. So when I heard my name, I was just all smiles, just so many feelings kind of rush in, and you feel so much. So a moment that I will never forget.
All right, these are moments that these kids will never forget. Getting you caught up here on the first couple of picks of round number 3. Anaheim taking Maxim Massey. John Mustard going to Chicago. Ethan Precision to Anaheim as well. And the most recent pick of the Carolina Hurricanes, Noel Franzen. We also had a massive trade while we were in commercial break. Logan Thompson being dealt from the Vegas Golden Knights to the Washington Capitals.
There's some action today.
All kinds of action.
Washington has done a really good job with their goaltenders in the past, either through drafting or scouting. So Thompson, they must feel super confident.
All right, we've heard this name before, right? Atos Koivu. Sam, a center out of TPS Junior over in the Finnish Junior League. We know about his dad, the captain of Montreal, when he was born back in 2006.
Well, he kind of came out of nowhere, this guy. And talking to him at the Combine, he said it was really just about getting opportunity and the confidence gained from getting that opportunity. So he has a really good second half of the season. Then he goes to the under-18s, and he's pretty pedestrian there. So you're sitting there as a scout, and you're wondering, okay, are we getting the guy on projection that we saw basically in the second half, or are we getting a guy that when he played against the best in the world was kind of an average player? But the NHL bloodlines are always going to play. I think that confidence and opportunity will serve him well moving forward. I'm really interested to see just where he can go with all that. But a right shot guy, about the same size as his dad. Obviously, there's some skill there. So again, the NHL bloodlines helping this young player out. Fascinated to see where it goes.
Really young-looking prospect. Like when you look at him, he's got that baby face still. So I think there's still a lot of growth to go there. JMO, can we just back up a bit and talk about Massey, also in the Quebec League? The Quebec League, Quebec League, you know, we got to give some love. Like, this is a really good player coming out of Chicoutimi. My comparables at the NHL level, pace-wise, though, I'm talking like Tyler Toffoli, like Brock Besser, like, his element is he rips pucks. So if he can improve his quickness and his open ice space on and off the puck and just playing quiet ice in the NHL, his element will rise. But the skating will have to go to another level. This kid's got wicked hands, like bumper on the power play, extending and absorbing contact below the goal line when it slows down. So this is a real sneaky good pick for Anaheim.
And how about Chicago taking John Mustard, a center out of Waterloo in the USHL? He was named the USHL Rookie of the Year. He's off to Providence College. That's a Blackhawks pick, and I know you guys were both saying during the commercial break, you like what Chicago's done here early in the first 2 days of this draft.
Yeah, they're getting down to business, and they're looking at Connor Bedard and saying, oh, wow, we knew he was good. Is he going to be this good? We better start surrounding him in a hurry. The family from Mustard from Newmarket, Ontario. His dad, Sheldon, played junior B hockey there, and they moved to the States at 8. And this guy ended up going in the 8th round to Waterloo in the USHL. So he's an underdog guy. 109th pick overall in the USHL. Scored the game-winning goal at the Chipotle All-American game. Had a 10-game point streak going on. Rookie of the Year, committed to Providence, so he's hit some different markers along the way. He's a good skater. There's some offensive upside, a little bite to his game. I think 60 or 70 PIMs in the USHL, so a nice pick there for the Chicago Blackhawks. Lev Shanov, can't go wrong there. Boisvert, tougher than Rawhide. You see where it's going here. Van Acker, good all-around guy who's got room to grow, but he's got some physicality to him as well. And then John Mustard adds a little bit of that grit, too. So I like what the Blackhawks are doing here.
It's a great mix, great mix. And, Tony, I really like Providence College for a kid to go there and develop. You know, as a scout, I trust that program. I love the league, but, you know, I think he's going to do real well there under that program as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, too. And, you know, we go back to the Blackhawks, and you mentioned when you said Bedard, and you saw last year that he was Rookie of the Year and how impactful he was with not a whole lot of support. But when you know the assets that they have that aren't there yet, you know, Nazar came late, Slager came late. They got lots of other pieces there. And what they were able to do already, and we're only in the 3rd round today. And these are guys, look, well, a couple of them might be there soon, but these are guys with 3 or 4 years out when the Blackhawks are expecting to win Stanley Cups. It's not going to happen next year. Blackhawk fans, I don't mean to say that in a negative way. They're not trying to prepare to win a Stanley Cup next year, but 3 and 4 years down the road, when Connor gets to 22, 23 years old, and you add Nazar, who's going to be more towards his prime, that's when they have a chance. And when you add these pieces, there's a lot of depth to it.
I think something to keep an eye on here. Tony just brought it up. So clockwise, when you start to work out your depth chart and you're drafting players, you have to be aware of where your clock is when they arrive. So European prospects have 4 years in the bank, if you will, before they come over. A college prospect, the good ones don't stay for 4 years. Yes, unfortunately.
I know that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know that. Yes. But the fact of the matter is you control them. Where a major junior player, you're 2 years. And if you're drafting a really older junior, like, a 19-year-old, for example, he might be a 1-year guy. So you have to manage your clock while you're your arrival clock while you're drafting prospects.
The clock is time winds down. Let's get back down there. We have a trade
Colorado Avalanche have traded pick number 71 in the 2024 NHL draft to the Buffalo Sabres in return for picks number 76 and 161 in the 2024 draft. As a result of that trade, Buffalo is now on
first pick to Buffalo in exchange for picks 71 or 76 and 161. So Buffalo on the clock. While we wait on the Sabres, let's go back to another one of those Anaheim Ducks picks. Ethan Precision, Sam, center out of North Bay in the OHL. He's from Wasaga Beach. Wasaga Beach, the world's longest freshwater beach. Only 2 players have come out of that spot and played in the NHL. Jason Arnott and Todd Miller.
Yeah,
Ethan Precision trying to be the next one.
From the U.S.
Great pick. I'll just touch on Precision really quickly.
Brody Zemer from the National Team Development Program in the USHL.
A bigger guy. He wears number 21. Brandon Cooey came from there. Nick Paul came from that program. So Precision is a guy who's got good details to his game. He's a two-way guy. He doesn't wow you with points, but I think there's a lot there to work with. And again, you're talking about a guy who's probably going to play on your 3rd and 4th line, who's going to come in at a price that you're going to allow him to be surrounded by higher skilled guys and higher end guys in terms of the salary and the payroll.
All right, taking a look at Brody Zemer there, pick of the Buffalo Sabres, meeting with family and friends, and coming down to don the Sabres sweater for the very first time.
Love this kid. Captain of the U.S. national team development program, playing in the USHL and, of course, international events. He does everything. Similar to Bednarik for me. Leads by example, plays with pace. Guys, plus 40.
Unselfish player.
Plus 40. Like, Tony, you would love to coach this kid. You know, you could put him on your second power play.
I recruited him. I tried.
There you go. So you put him on the power play. You need to kill penalties. There's a run of U.S. national team players here that kind of play the same way. I really love the leadership of this kid. I love that he brings in every game. I just think that he's going to be one of those guys. Like, I have him projected as a second-line NHL forward, potentially. That's how much I like him and getting him here in the draft. At worst, he's a middle six.
Sturdy guy, 5'11", okay, he's undersized in that part, 196 pounds. He's got a sturdy frame, won't be knocked off pucks easily. He'll work the corners for you. He'll do what he has to do to get it done. Huge fan as well, guys.
From sturdy to athletic, how about Anthony A.J. Spellici? Sam, he's a right winger out of Windsor. This kid was a standout football player in high school. D1 scholarships from 5 different schools on the table. He said, nope, I'm sticking to the skates and I'm staying on the ice.
Yeah, it's crazy. Windsor took a flyer on him in the third round of the 2022 OHL priority selection. 67 games, had 38 points this year, but a huge rise. Was 125th ranked on NHL Central Scouting's midterm rankings, finished up at 75. Like, that is a huge rise for this young man. I look at the Windsor Spitfires, Billy Bowler 2 years ago, really good. Shane Wright made a bunch of trades. They had to go back to the bottom of the barrel. And now they've made Liam Greentree. We saw him go in the first round. He's their captain. He's a big guy. Spellici is a big guy. So they're starting to build big, even in the leagues below the National Hockey League, because size now is being so coveted yet once again.
All right, we saw Alexi Bernier be selected here, a defenseman out of the Q. His dad, David, was selected in multiple drafts, first by the Oilers back in 1996, then by the Mighty Ducks in 98. After that, Jason Henry Muse to Calgary.
Very interesting. So Henry Muse, guys, started as, top 20 potential pick at the beginning of the year, would you suggest, Sammy? So this is a converted forward who's played defense in the Ontario Hockey League. Power play quarterback, slick mitts. Defensively, he's got some work to do, but he's still growing that way. Like, he hasn't been doing it for a super long time. Draftitis, I know it's not a disease, okay, but I kind of feel like he had draftitis in the second half of the season. Like, he was feeling it too much. He was pinching it. And, he's a third-pairing D on projection at even strength, Tony. But if he makes it, he runs your power play.
Yeah, and the other part about it, when you get a player that changes positions, I had Keandre Miller that played a couple years at the program as a defenseman. Before that, he was a forward alls.
Right.
And so there is a time that you have to give him to start to understand and read and adjust to playing that position. So I think giving him a little more time to let his defensive instincts and awareness of how to play that position is something that teams have to do. And, to be a high projected kid, like you said, that's a lot of pressure on kids to say, okay, geez, I might get drafted in the top 20 this year. And, I got to perform a certain way to make sure the scouts see me as that player. And I think a lot of times, young kids, that's hard for them to handle that. And again,
in Jersey,
this is a good pick.
You would have known from coaching that there are times when players feel that they have to do what they have to do in order to get drafted or go their own way. And as a coach, you know better what they have to do to go down that road. And I think there was a little bit of that going on, where Henry figured, this is what I have to do. I have to be a point producer. I have to be a PP1 guy. I have to be a guy who's really super offensive. Dave Cameron, the head coach there, knows that's probably not going to be what's going to allow him to be that guy. And so when you have that combination, it can be difficult, and it can affect both the coach, the team, and even the play.
Okay, I'm going to make a great point. Okay. Cole Caulfield, listen, Cole, I love you. I'm using this story because it's so meaningful to kids. So Cole Caulfield got drafted because he's a goal scorer, correct? When Cole Caulfield got to Wisconsin, he thought he had to score goals to show his value. And I said, the Montreal Canadiens don't need to see you score goals. They know you score goals. They want to see you do all of the other little things so they can put you on the ice, and then you can score your goals.
Love that story. Love it.
That's a great story right there. The New Jersey Devils on the clock, but wait, here we go. They just want to get the sound effect in.
The New Jersey Devils have traded pick number 75 in the 2024 NHL draft to the Washington Capitals in exchange for picks number 82 and 146. As a result of that trade, Washington is now on the clock.
All right, so New Jersey trades back. They trade away pick 75 to Washington. Washington moves up to 75. The Devils will now pick at 82 as well as 146.
I don't have all the stats in front of me, guys, but it's interesting to see Washington attacking this draft differently than some of the other teams.
Yeah.
Some are just kind of, letting things unfold. Washington's making NHL trades. Washington's really active on the draft board.
What does that tell you about what they're trying to do this weekend?
Well, what it tells me in the last 2 weeks in the build-up to free agency is that they not only want to restock the cupboards as quickly as possible, but they want to be super competitive at the NHL level right away.
The other part is you have to be mindful of what's happening with Ovi. Chasing down the Gretzky record and still trying to retool at the same time, that is a difficult thing to do because you want to get younger, you want to infuse, you want to have sustainability, yet you can't leave Ovi all on his own to go and get that record and pursue that record.
Spencer Carberry did a great job last year. Well, for me, he should have been in the discussion for Coach of the Year.
I agree.
Because of what he did. But the injuries, the trades, you guys getting older and beat up, and then the Ovi having to deal with the Ovi situation, and to be able to handle it the way he did was outstanding. But I like what they're doing here, being this aggressive on changing their team. They were close, but they still seem far.
Yeah,
right from winning.
Getting in was huge, though.
But they were the surprise team of the year for sure.
All right, Mike Kelly, we go back downstairs to you. It sounds like Washington loves this last name, Protas, right?
Yeah, he's going to join his brother Alexei, who was drafted 91st overall in 2019. Ilya Protas, big left winger from Des Moines, led all rookies in the USHL in assists. Take a look at some of his stats here, finding teammates in the slot, net front. He knows how to get there. He knows how to use his size well, winning almost 2 buck battles a game, which is top 70 among USHL forwards. So kind of a power element to his game, projects as a power forward. Similar data profile to a Ryan Johansson. He'll have to work on his skating a little bit here in the pro game, but he's a tough guy to get off the puck. And yes, there are now multiple Protases in Washington.
Protases, Protashes, however you want to pluralize that. We've got William Zellers here, a left winger out of Shattuck St. Mary's. I love what this kid said. He goes, if hockey doesn't pan out, he wouldn't mind being on the PGA Tour.
That's pretty good.
That's good. That's not a bad backup player. What does that tell us about his? We know his golf games.
I'm going to tell you, he's an outstanding player. He's got a dog named Besser after Brock Besser. I wanted to point that out because he's going to North Dakota. So his parents both went there. North Dakota is a really good fit for him. This kid's a rink rat. He just is a kid that just, again, we talk about hockey IQ as being an important thing, and I think this is one of the kids played high school hockey, so you think, wow, other guys played juniors, other guys played in different leagues. He played at Shattuck under Tom Ward. Tom Ward develops, and I think that this kid has a really good opportunity, not only to be a great college player because of how smart he is, but that tenacity and that work ethic and loving the game of hockey like he does, I think he's going to be an asset to the organization.
All right, the Nashville Predators selecting Viggo Gustafsson here, defenseman out of HV71, junior in the Swedish Junior League. He's one of the youngest players in this year's draft. If he was born 5
Albert, and he was a big rig, and I said to myself, there is something there, but this is a long-term project, and that's exactly what Washington has done, and they continue to do with their prospects. They make sure that they're well marinated before they get a chance to play, and then they give them some games, and they help them along, give them a little taste, yet they're not rushing their guys. I'll talk about Terrence Smith here in a second. But for Alexei Protas, 33 games 3 years ago, 58, played in 78 games last year, put up 29 points, a big rig, playing about 13, 14 minutes, an important guy, and I think Ilya Protas is on that same trajectory.
All right, Logan Sawyer to Brooks in the BCHL, named the 2024 BCHL Alberta Division Playoff MVP, had 15 points in 12 games. Anaheim selecting Terrence Smith, Mike Kelly.
Yeah, 6'1" defenseman out of Everett in the Western Hockey League. Was hurt for a lot of last year, but a really good year this year. 44 points in 67 games. Led all WHL rookie D in assists and points. So good offensive instincts, obviously. Good defensive impact numbers as well.
George.
2004 guys. So now we're going to start to see at this point in the draft where guys have been once or two times through. For Becker, it's been 3 times through now. Playing with the Prince George Cougars, Mark Lamb there said, Jim Playfair, he said, has had a significant impact on his career, teaching him how to penalty kill and do things that he wasn't necessarily used to doing to round out his game. If you have a guy who has offensive talent and goes through the draft a couple of times and you wonder, hey, what's going on? Well, at that point as a player, you have to accept some coaching and say, your way isn't the way it's going to work. I'll accept the coaching. I'll be good in different areas of the game that maybe I haven't worked on previously because I haven't been forced to. And as a result of rounding out his game, here he goes to the Detroit Red Wings, a great organization.
So this is a really good example of what I was talking about with the player's clock, okay? So he's a 2004 born. He's got 1 more year of junior eligibility over here. So there's options, right? He can go back and play in Europe, potentially. But more than likely, you know, you're looking at a guy that's going to probably start on a East Coast League, American Hockey League trajectory before he starts ramping up towards the National Hockey League on his entry-level deal. So those things matter, guys, when you start to get into this kind of a category. Interesting strategy pick.
What a start to his season, too. Becker,
yeah,
a torrid run. 27 points in the first 12 WHL games.
Under costs. Elvis
Jim Playfair, as Larry Playfair I'm talking about. But
Blues have
yeah, in any
selected
case,
Andre Koss
accepting the
from
coaching a
Bills
big
in
thing
the
for
Finnish
him. And
Junior League.
You know what? This kid jumps out at me a little bit, especially at international events. You're going to see him here dressed all in black. It's going to make him look skinnier than he already is. This kid's a big, tall. He's a big, tall.
I'm going to give him a fashion coach.
Like that.
He does look good, boy.
Ago. He does look great. 6'3" almost, a $176.
Johnny Cash right there.
Yes.
$176, fellas. You know, in time, he's obviously going to add more weight and strength to this frame. So I like his B game to start with. So his hockey IQ is really strong. He skates very well. He's involved in the play. You know, plays with pace. So, you know, his offense and it will be on the come see as he matures. But the fact of the matter is that you're getting a big, long, rangy player, and the upside is there, and he's just going to need time. I can't put it any other way than that. But he skates and he competes.
And that's what the NHL teams that are drafted in these rounds know. The time part of it's fine. We don't care if you're here in 3 years or 4 years or 5. We just want you here. And we're going to give you a path to get here, and you're going to have to follow some new coaching ideas, and you're going to have to search outside the box, and you're going to have to ask a lot of yourself, and you're going to have to be really disciplined and really committed. And if you do that, you're going to give yourself a chance to make it. All these kids that are drafted today have a chance.
That's right.
And that's the most important thing to think. And like I said, if you're a first-round pick, great. You got a better chance. If you're a 5th, 6th, 7th-round pick, it doesn't matter. You're a pick. And somebody believes in you. And if someone believes in you, show them that you even got more than that you even thought that you had in yourself. And that's the thing that these kids should be inspired by and should feel confident that, heck, I can do it.
That's right.
All right, New Jersey on the clock, just over a minute to go while we wait on their 3rd-round pick. While we wait on that, let's go downstairs. EJ with a very special guest.
All right, thanks, JMO. I've got the general manager of the Colorado Avalanche, Chris McFarland. My pleasure to have him join me today. 2022 Stanley Cup champion GM. So, Chris, let me ask you first, what do you make of this place, the Sphere, or Sphere?
It's pretty cool. Yeah, we had a unique opportunity when we came in the fall with our mother's trip, and they were kind enough to allow us to do a tour here. But to actually see it live and in color with the screen and everything, it's an amazing few days, that's for sure.
No question about it. I see you guys, you know, you've had a couple of trade backs so far in this draft. What's that process like when you're moving back? Because obviously it's a value equation for you and your scouting staff.
I think you nailed it, EJ. I think, you know, we've obviously spent some draft capital the last few years, so we're just looking to get more darts, really, and, you know, fill our draft coffers and restock our prospect cupboards. You know, you look at it, you know, you get the grids, obviously, and you try and gauge before, especially in the first round, about who might have the picks behind you that might have the capital to present, you know, some of those opportunities to slide back. And then, you know, obviously the communication is key between the clubs.
Let me ask you about, you know, we've had a lot of action today. Teams are moving bodies around. They're trying to save cap space. Utah has a lot of room. They're adding players to their mix. Yep. July 1st is just right around the corner a couple of days from now. How busy has it been for you trying to navigate the process?
Oh, it's definitely busy. It's not something that you're not just diving into that now. You're looking at all this stuff since, really once you're for us when we were eliminated. Now it gets real with your internal free agents. We were able to get Casey Middlestat done earlier this week, and just getting those numbers as you put your cap puzzle together and come to the combine and the draft and chatting with teams and seeing what might be there and what might not.
Let me ask you about maybe one of the big jobs you have moving forward, Mikko Rantanen. He's going into the final year of his contract.
Yep.
July 1, you could offer him a new deal. Yep. Is that something you're trying to get done now?
He's certainly a massive piece. He's one of the best players in the game, and it's something that we'll have to chat about and talk to his agent and go from there. But we have him signed this year, so he's been a massive piece of our puzzle for a long time.
Last quick one, Gabe Landeskog. Any update there?
Yeah, there is. He's doing well, and I think that's the best thing that anybody can hope for, especially us. There's nothing we can do in terms of an addition that can match getting Gabe back. Obviously, it's a unique situation. He's missed 2 full years. But the good news is, the last few weeks and months, he's been doing good. So we're hopeful. Obviously, there's some runway, but it'd be amazing to get him back. That's for sure.
No question about it. Chris, I'll let you get back down to the floor.
Thanks, CJ.
Thanks so much for the time. We'll see you
Always
later.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. The action continues here from Sphere, the 2024 NHL Draft. We'll be back.
San Jose Sharks have selected Carson Wetch from Calgary in West.
Hey, little fella. Big guy. You know we love you. But while our food has gotten healthier, your food hasn't really changed. With its powdered meat, spray-on flavor, and preservatives that make it last way too long. It's time for fresh meat and veggies. Real food with expiration dates that belongs in the fridge next to our food. Now, who's hungry? Fresh Pet. It's time for fresh.
Hi, Dad. How's your visit with Noah going?
He took out my Jag.
But he doesn't know how to drive stick.
Doesn't?
Ah, Fix Auto. The first words that should come to mind after an accident.
Savor the beauty of Canada with Nutella. The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea. And now becomes the future. A future where you grew a dream into a reality. It's waiting for you mere minutes away. The future is nothing but power. And it's all yours. The all-new GoDaddy Aero. Get your business online in minutes with the power of AI.
I am today, and I'm a limited time offer. Jump out of bed and face me. Rested, ready, and focused. Rise to shine.
I just asked.
Yeah, I asked. We just asked.
Is Ozempic right for you? Just ask your doctor.
Nice dress.
You too.
Best part?
It has pockets.
I know. Oh my gosh.
Well, that and the cash back.
What?
With Rakuten. It's a shopping app. I saved a ton on our dress.
This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
I know, right? You're gonna get so much cash back. Okay, I'm gonna go change, because...
Welcome back to Sphere in the 2024 NHL Draft here, day 2 from beautiful Las Vegas. Calgary and Vegas, Kirill Zarubin and Pavel Moisevic, but the pick that we missed during commercial break, 82, Carson Wetch. Jason, he's a right winger out of Calgary in the WHL. It's cousins with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins.
Very interesting. Yeah, so Carson doesn't play like the Nuge does. This guy plays on straight lines, and he's hard to play against. He's heavy going to the paint, leans on opponents. He's a two-way secondary maybe at the NHL level, but he's going to bring that grit and determination and play the game the right way in a bottom six role, I believe, with the character.
Sam, Luca Morelli, defenseman out of Oshawa, his uncle Colin, currently the head coach of Bakersfield Condors in the AHL.
Yeah, Colin Chalk, and the story about this young man, lost his mom Melanie, who was Colin Chalk's sister at the age of 47, learned how to cook to help out his dad and his brother at home, and you think about those stories, and those are the kids you pull for sure.
Mike Kelly and Miguel Marquez going. He's a right winger out of Lethbridge. Yeah, 5'10", 100 and almost 90 pounds, 74 points in 67 games. He's a bit of an undersized guy as a winger. Does he play with enough pace to produce at a high level, at the pro level? That's what we're going to find out. But he had a stretch in the middle of the year where he was around 1.5 points per game. Shows really, really good kind of skating ability. Look at the playmaking, 98th percentile in the league that he was in. So those are some of the strong elements of his game. We had him ranked higher at 55, so I like that pick in this slot. All right, we saw the Devils at 85 take Kasper Pikkarainen, a right winger out of TPS Junior in the Finnish Junior League. Last year, his stats in 34 games, 12 goals, 16 helpers, 28 points. Actually played in 3 different leagues in Finland this year. The U18, the U20 SM Sarha, and La Liga as well. So versatility there. How about Kim Saarinen for the Seattle Kraken, Jason?
Yeah, so we're getting back into the goaltending market here, and back to a big body, 6'4" and a half, 176 pounds. Really big in the net, obviously. I like his athleticism, guys. Pucks find him in traffic, like he squares up. He sits tall, so, pucks will just kind of find him, absorb pucks.
Cape Breton. Yeah, can we confirm that Utah likes big defensemen? I think we can go with that, right? So, yeah, that's confirmed. Okay, good. 6'4", 225 pounds. Man, this team's going to have a bunch of giants on the back end, and look at his stretch pass ability, getting pucks out, killing entries into the zone. He's got a huge reach, obviously. Really good at stopping plays, coming into the zone as well. So, this is what Utah likes. They go out and they get a guy that fits that mold. Mike Kelly, I'm going to go right back to you with this last pick here. Eric Matejko, a left winger, St. John in the Q. Yeah, another big guy, 6'5", about 215 pounds, almost a point a game, led his team in points per game. He's an intriguing prospect to me, a guy that's pretty good around the net, reads the play well, both offensively, defensively. Good defensive stick as well, blocking passes. He was tied for 11th in the CHL in that respect. So he uses his size well, does a good job of getting to the net front to create shots, almost 1 per game, which was in the top 100 in the CHL. So that's factoring all 3 leagues into the equation also. All right, he was the alternate captain this year for St. John's, led the club in points per game with .88.
You know what they call him? The Moose, because he showed up and he was, he could play hide and seek with a lamppost. That's how skinny this guy was. He showed up on the scene there, and Travis Crickard, the head coach in St. John, they showed him a movie of Bambi and said, "You're Bambi," and then they showed him a picture of a moose and said, "We need you to be a moose. Got to put on some weight, eat some pasta, put on the beef a little bit." And just by seeing him here in the pictures, a couple, about 30 seconds ago, he's already started to do that. So a fascinating guy who literally came out of nowhere, was scouted by Anthony Stella, the general manager there, as an underage guy. They brought him over. He will play in his 3rd year in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League next year, and I'd pull out my pillow for that guy because I think he's a bit of a sleeper.
All right, I like that. We're awake for this. Herman Traff. Which animal, Sam, do you describe Herman Traff as? 6'3", 215. So that's got moose-like tendencies as well.
Yeah, it sure is. 73 PIMs this year. He had 21 points in 26 games. Moved up a little bit from ranked 35th, the National Hockey League Central Scouting midterm, to the 25th position there. But he played in all 3 levels in Sweden this year. He debuted in the SHL at 16 with HV 71. Interesting prospect to go low with his size, skating offensive skill set, most importantly, high-end compete that affects all areas of the game for Herman Trough. So, again, you're at this point in the draft now. I think once you get into the latter stages of third round and into round 4, you're looking at something that you want to address specifically, be it size, be it a penalty killer, and think that one thing you can work on and try and build out the rest of his game to try and get him in the National Hockey League game somewhere down the road.
Made his SHL debut for HV71 back on October 6th of 2022 at the ripe old age of just 16 years old. So there he is, the biggest moment of his life thus far, putting on the Devils sweater and meeting and greeting the front office staff there for the Devils on the floor.
They need some size up front, all right? You think about Dawson Mercer and Jack Hughes, Nico Hischier. They're not trees, those guys. Trough adds a little bit of size here somewhere down the road.
All right, so the Devils with their latest pick as we await the Carolina Hurricanes. We'll step aside, take a quick break here from Sphere in Vegas. We're back with the conclusion of round 3 next.
Top free agents hit the open market.
He's the marquee guy everybody wants.
Who's ready to bolster their roster? Hockey Central signing season begins July 1st on Sportsnet.
Fans absolutely thirsting for this rematch. This fight's going to be incredible. You know it's going to be all action. This card on pay-per-view is so stacked.
Welcome to No Frills.
You can find value in every aisle. With Price Drop, we're lowering thousands of prices every day.
These nudges from TD make it easy to stay on top of my money.
Oh, that's helpful. Unlike the alerts I get.
Be the chocolates, tips in my raps. She instincts at the sweet cat naps. He at the phone club with the vibe.
Sorry.
They be crazy down.
Ooh, this nudge reminded me I have a bill payment coming up.
From payment reminders to fraud alerts, get help that actually helps.
Cool like that.
TD. Ready for you.
Save up to 33% on select Walmart brand products. She nods in approval and places the tuna in her cart. This lady loves her tuna. She questions the ominous voice of Bubber. Oh.
I am today, and I'm a limited time offer. Jump out of bed and face me. Rested, ready, and focused. Rise to shine.
Repower your boating experience at Alberni Power and Marine, the top-rated Mercury dealership in Canada.
My number's 10.
Mine's 21. Soon, I'll be 19.
ICF Ward's been his number. It's for everyone.
It means equal opposition for all of us. All of us connected.
Game, set, match.
Only one app has everything Blue Jays.
Download the Sportsnet app today.
Welcome back to day 2 of the draft here in beautiful Las Vegas at Sphere. Outside, incredible. Inside, dreams are being made. While you were away, we were waiting on the Carolina Hurricanes. They were on the clock. They actually made a trade, trading away that 92nd overall pick to Chicago in exchange for a third-round pick in 2025. Chicago on the clock, and they selected Jack Pridham, whose dad, Brandon, is an assistant GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I should actually speak into my microphone, you know?
It helps.
Just start yelling across the Sphere here. Holy jumping, weak moment. Sorry, fellas. Brenham's going to BU. He was at St. Andrews 2 years ago, made the move out to play in the West Kelowna this year at the Tier 2 level. Better than average offensive upside. You know, he's a little bit lean. He's going to add some strength. You know, he's athletic, and there's some things there, Tony, that you like. You know, he's produces offense. He's got better than average puck touch, and he's got the bloodlines a little bit with his dad being around the game so much. So he's been around.
Jason, I want to stay with you on the Vancouver pick here. Melvin Fernstrom, a right winger from the Swedish Junior League.
Yeah, so huge risk-reward pick here. Vancouver's been waiting around, a long time to make a pick, but His projectable element is definitely offense, guys. He cheats it a little bit on the defensive side, but there's absolutely no question that he can bring it offensively. He led Team Sweden at the U18 Worlds with 8 points. Off the puck detail, the coachable side of it, Tony, he needs to be coached up. But the offensive skill set that he has, the way he moves, the way he distributes, the way he makes plays, the way he finishes, all that stuff is a gift that he already has. So the rest is his choice after that.
After that, it was Soroki Goisic, a right winger from Kelowna in the WHL, hometown of Langley, British Columbia. Played with Teej again last year.
He did. It was with Penticton in the BCHL the year before. This guy's a goal scorer. He popped this year, December 9th, a 2-goal game against Regina. Realized that he's got a shot that could beat goaltenders from distance. Got big upside as a project guy, and a guy I think that can add some pounds to his frame as well. So you're looking at someone here down the road that's got that compete. You know he has the ability to play with skilled players. He played on that line with Teej all year, as you mentioned, and so there's a situation here for this right-hand shot guy who has some size. Again, we're promoting the size thing. You're seeing it again in the next pick in Adam Yeko. Same sort of thing. It's amazing the ebbs and flows and the trends that you see in the draft. Remember, we're talking about the sub-6-foot defenseman, the puck mover, the guy who would be on the rush as the fourth forward all the time. When LA Kings won, we talked about big, heavy guys who were hard to move, and now we're back to size again.
Yep. Mike Kelly, let's go to you on Adam Yeko here, a guy who's been all over. Grew up in Czechia, went to Finland, and then most recently Edmonton in 2023.
Yeah, 6'5", 200-pound center from the Oil Kings in the Western League. And look, we had him as Sport Logic ranked a lot higher. We thought maybe late first round, early second round, I thought. I know the NHL Network rankings had him 51st. 47 points in 54 games. 6'5", though, not a lot of guys his size and his age can shoot stick handle the way that he does. And you take a look at, the defensive stick side of things with the block passes, the stick check. The defensive part of his game is improved a lot and is actually quite good. Off the puck, I think he can be a little more physical with that size. He's not a flashy guy, but I think he can be an NHL player. And when you're drafting at this point in the draft, if you can get somebody that you think can play, that's legitimate.
Well, Jason, Utah thinks Vedi Väisänen might be able to play, one of 3 U18 skaters to play in at least 10 games in Liga this season.
Hey, can we say for a second, look at Vedi. Is he looking slick or what? Hey, outstanding. This kid here, I'm not surprised to see Vedi's look because he has got a quiet confidence about him. He was a riser for me at the end of the year. His offensive statistics don't jump off the charts, but I'm telling you, he handles it. He makes plays. He walks the offensive blue line. He's got the look of a guy that's going to be producing more as he matures. It might just take him a little bit longer. He's not the biggest guy, but there he is just distributing. It's a simple play, but he did more than that at the U18s, guys. Like he was escaping pressure at the top of the zone, spinning up checks. He's not a Hudson, so, from the U.S. national team, don't get me wrong, nobody is, but I really think that there's something here with this kid. I think he's got third pairing upside with some potential secondary depth, some depth offense on the horizon.
All right, Florida on the clock. Here we go.
Mattia Charavin.
Well, one guy here in Spirit loves it.
Yes, he does.
If he's above us or down here, the microphones. There it is. It might be his dad. I don't know.
Big body, Matt Fisher-Avin. Limited this year a little bit. Playing. I had him a lot earlier than this. Now, what he went through, guys, was a bout of chicken pox and another illness, another injury. So he didn't play a ton. But, you got a 6'4", 218. But, wow, they are trees. Like, what's going on
Everybody.
Here? Yeah, so when he did play at the KHL and MHL levels in Russia, he did contribute as a 2AD. He's got good size. He skates very well, long reach, to kind of extend plays and keep opponents at bay on the perimeter. So it's a solid risk, really is. He didn't play a lot, not a lot of volume. He might have been sight unseen by a lot of teams.
All right, his favorite player growing up, Victor Hedman. Guess what? Not anymore because he plays for the in-state rival, or at least he's trying to, down the road, the Florida Panthers. We're going to take a timeout here on day 2 of the draft. We'll be back. Utah on the clock for round 4.
Gnarly. Back in my day, I used to call this the 180 Spice Bomb. Watch this.
That was awesome.
Oh, Fix Auto. The first words that you come to mind after an accident.
Hey, it's your gut instinct. Always one step ahead. I know what's up and who's up. So next time the game's on and it feels game-changing, Bet your way with Betway.
Today, we accomplished nothing. I mean it, not a thing. And it was kind of everything.
Stay 3 nights, get 10,000 bonus points at Best Western.
If you don't stain your deck, it's like the previous owner is still hanging around. So today, let's stain with Canada's most trusted exterior stain brand and make your deck yours. There, exclusively at the Home Depot.
What doing?
Washing machine's broken, Moose.
But squeaky.
When life doesn't go to plan, ClearScore can help with personalized loans and credit cards. Download for free now. ClearScore, best friend for your finances.
You asked and we listened. Tim's Retro Donuts are back again for a really limited time. Enjoy classics like Walnut Crunch and Dutchie. And now including Sugar Twist and Blueberry Sour Cream. Get them before they're gone.
It's time for Tim's.
I'm Mike.
And I'm Lori. And
This is our TimberTech story. There are certain things you can do in a house that will last for the ages. TimberTech decking is one of those things. It was an obvious choice for all of the things that we wanted: appearance, durability. It was a no-brainer.
We love the TimberTech product so much that we had to do the railing as well.
With what we've experienced with TimberTech, there is no other choice. It's that good.
With perfect flavor in every bite of Pringles. It's a taste you can't let go.
When doubt started to chase Andre, he decided to leave doubt in the dust.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you.
Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to Vegas in day 2 of the 2024 NHL entry draft. 3 picks underway here in round number 4. Utah selecting Gregor Bieber, a goaltender, going to Nashville. Jacob Malata, or a goaltender, I should say, to Anaheim in Alexander. No, Jacob Malata's the goalie. Jason, you have Alexander Blais.
Yes.
He is not a goaltender. He is a center from Rimouski.
Yes, and it's a good thing he's not, Jimbo, because at 5'10", 152 pounds, that would be a real reach for stopping pucks in the NHL. But I digress. I mean, this kid's an energizer, and he's got understated offense. I know the numbers jump off the chart for the Quebec League, you know, at 84 points in 68 games played. He doubled his point production this year over year. You know, they're going to be hosting the Memorial Cup next year, and this kid's going to be a big part of it. I like the fact that he's got tons of energy. He doesn't back it down from anything, despite his stature. Hopefully there's some more growth on the horizon, but he's got the skill set and the compete.
And he's a guy that was a late add to the CHL NHL Top Prospects game. And typically how that works is teams are voting on the players that they want to see. So that if there is an injury, they go down the list to the next player. And in this particular case, they thought highly enough of him that Blais was probably 42nd or 43rd in their list. He makes the cut, subbing in for Maximilian Kern, who we'll likely see here this round out of Tri-City in the WHL. So good on him.
And he stood out there for us.
He did. Yeah, he was good there.
He comes in late like that. That's not easy, and he stood out like at that game. He took advantage. That says something about character, eh, Tony?
Absolutely.
You passed over the first time. The phone rings. I'm going, and I'm going to be the best version of myself.
Absolutely. Tony, what did the Columbus Blue Jackets see in defenseman Tanner Henricks?
Well, he's a big defenseman that skates very well for a big guy, but California kid that had the pleasure of playing for Jeff Friesen, former NHL player that I was fortunate enough to play with as well. And Friese loves the kids. He loved his brother Ty that was there, but this kid was a USHL player last year that played at Lincoln, just started to come into his own offensively, gained confidence towards the end of the year, so expect the offensive production to really pick up in his second year there, and he'll eventually end up at St. Cloud.
All right, we just saw Gabe Smith go to the Utah Hockey Club. He's a center out of Moncton in the Q. He's a big fan of Montreal, or at least was. Favorite player, Cole Caulfield. Maybe not anymore. We shall see. But how about Owen Protz to Montreal, speaking of.
He'll give you a little bit of juice there on the back end. A guy who played the Centennial Cup with the Ottawa Junior Senators 2 years ago, so he's had the opportunity to play in some big games and gets an opportunity here now, does Owen Protz with the Montreal Canadiens. There's an interesting tie there because Matt Turk, who's the general manager in Brantford, at one point 3 years ago worked as a scout for the Montreal Canadiens, so they would definitely have some intel on this player.
Sam, I'll stay with you on this one. Lucas selling us a left winger out of Kitchener.
You ever see that movie Pulp Fiction?
Heard of it.
They call him the Wolf because in Kitchener, whenever there's something going wrong, whenever there's a line that needs fixing, they call him the Wolf. Lucas Ellenis. He gets an opportunity to go up there. He settles things down. He calms things down. He's a reliable, dependable guy. And so he gets things back on track, and then he moves back to where he is. So he has the ability to play with skilled guys. He can play down in your lineup. He can play on the penalty kill. His not going to overwhelm you with the point production this year, but the fact that he has that versatility and can do a number of things, and again at 6'2", adds some size here for the Kitchener Rangers. So Lucas Ellenis gets an opportunity here with the Ottawa Senators.
I get a question. Are the kids just getting bigger, or are we drafting bigger? Are the kids growing? I mean,
I don't know. I think it's a bit of both, actually, because it is crazy. Like, we're going to have to go through it at the end of the draft and see how many kids 6'2" or bigger were taken. Like, you know, you're going to say probably 30% of them.
I would say at least. It's a big draft class. There's absolutely no question about that size, stature-wise. Ole Josephson, though, JMO, playing out in Red Deer there, this is a competitive two-way guy. He's not going to light up the score sheet necessarily offensively. He's going to be a point-a-game guy, I believe, at the junior level, bottom six guy at the NHL level, but he's versatile. So he's got enough skill to move up in the lineup when you need him, but he's probably going to play in the bottom part of the lineup and do things like, wear your opponent down in a checking role. He plays a
.24 OJHL MVP, leading all skaters in points this season with 100. You can see his bio board right there. Scout speak, I love that. Quote, always a threat to create offense, two-way player that tracks with purpose and hunts pucks. Another one of those kids that hunts pucks. Yes. We got to pay the bills here on day 2 of the draft. Quick timeout. Back with more of round 4 from Sphere next.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Realtor.ca. Together, we'll make home happen.
MLB All-Star is coming to Sportsnet. Who is a megastar? 2024 Home Run Derby and All-Star Game, July 15th and 16th.
Pick up. Gotta go. Let's go! Guys, come on! Go, go, go! Come on! Yeah! Go, go, go! My favorite color. Can't stop. Mom!
Leave running behind. The turbocharged Volkswagen Atlas. Volkswagen.
Dad, Let's go to home.
Lose yourself in the melt with a BK Whopper Melt.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM. We're placing money lines and set winners as they overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, I got the best seat in the house.
There's nothing chill about a hot, sweaty line. Until, of course,
but if you don't, just put down your hands. 'Cause I be your mirror.
You were made to dream about it for years. We were made to help you book it in minutes.
The Calgary Stampede Rodeo Day 1, Friday on Sportsnet.
The iconic Vegas Strip, the home of the 2024 NHL Draft inside Sphere. And you can see the fourth round continuing to progress. Philadelphia Flyers just made a deal with the Flames. That's the latest pick, 107. The Buffalo Sabres are on the clock for a pair of back-to-back picks. But joining me now, February, the Four Nations face-off. Team USA named the 6 players already. You guys must be excited about getting back to some best-on-best at the very highest level.
You think maybe to get Austin Matthews in red, white, and blue, we might be excited?
Yeah.
I mean, the 6 players we named are incredible players across the board, superstars in the NHL, and they haven't played for us for a while. So they are just as excited as players as we are to have them back in red, white, and blue. So we're really looking forward to it.
What was that process like of narrowing it down to 6? Because obviously there's a lot of guys that you could have put in that 6.
It was, I mean, I was with our management staff, with Billy Guerin and Mike Sullivan leading it. There are a lot of great names on that board, so they're going to have some tough choices down the road. It was tough to get just the 6, but we feel really good about those 6. And, hey, there's a lot of superstars that are going to be to fill out the balance of that team.
No question about it. Looking forward to that. That's coming up in February. As for USA Hockey, you know, I know that the U18s are going to be here again. What's the update on tournaments of all sorts that come right in our backyard here in the U.S.?
Yeah, the U18s is obviously a big event related to the draft, right? So next year we'll be back in Dallas with our partners, the Dallas Stars, to host the U18 Men's Worlds there. It's the last stop on the tour for next year's draft. So a lot of the players getting selected yesterday and today played in that event this year, and so they'll play next year. And then we'll have, of course, 2026, the World Juniors. We completed the most successful Women's Worlds in history this year in the U.S. in Utica. And then we'll also have our, for the first time in 10 years, the IPC sled Para World
All
Hockey
right.
Championships in the U.S. next spring.
Love that. Love to hear that. How about the participation at all levels at USA Hockey? Where are we with that right now?
We continue to grow, which is the best part of what we do. There are more kids playing. There's more families involved. We're going to probably next year go over 100,000 female players registered in USA Hockey. So from the youth level, we have more female coaches. Our sled programs are growing. So the game is in a great spot across our country.
Boy, that's great to hear. I go to the rinks and I see so many young girls playing now, and I'm not surprised that the numbers are way up. Great opportunity for young girls, young women around the U.S. with hockey. How about this new USA CHL Prospects Challenge? That sounds interesting.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, we're very excited. I mean, again, our NTDP is a national team development program, so it's development. So an opportunity to play against the best players in the CHL. Our team grinds night in, night out in the USHL, which is a very, very demanding league, as you can see by the success the USHL has had here at the draft this year. So it'll be another opportunity for our players to play against some great players, get better, and hopefully at the end of the day that team come back and bring a U18 gold home next year at home in Dallas.
Boy, that's gonna be really interesting. I'm looking forward to that. How about the summer showcase? I always like that as you get ready for your team, especially for your World Junior team. David Carl coming back this year to coach again after winning the gold medal last year. What's in store for the summer showcase there, with that group, in Michigan coming up late July?
I mean, we'll have our 46 top athletes there for a week in the end of July, beginning of August, and we'll have Finland and Sweden and Canada back. So Canada's back in the World Junior Summer Showcase. So those are 4 teams. It's a big part of the evaluation process for everybody for World Juniors. For us to have 2 teams worth of players there, again, John Van Beesbrook, David Carl, they're going to have a lot of tough decisions to make because there's a lot of good players that'll be there in July.
Yeah, how do you feel about the draft this year? I mean, you had a couple of players. I think it's 8 now from the program that have been selected. How are you feeling about it? You can see the list here. Cole Eiserman, of course, was the top guy, but E.J. Emery, I mean, he's an impressive young guy. Cole Hudson as well, Max Plant. This is another really talented group of young players that are going to have a chance to make their mark in the National Hockey League down the road.
Yeah, I mean, thrilled for them, and thrilled for our staff and people at NTDP and up in Plymouth that do such a great job. These players come in at 16 years old. They look like young boys. They played 2 years at the NTDP, and they come out as men. And again, another big part of the draft for USA Hockey this week has been the success of the USHL. Had an unbelievable draft last night, so it just shows the depth of our player pool, and that players come from not only the NTDP to the NHL, but from the USHL, from college hockey, from all of our junior programs, high school leagues. It's just phenomenal, the depth we have in our player pool across the board.
Well, I'm hoping to get up to Plymouth for the summer showcase. That's sort of like kind of an annual event for me now. Pat, thanks for taking the time. We really appreciate it. Let's get it back up to J-Mo and the guys.
All right, EJ, thank you very much. Appreciate the insight there from Pat Kelleher. While you guys were talking, a couple of picks being made. We had the Philadelphia Flyers selecting Heikki Roninen, a center out of the Finnish Junior League, who's off to Harvard University, likely to attend there in the fall of 2025-2026. How about Luke Osborne, Tony?
Well, you guys are going to love this nickname, okay? Velcro. Because his gap as a defenseman is so tight to those offensive players when they pick up the puck that coaches named him Velcro. So Ryan Ward gave me that. He said they love him. So great player.
All right, Kevin He just selected here by the Winnipeg Jets, left winger from Niagara in the OHL. Here we go.
Traded pick number 110 and Vinny Lettieri to the Boston Bruins in exchange for pick number 122 and Jakub Lauko. Boston is now on the clock.
All right, so a couple of players and picks going in different directions. The Wild and the Boston Bruins. Vinny Lettieri heading to Boston. Jakub Lauko heading to the Minnesota Wild.
Yeah, an interesting guy who's taken some time here, drafted out of the ran the Huskies, and bounced up and down between Providence and Boston for a while, and cemented his spot there with the Bruins last year. But he's an energy guy. He's a checker guy. He's the type of guy that will get under your skin a little bit, but he's got enough sneaky skill to be able to provide secondary, maybe tertiary offense.
All right, so let's go back down to Elliot Friedman with more on the trade.
All right, just one other thing I just wanted to bring you guys up on. You remember a couple years ago, a first-round pick, Yaroslav Askarov, the goaltender from Nashville. UC Saros is signing a contract extension on Monday that has led to a lot of questions about Askarov's future. Had a chance last night to ask Barry Trotz, the Nashville GM, about it. He said, look, I've received a lot of calls. I said, what are you looking for if you are going to make the deal? He said, we either want an NHL player, and obviously for Askarov, they'd want a good one, or a good prospect at a different position. Not a goalie, forward or defenseman, but that's what they're targeting for Askarov. He said there's a lot of interest, and they think they can make a very good trade if they want to do it.
All right, Elliot, thank you very much. The Boston Bruins just taking Elliot Grunwald at pick number 110. Before that, Mike Kelly, Kevin He, left winger out of the OHL. He is actually born in China. He becomes the second player ever born in China to make the NHL draft.
Yeah, very cool, and skating's a strength of his game. He's not just fast, but he's willing to get in on the forecheck and be disruptive, do some of those gritty things. You see that in ranking top 35 in the CHL and stick checks. A good skater, obviously I pointed that out with the zone entries being top 35 as well. He says Jesper Bratt's one of his favorite players to watch, and he's got some of that kind of agility to his game. Niagara didn't win a lot this year. He led them in goals, was a solid defensive forward as well. So tenacious guy, under 6 feet tall. We'll see what happens, but some fun elements to his game.
All right, Mike Kelly, thank you very much. Elliot Grunwald, a defenseman, Cedar Rapids in the USHL. He's from Bellows Falls, Vermont, hometown to approximately 3,000 people. Boston Red Sox legend Carlton Fisk, also from Bellows Falls. So one would assume that he's a Bruins fan growing up? I don't know. Proximity to maybe Montreal? I don't know. New Englander, I would like to think he's a Bruins fan, and that maybe makes his day being selected by the Bees in round number 4 at pick 110. How about Chase Piatilla here by the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Go ahead, Ottawa.
We'll wait on the Ottawa pick.
Selects from Minnetonka High School, Javon Moore.
Ottawa selects Javon Moore from Minnetonka High School, Minnesota.
Yeah. This is a big
Next
athletic
pick
kid.
belongs to St. Louis.
You know, the one thing that stands out here, just from a scouting perspective, guys, is he's a late birthday. He's a late 2005 birthday, still playing high school hockey in Minnesota. So these are some of the things that we have to take into consideration. But having said that, he is going to college. He's got time on his sides. You know, you're looking at him coming down. He's clearly an athlete. You can just tell in his stride, right? So he's got a combination of size and athletic ability, and that's attractive. You know, we'll see what projects here at the high school level. You know, 53 points in 28 games played. His USHL rights are owned by the Sioux Falls Stampede, but you know, he projects as a big, strong, somewhat undefined two-way forward.
So I think it's important that people who are just tuning in for the first time, you talk about a late birthday. What does that mean? Well, right now we're drafting players that are born in 2006. What we mean by a late birthday is if you're born after September 15th of 2005, you are a late birthday for the 05 draft year. You are included with the 2006 age group. So basically it works is from September 15th of 05 up to September 14th, if you will, of 2006. Those are all the players that are first-year draft eligible. You are still eligible for the draft if you were born going back to 2004, January 1st of 2004, right up until that mark in September 15th, 2006.
He had a heck of a start to his high school season, back-to-back hat tricks in the first 2 games. So Javon Moore to Ottawa. How about Tomasz Mercic, Sam, to St. Louis, a centerman from Medicine Hat in the WHL.
He was the 8th overall pick in the 2021 Bantam draft, and that's a bit of a crapshoot because players tend to have huge growth spurts. You come in at the age of 14, and then you make your way forward from there. Super high skill guy, he's a skater, shooter, confident guy. Prototypical Willie Desjardins player. The former National Hockey League coach goes back to his roots with Medicine Hat Tigers. He likes his 5'10" guys who are super skilled, who think the game in a hurry. Caden Lindstrom is a bit of an anomaly for Medicine Hat. But when I think about the Tigers and having to fight for, you know, top-end minutes, for power play time. You got Gavin McKenna. This guy's an absolute star. We'll see him in a couple of years here in the draft. You got Caden Lindstrom there. You got Mercick there. You got Andrew Basha there. There are a lot of high-end players that you have to compete with to get those primetime minutes. Mercick still found a way to provide offense for Willie Desjardins and the Medicine Hat Tigers. He had 62 points in 63 games this year.
Tony, goaltender, Nicholas Kempf out of the U.S. development program.
Yeah, another development player, but here's a goaltender that has some decent size. 6'2", we're talking about goalies 6'5", 6'6" earlier, 6'2", but he had a really good year for the program. He's just about a .900 save percentage, but what Coach Nick Four likes about him is his mentality of going into every game with the discipline and focus of being ready, and if he gets scored on, he doesn't worry about the last goal, he worries about the next shot. So he's got a lot of confidence in his ability to be able to bounce back from something that goes behind him and the red light lights up, it doesn't bother him. He gets focused on that.
That's a good trait to have.
Yeah, you got to stop the next one. Keep your team in the game.
We'll see if we get a trade coming up here. The San Jose Sharks are on the clock after the Islanders took Dmitry Gamzin with the 115th overall pick. Down to EJ with more.
Thanks, JMO. Down here joined right now by the general manager of the Utah Hockey Club, Bill Armstrong. And, Bill, you're making some news today, baby.
Woke up this morning after I slept for a good 2 minutes and said, let's shock the world.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
So let's start with the trade for Sergachev. How long had that been in the works?
Well, it's one of those things that comes up in conversation when you talk to Jim. Say, listen, if you're ever going down this road, I know you're not, but if you ever are at some point, we'd have the assets and we'd be very interested. So I think that's your job as a GM to kind of plant some seeds, anywhere from 6 months out. And, you never know what can happen. And, Julian and I have a good professional relationship, and we had, private conversations, and we were, it worked out.
Yeah, and you also added John Marino from the New Jersey Devils. So it's a nice first pair there if you want to use them that way, a lefty and a righty, two experienced guys.
Yeah, it's I've known him for a long time. Both Sergachev, I watched him in Windsor, and I know John back from the Walpole days in Boston, Mass, watching him play. So we're really psyched to get both guys. They're going to stabilize the backside, and we can score, but somebody's got to defend. So we got two good guys today.
How is it for you to be in a completely different circumstance now, Bill? Because let's face it, when you're in Arizona, it's a rebuild. There's limited resources in some ways, and you're just doing the best you can. You had compiled and you have built up a lot of good young players there, but now you have more resources. Now you can make these kind of moves. It must be a freeing feeling that you have all the levers available.
Yes, and it helped us to go through COVID because we were able to take on bad contracts. We took a lot of pain every night and losing, but it helped us, and we're kind of getting to that next step of getting out, and it just so happened that, we ended up moving and getting a new owner, and it kind of just happened to fall in at the right time. And we're still making picks. We had two first-rounders, and we're used some of our assets in the later rounds to move and get some players. So it's worked out well, just as we drew it up.
Well, I don't know if you drew it up quite that way, but it is working out. Let me ask you about TJ Ginla, because I saw you last night on the way by, and you said, EJ, we're going with the DNA here. And I mean, you can't argue. That's pretty good DNA. What was the thing that really makes you so excited about Tej?
Well, Tej, number one, he's just a hockey player. He's born to be a hockey player. When you meet him and you talk to him for about 2 seconds, you realize, hey, this kid, he's just born to play. And we loved how he finished the year. We loved how he was just, he got better and better as the year went along. It's almost like he was pressuring at the start, score, score, score. And then all of a sudden, he relaxed, and you could see the playmaking come. Yeah. And he went up for Team Canada. He scored some big goals. And we're really excited about his development during the course of the year. And his DNA. Yeah. His mom and dad are just wonderful people. We had them in the room before we drafted him, and just left a lasting impression on us, not only as a hockey player, as a person. And now in the dressing room, we can have Dona and Galen side by side.
There you go.
Like, I already talked to those guys. They're not coming on the dad strip. You know what I mean?
I like it, though.
Yeah,
I like it. And again, he played well in the U18 for Canada. You're absolutely right. So a really talented young player. Let me ask you this now. You've got cap room.
Yeah.
There's a lot of movement, it looks like, is going to go on here over the next couple of days. How busy are you going to be?
Well, it puts us in a good situation because we've added 2 really good pieces now, and now we can be a little bit more calculated in adding that last piece of the defense in a piece up front. So there's less panic, and now we can kind of sift through it. And if I'm a smart GM, I take my cell phone and throw it against the wall, and I pick it up on July 2nd.
Well, hey, listen. I'm really happy for you guys, and best of luck in the new environment there in Salt Lake. It looks like you got a great ownership group. You got a lot to look forward to. Get back out there. You got more work to do.
Yeah, we got more work to do today. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. We're going to have a lot more from Sphere, the 2024 NHL Draft. The picks roll on.
The horn has sounded on the NHL playoffs, but NHL Network is still game on.
We're talking all hockey. It seems like both parties want to get this deal done.
The news never stops, and you can get it all here on NHL Tonight.
Take your at-home hockey training to a new reality with NHL Sense Arena, the next generation of off-ice training in virtual reality. Level up anytime, anywhere with modes for goalies and players. Play over 100 drills, training plans, and more, designed to sharpen your hockey IQ, reaction speed, and on-ice awareness. Bring the on-ice practice experience home and compete with friends online in multiplayer. Train like a pro, be an NHLer.
While a well-timed check can save a game, a well-timed body check can save your life. AstraZeneca and the NHL are teaming up against cancer. Together, we can stay ahead of cancer with a simple conversation. Talk with your doctor about your risk factors.
And about available cancer screenings that are right for you.
It's time to make the ultimate defensive play and get body checked against cancer. AstraZeneca is the official partner of Hockey Fights Cancer.
When your business needs fast, quality printing delivered on time. When a project needs to be double-checked, even checked 33 times. When every detail, the size, the material, and even the color density has to be perfect. And when you need your fans to know when and where to catch your face-melting guitar riffs. Choose U Printing. When it has to be right the first time. Start today.
Certain you can fix that? Yeah. Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. Like 4imprint's promo product experts who work with you every step of the way. Go to 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Hi, and welcome everyone watching at home. We're here to remind you that we have agents standing by right now to answer your legal questions. So if you've been injured in an accident, it was not your fault. Call now. Find out if you have a case and how much is potentially worth. I'm Gina Bellich, here with spokesman and TV personality Tom Mustin. So Tom, tell everyone watching at home who should call right now.
Well, Gina, first off, thank you for having me here in the studio. Now, as far as who should call in, the answer is anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault should give us a call right now. Agents are standing by to answer any questions you may have and tell you how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. So what kind of calls are we seeing today?
Well, Gina, we're getting calls about all types of accidents, but the most common has been car accidents. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, take that first step and give us a call. We'll answer your questions, and you'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. Call now.
It's Pride Night.
So great to have you here on Pride Night.
Celebrate the LGBTQ plus community. Tonight, a display of solidarity. Pride Game. Dressed up colorfully for Pride Night.
For a lot of people, this example shines a ray of hope as to where we can go.
We are about the inclusion of every single group, and the LGBTQ community is no exception.
Hockey!
Welcome back to day 2 of the NHL entry draft here from beautiful Sphere in Vegas. The names coming a little bit faster here towards the end of round 4. A couple of names going off the board. Tony, we'll start with you. What do we need to know about Blake Montgomery, a left winger out of Lincoln in the USHL?
Well, I like the player, and I like the school he's going to. He's going to the University of Wisconsin, along with the 10 picks before him in Luke Osborne. So a couple fourth-rounders heading to the Badgers. But big, lanky forward that kind of just finds ways to slip through traffic. So kind of a guy that's shifty, a little bit deceptive offensively. I think he's got a long reach and finds a way to get the puck to the net. So he's got a good project.
How about the Bolts after that? Jan Golicic.
You know, I was in Gatineau a couple of times this year to look at a couple of different players, and this guy stuck out to me. Why? Because he's 6'6". He's only 197 pounds. We go back to the size theme again. 52 of the top 97 picks this year so far, 6'2" or bigger. So Golicic definitely fits that bill. He scores a little bit. He's got a big shot from the point, but he'll throw you around. Minnesota. And when he adds some weight to that frame, it's going to be interesting to see. He's going to be one of those guys that can play as a 6'7" guy on the back end and really make it difficult to play against, protect the net front, and make people a little bit nervous when they go into the corner with him.
All right, we had a trade during the commercial break. Nashville was supposed to select at 119. The Rangers trading up for that pick. Jason, what did they get in Raul Villard?
Well, at Raul, he's an interesting prospect. He's a good offensive talent. He's really sneaky off the rush. He's got decent size. You know, on the defensive side, again, I keep preaching this, but it's a choice. Eventually, it's a choice to learn how to defend better, to become an NHL player. But he's skilled, he's creative, he escapes small areas. He's always in motion. That's one thing. He doesn't really stop on pucks a lot. He's always kind of one of those guys that's kind of lurking, and he's, in motion all the time. So I like the skill set. I think the compete is mostly in place. The rest of it's going to have to be a buy-in as he continues to mature here. But, interesting pick at this stage of the draft.
57% in the face-off circle, too, so you can appreciate that.
Absolutely.
At 121, Jake Fisher, a centerman out of Fargo in the USHL. He's from Woodbury, Minnesota. He was passed over in last year's draft, so congrats to him. Selected this year by Colorado. After that, Sam, at 122, Aaron Kiviharju. We had him ranked pretty high in our NHL Network draft prospect rankings here. He falls all the way to 122 in round 4. What are the Wild getting at him?
So Books and I remember him going back to the Hlinka a couple of years ago, and we saw this guy as an underager, and you're like, wow, he's a really dynamic player. He can move the line really well, give you some stuff in the power play, but at that point he was undersized. Unfortunately for Kiviharju, he hasn't grown much since that point. And when we look at all the trees that are taken on defense right now, you have to have that offensive side of your game be elite. And I don't know if it is for Kiviharju. The one thing you can say about him is dad scouts for Utah, by the way. But the one thing you can say about him that he's going to will his way and find a way to get the most out of his abilities. Whether that means a long NHL career or not, I can't tell you. But I know this. He'll leave it all out there, and he'll die trying.
Also mixed over 6 months of hockey this past year, undergoing ACL surgery back in October.
He's a huge personality. What a likable kid. Yeah. He's absolutely going to give everything he has to try and make it to be an NHL athlete. And it's his skating at that size. He's got to get a gear, Sammy, so that the rest of his elements can rise to the occasion.
And that's the tough part because of the knee issues that that he suffered throughout the course of this year and forced him out most of the year. It was a good time for him to be able to prove himself. Unfortunately, he didn't get that opportunity.
Vancouver selects.
All right, so at 123, Simon Pierre Brunet. At 124, Carolina selects Alexander Sieradowski. And how about at 125, Riley Patterson, Sam, for Vancouver?
Oh, yeah. Originally taken the third round of the OHL draft by Flint, and then he got moved to Barrie, and he unearthed, I think, a newfound offensive side to his game. He jumped 55 spots in NHL Central Scouting rankings. Ended up scoring 29 goals this year at 62 points in the 69 games he played, just 10 PIMs. But that rise from 116 to 61 in the rankings tells me a lot about what he was able to do and how he progressed throughout the course of the year on a really good developmental trajectory.
Led all OHL rookie skaters in goals this season with 29. Landon Miller going to the Red Wings in round 4 at pick 126. Taking a look at Riley Patterson there, throwing on the Vancouver sweater for the first time. There is Landon Miller. That's got to be the best feeling in the world, right? You're sitting here day 2, and all of a sudden you hear your name called in a venue like this, and then mom, dad, family, friends, whoever's in that crowd that has supported you along that lengthy hockey road to get to this point, just to say thank you, that must mean the world.
The world, and the thing that I used to do at the draft table when I was a coach we didn't have a lot of work to do, and some days you'd sit there for 2 hours and you didn't have, you're trying to figure out what the heck was going on. So what we did is we tried to pick the families that were going to get drafted next, or the player that was going to get drafted next, and then watch the celebration of each family.
Oh, yeah.
And it's so cool to watch the grandparents and everybody else just all celebrating one big family hug, and then see the kid come down and get his jersey and put it on for the first time. So we were more emotional about just watching that.
Well, a couple of things come to mind. I think about Dustin Wolf when he was picked by the Calgary Flames, and he had such a couple of great years there in Everett, and then he didn't go and got to the 7th, and he got picked. And the roar in the building of people that were still left was really amazing. The other guy was last year. And thinking about Drummondville, head coach Brad they're from out east. And so their young man had scored a ton of goals as a 16-year-old in Drummondville. Then he went back the next year, didn't have a great year. He was the last pick in the draft last year to Columbus. And again, the family just went wild. And to think that you travel to the draft, you're sitting there, everyone's packing up their bags on the floor, and you get called, that's a great feeling, man.
Yeah,
that's
and
awesome.
Let me Jake Fisher, who get drafted by Colorado a little bit ago, that's going to DU. He did that last year. He went to the draft, expecting to get drafted. The scouts were all telling him, hey, we like you, we like you, we like you. You go to the draft, and you bring family and friends, you tell all your other buddies to watch, and then you don't get drafted. That's a pretty big blow. But what he did this year at Fargo to become a champion in the USHL, what he did to lead that team, shows that little chip on the shoulder from kind of being insulted, maybe a little wake-up call on the side of it too, like maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was. And I think that kid responded at one heck of a year, because it's not easy. And you guys both know that when you get past once, everybody thinks you have some flaws, and sometimes it's hard for the scouts to look past those flaws to see the good that this kid does have. So I think it was a great pick by Colorado.
It is, and I think Ty Peddle was the young man's name. I just had a brain cramp there. His dad, Brad Peddle, now works for Columbus. But to have that situation, to throw that chip on your shoulder, carry that thing forward and let it inspire you.
Absolutely. All right, Victor Norringer at pick 127. Hagen Burrows here for the Tampa Bay Lightning at pick 128. One pick left to go until we put a bow on round 4. We'll do that after a quick timeout.
We love our new home,
Great neighborhood, big backyard.
but the lamps. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We saved a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Is it me or is work not working? At least, not the way it could work. Your people are buried in busy work. You might be thinking, can AI make it all work? It can. On the ServiceNow platform, AI transforms your entire business. Because when your people work better, everything works better. So, let's get to work.
Get your cell works here.
Yeah, he's super nice.
Are your headlights cloudy and oxidized, making your car look bad? Are they underperforming when you need them most? Cerakote's Headlight Restoration Kit restores weathered headlights back to like new and keeps them that way for life. Stop wasting your time with solutions that don't last. Cerakote's kit includes everything you need to go from this to this. Simply wipe away oxidation, give them a light sanding, and apply the ceramic coating. That's it. The true ceramic technology does the rest. Buy any of Cerakote's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
This is Carvana, and this is how you can sell us your car. Visit Carvana, answer a few questions, we'll give you a real offer, then set a time for us to pick it up and pay you on the spot. Sell your car the easy way with Carvana.
Do you have difficulty hearing your TV? Or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Other hearing aids are expensive and cost thousands of dollars. But if you call now, you can get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. and that is nearly invisible.
Here, the other 5 have already been drafted in the NHL. So he was playing against men. Offense in his game, captain his J20 team this year, scored 11 goals in 18 games there. Really good defensive metrics. Inner slot shots against, second best among forwards in the SHL. Expected goals against when he's on the ice. So when he's on the ice, the other team is not generating a lot of offense. He's got a big frame that he can grow into as well. And then Colton Roberts. Take a look at where he ranks among CHL defensemen. In terms of outlet passes, able to snap a really good first pass. Scoring chances, 65th overall among all D in the CHL. And then zone denials as well, able to kill plays. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. He's got good size. His favorite player is Victor Hedman. He's not quite as big as Victor, but in terms of that reach and what he's able to do with that size defensively, those are the kind of elements that you want from a guy his size. So his ability to defend, his compete level, those are the big strengths of his game. I think there's a little more offense there, probably. One of those players that I'm just intrigued to kind of watch his development as he continues to go. We had him in our Sport Logic rankings 75th, so we obviously think pretty highly of him.
Okay, they did as well. After the Roberts pick, Tony, Colorado selects goaltender Luca Cloutier.
Luca Cloutier played for the Chicago Steel. He was put in an unfortunate situation from the standpoint that his starting goalie, because he came in as a backup as a young goaltender, but the starting goaltender gets hurt around Christmas, and instead of an unfortunate opportunity, he said it was a great opportunity because he went on an 8-game road trip that the Chicago Steel at that time were a really young team and struggling a little bit, and they needed somebody to save a puck for him, and he did a great job of battling through that and really turned himself into an elite goalie at the USHL level at a young age. So he's a really good project. He's a worker. He's a kid that understands the responsibility of having to prepare every single night for every opponent and learns his opponent well. And it's a real nice pick for Colorado.
I don't know goalies very well, but I know this. They need about 7 years. Because if you think about when they get to high-level hockey, they're 16 years old. Usually you're a backup. 17, you're a backup. 18, you might be able to get to play. 19, your team's probably in a different cycle at that point, so you're playing for 14th. Then you take your next level as to where you're going to go. East Coast League, American Hockey League, whatever the case might be. Then you're up against a bunch of other goalies. So getting the minutes becomes difficult once again. So 7 years after your 18-year-old year, by about the time you're 25, that's when you expect to come to fruition, where you've played some time in the American Hockey League, where you've had the opportunity on occasion to back up in the National Hockey League, and then you're thinking, all right, what am I going to be? Am I a backup guy in the NHL, or am I starter in the National Hockey League? It is a long road for goaltenders. It is a difficult position to play. Second to that is, growing up, you usually have a personal goaltending coach. Then you have all the various teams you play for, their goaltending coaches. And then you get drafted by a club who has their own way of goaltending coaching. And so now you're dealing and trying to put all these different pieces of the puzzle together to determine exactly what type of goalie you're going to be. It's really hard.
And the other thing that you have to add to that, every league and level you go to, you got to learn the other shooters and how they play and where the shots are coming from, what kind of release the players on the other team and the skilled guys have. So that's a whole different thing. And you mentioned, Brooks, earlier about goaltender hockey IQ. Yep. You never think of it, but then you think they might have to be the smartest player on the ice to read the plays, know who's shooting the puck, know what their offensive weapons are and how to defend that. So this is a kid, I think, that has those type of thoughts in his mind already.
Just to double down, I don't want to kill the conversation, but the way you describe it is exactly right, Sammy. So, like, if you're going to draft a goaltender in the first round, like Carey Price, we drafted Spencer Knight in the first round. We knew he was going to go to college for a couple years at BC and then, hopefully turn pro and compete for a job right away. But when you're drafting goaltenders, they're usually on their second contract cycle. So their entry level is burnt out. Now they're in their year 4, for example, before they're really starting to compete for a job at the NHL level. So that's why you see the NHL teams, the goalie draft generally starts second round, third round, because of the fact that the clock is just different. It takes longer, and the investment in the athlete is just that much longer.
All right, a couple of picks going as we were having those conversations. Yoel Svensson for the Chicago Blackhawks. Ivan Yunin for the Avalanche at 137. Eric Wallenius at 136. Sam, you talk about perseverance. How about Owen Allard here? Passed over in the last 2 drafts, not this time, Utah Hockey Club.
Well, it was a big help for him that he ended up making Canada's World Junior team, and it was a huge surprise pick out of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhound organization. And as a result of that, he played a heavy game, a hard game, difficult to play against type of guy. He's not going to be your top 6 type of guy, but for sure with the energy he brings, the bump that he brings, some of the truculence that he brings to the table, he's going to have that opportunity. I feel that if he's going to play in the National Hockey League, it'll be in a bottom 6 energy role. He moves pretty well, so he can get into the forecheck in a hurry, and it can be a disruptor in that regard in terms of disrupting the breakout. So there is definitely some value there. Nice to see a guy who's persevered through 2 drafts to make it to this point where now he's a prospect of Utah, and it kind of fits what they've been doing here all along.
All right, Max Graham to the Devils at 139. Let's go downstairs and hear from EJ.
Thanks, JMO. We got a special guest here, the Hall of Famer, Los Angeles Kings, Luc Robitaille. And Luc, I've asked everybody down here, what do you make of Sphere?
It's amazing. I mean, it's been great. It's great for the game to be here. I actually was here last year to see you two.
Okay.
It's just a cool place.
Yeah.
I always tell my friends, you got to come here one time just to see this. It's amazing.
Something special. I think the league has done an unbelievable job here today and last night putting this thing together. Let me ask you too, at the start, you guys made a pretty big announcement with their uniform. You get the kind of the old, what is new is old again, whatever that saying is. I can't get it out, but it's a nice look.
Yeah, we've been working on it for the last couple of years, and something that we knew our fans wanted. And you do surveys and everything, but I'm a big believer. You listen to players, because if they like to play in something, hopefully they'll play harder. But we're happy to get the jersey from the Granato era,
the Tony Granato era.
The Tony Granato era.
That's very nice. That's very nice. He's upstairs. Hey, give us a little scouting report now that you bring up Tony. Give a little scouting report on Tony Granato, your former teammate.
Well, we were listening to Tony talking about hockey IQ. His hockey IQ is, I go hard all the time, and I will make every tough guy in the league as mad as possible. He's the only guy I've seen made Marty McSorley wanted to kill him. Then I remember playing in Detroit. We said, whatever we do, let Probert sleep tonight. Don't bother him. And then Tony's whacking him on top of the feet in the first face-off. And next thing you know, Probert wanted to fight all of our tough guys.
So he dragged you all into it.
Yeah.
He dragged you. I was at that game at Madison Square Garden when Marty McSorley kind of went off the deep end. I do remember. It was not pretty. Luckily, Tony did live to tell about it. Yeah. He's with us upstairs. Let me ask you about your team here. You made a little bit of a transaction today. You pick up Jeannot from Tampa Bay. What do you think he adds to the mix?
I mean, Rob Blake made it clear at the end of the season. He wanted our team to be, first of all, be uncomfortable and to come into camp. It's not enough the way we've been, and at the same time, we want to make other teams uncomfortable. And getting a player at the level of Tanner Jeannot, like the way he plays the game, he plays hard. It fits the way we want our team and the expectations for next year.
You know, Luke, going back to your career, you were drafted. You were a very late draft pick, and yet you went on to become a Hall of Famer and one of the great players in the history of the game. With these young guys that are here today, what's the message for these kids, some of them that are still sitting here waiting?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. I was thinking today, like, you know, sometimes it gets long when you're sitting at the table, and I was, like, not paying attention, and I thought, man, they must have really not paid attention by the time I got named in the 9th round, you know. No, I think the best advice to give to any kids, the minute your name is on a list, it's up to you. It's like you say in life, if someone can open a door for you, it's what you do when the door is open. But it doesn't matter whether you're picking the 1st, 2nd, or 7th round. Your name's on the list, so someone's going to have to look at you. Now it's up to you to make your way, you know, into the league.
Yeah, so it's an interesting day here at the draft. I always love it because it's a day of hope for the teams, for the players moving forward. One quick one for you as we let you go. What do you expect is going to happen between now and like the next 5-7 days? It seems like there's going to be a lot of movement.
Yeah, I think so. It sure sounds like there will be a lot of movement. I mean, every team's trying to get better. It's a hard league. There's only 16 teams that make the playoffs, and then it's hard to advance. So everyone's trying to get a little bit better. Every team's got a little bit more cap space than we're seeing where things are going to be in the next 2-3 years. So we expect some movement, and it should be exciting for the fans.
All right. Well, Luke, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it. Thanks for the scouting report on our guy, Tony Granato. Now I know. Just be careful, because he's still...
Be careful. You never know where it'll piss you off.
That's right. That's right. Luke Robitaille, the LA Kings Hall of Famer, one of the greats. Thanks for the time, Luke. The draft rolls on here from Sphere in Vegas.
Watch over 40 years of cup-clinching games, featuring the game's most iconic players in their most triumphant moment. Raising the Cup this summer on NHL Network.
Take your at-home hockey training to a new reality with NHL Sense Arena, the next generation of off-ice training in virtual reality. Level up anytime, anywhere with modes for goalies and players. Play over 100 drills, training plans, and more, designed to sharpen your hockey IQ, reaction speed, and on-ice awareness. Bring the on-ice practice experience home and compete with friends online in multiplayer. Train like a pro, be an NHLer.
Once upon a time, there was an infinity. Meticulously crafted to stir your imagination. And dare you to dream. Luxurious?
Order 1 inch by 2 inch.
It was not your fault. Take that first step and give us a call. We'll answer your questions, and you'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. Call now.
The NHL is taking hockey to a whole new level with NHL Blast on Roblox, featuring the coolest digital hockey hub. Grab your favorite NHL jersey, create your own custom goalie mask, then it's game on. Team up with friends as you hit the ice and streets in this fast-paced twist on hockey. Protect your goal, tag opponents, shoot, score, and of course, sell it. Explore hockey's new home on Roblox at nhl.com/blast.
Welcome back to Vegas Sphere and day 2 of the NHL entry draft. About halfway through round number 5. While we were away, the Minnesota Wild making a couple of selections. At 140, Sebastian Soini, and then at 142, Chase Woodsky. Mike Kelly sandwiched in between there. Clark Caswell, a left winger out of Swift Current, goes to Seattle.
Yeah, 5'11", 170 pounds, real slick playmaking type of winger. He played all situations in Swift Current. We had him ranked at Sportlogic 150th, so we went right around where we thought he would likely go. 77 points in 68 games, 51 of those assists. Really good job of finding teammates in those quality areas to set up offense. He's going to have more of an opportunity next year. There's a couple big-name guys leaving the program next year, and he's going to have a chance to really be the guy offensively for this team. So you take a look at his slot pass completions, again, top 50 in the Canadian Hockey League. The one reason why I think he's around this 150th area is skating is good. He's not explosive. He's dynamic, he's good edges, slippery, but not an explosive skater. One of the many development things that we talk about when we're looking at players in this range.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. Tony, how about John Whipple, a defenseman from the National Development Program? Where's number 4? Because of Bobby Orr, has actually met Bobby Orr as well.
He does not play like Bobby Orr, but he plays like a guy.
Not many people do.
But he plays like a guy I would want on my team. He plays with an edge. He's a hard-nosed player, a Minnesota kid that's going to go back home to play in front of his family at the University of Minnesota, but real smart, simple. He's a Shattuck kid before he went to the program, so he played with Celebrini and Yzerman and Zellers and the other guys, a few that will get drafted later today. But for me, he's a hockey player. He competes. I had a great recruiting trip with him. I'll tell you the story about maybe why he didn't go to Wisconsin when we get off. But a great kid. I love him and can't wait to watch him.
He plays mean. Like this guy, he is relentless. So if he's not winning the puck off your stick down low in his zone the first time, he's not going away. Like he's right up to the edge, sometimes over it, Tony, and I love that. I love that.
Gotta learn that line.
Yeah, you don't have to wind him up at all to play. He plays to an identity. I like that he skates well. You know what he is, right? He's uber competitive and nasty. And you need those guys in the game, especially at playoff time.
Get your pound of flesh. Right. Send a message. If you're coming into my house, you better be ready. You better be prepared.
John the Whipping Boy Whipple.
I like it. The Islanders going with a goaltender at pick 147, Marcus Giedloff, a goaltender out of the Swedish Junior League. In 26 games last season, he had a record of 14-12-0, a 2.22 goals against average, a .923 save percentage. The following pick, Noah Powell to the Philadelphia Flyers, a right winger from the USHL, led all USHL skaters in goals with 43 and power play goals 16 this past season, Sam.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff. And I think when you're playing in an older league and you're a draft-eligible guy, to get to the net and get it to the net as often as Powell was able to do, that's impressive stuff. I mean, 43 goals in 61 games, definitely nothing to sneeze at. You look at the scout speak here, became a goal-scoring machine this season. He gets to the net well, aggressive in the offensive zone. If there's one element that you're looking for at this part of the draft, you're focusing in on that one thing. Well, it's the goal scoring. Let's see what we can do with the rest of his game. But again, man, 6'1", 210 pounds, and a right shot guy always adds some value for sure.
It's a hard league to score in, fellas. I know, Tony, you've probably been recruiting out of there forever, right? And that's a tough league. You start potting up those types of numbers. That's very impressive.
It sure is. And especially an underage player, that's a hard league to play in and a hard league to score in. So good numbers and a good pick by Phil.
Committed to Ohio State University, Noah Powell selected at 148 by the Philadelphia Flyers. All right, here we are halfway through round 5.
1 minute, Tampa.
What a venue. What a day.
I'm going to kick it back to Minnesota, 142, Chase Wutzke. So we had this conversation about goaltenders, okay? He comes into the league as an emergency basis, ends up playing 3 games 2 years ago, ends up playing 4 games the next year. So this year he comes back without any traffic in front of him to take the net in Red Deer, ends up playing 36 games. So in 3 years, he's essentially played 43 games. Like, how are you going to develop at that point? 36 games out of a 68-game schedule is just over half of the games. Sure, them a couple out of the bullpen and relief, so you're not getting, 36 starts. That's what we're talking about, the ability to find minutes and find the appropriate place to play so you don't break your confidence, yet you're still challenging yourself moving forward. So, again, you're looking a little bit on projection with a guy like Chase Wutzke.
All right, here comes Tampa.
From Kalpa, Johan Saralainen.
Tampa Bay selects Joona Saralainen from Kalpa Juniors, Finland.
All right, 149, Joona Saralainen for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Julian Breezewell and company taking their time on that selection. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, the Calgary Flames on the clock at pick 150 of round 5.
You know these players, maybe even seen their highlights.
Is this guy special or what? Cutting, shooting, he's got it!
This offseason, you can dive into hockey history.
Save, rebound, there it is! 500! This is Solani all alone! Yes! The finish flash gets the hat trick.
Now you can see the full games that define the careers of some of hockey's greatest.
There's been so many great moments.
Superstar Summer on NHL Network Daytime.
We love our new home.
Great neighborhood, big backyard.
But the lamps. It's easy.
We saved a lot.
For bundling.
In your favor, on and off the ice. Well, a well-timed check can save a game. A well-timed body check can save your life.
Right down the hall, please.
AstraZeneca and the NHL are teaming up against cancer. Together, we can stay ahead of cancer with a simple conversation. Talk with your doctor about your risk factors.
And about available cancer screenings that are right for you.
And of course, encourage someone you love to start the conversation. It's time to make the ultimate defensive play and get body checked against cancer. AstraZeneca is the official partner of Hockey Fights Cancer. Find out more at getbodycheck.com.
Is your car's plastic trim faded and milky? Don't worry. Cerakote's ceramic trim coat restores oxidized trim effortlessly. Just wipe it on. It's guaranteed for 200 washes. Even dust won't stick to it. Keep your car looking professional. Selling your oxidized, faded trim car? Detailed cars sell for way more than faded cars. Read the thousands of 5-star reviews for yourself. Buy any of Cerakote's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Get closer to hockey with the NHL app. Closer to the names you know and need to know. Closer to all the games, all the time. Get closer to everything you love with the NHL app.
Welcome back to Las Vegas here, the Strip, downtown, and what a scene this has been the last couple of days here for the NHL Draft, day 1 on Friday night, and here we are, rounds 2 through 7, day 2, here inside Sphere, almost done with round number 5, and Fans are still packing this place. It holds up to 18,000 fans, actually 20,000 if you put seats on the floor. That gentleman excited about what he saw.
That is early morning dedication.
Well,
where's Michael Buffer?
That could be a continuation of last night. We just don't know if that gentleman went to bed. A lot of people here in Vegas probably didn't. The Flames, Sammy, Luke Misa. What should we know about him? We should certainly know that last name coming up for next year's draft.
You got that right. His brother Michael, Memorial Cup champion with Saginaw. But Luke had a really good start to the season, and the NHL Central Scouting thought so as well. Had him ranked around the 50 mark, and then he dropped down to 76. But this is a guy with 55 assists this year. He can make plays. He's got a little bit of escapability. 3 hat-tricks this year was the Mississauga, tied a Mississauga record. So there is some light to his game in terms he can make plays, he can score goals, a little on the smallish side, but still, like with a guy who puts up that number of points, 81 in 66 games, for Calgary to get him in round 5, that's pretty good determination here. And I think Luke probably thought he was going a little bit higher than that. He'll work to make sure that he gets the most out of his abilities. And, of course, we'll be talking about his brother Michael next year.
All right. The Boston Bruins selecting Jonathan Morello here at pick 154. Let's go downstairs to Elliot Friedman. He's got some trade news. Elliot.
Yeah, James, I'm still working on the return right now, but earlier today, Vegas stunned everybody by trading Logan Thompson to Washington for draft picks, and now they're working on acquiring Akira Schmid from New Jersey. Still working on the return, but that deal's going down, so Vegas trades a goalie out, and now they're bringing a goalie in.
All right, Elliot, thank you very much. So goalie swap there. Logan Thompson out. Akira Schmid potentially making his way to the desert here in Vegas.
2 things. I just want to jump off of the Washington Capitals. Tony, help me out with this. 2 southpaw goaltenders on the same roster at the NHL level. That's got to be an anomaly. I can't remember that for, forever. Ever.
Gilles Villemure backup, Tony Esposito.
Okay, maybe. I wasn't born but Tony was, he caught with his left hand, didn't he, Tony? Anyways, I digress. I think Washington's going to have 2 southpaws next year.
We'll get research on that.
Jonathan Morello, by the way, St.
Mike's.
St. Michael's Majors. This is a good pick. I know I scouted Jonathan this year at St. Mike's. He's totally dialed in. He's buying into where he's going with his college career after St. Mike's. He's a big body, plays quick. He had to learn how to take the puck a little bit more into traffic. His escape slow, guys. Like, if you see a loose puck in the neutral zone, he pounces on pucks in open ice, and he's off to the races. So there's a lot of upside here. He's a big kid, like I said, and I believe he's going to Clarkson to play for Chris Brooks and company there. I'll double-check on that, but I'm pretty sure. And nice pickup. Like he's going to Clarkson. So this is a big deal for the kid at St. Mike's.
All right, there he is, all smiles on his face. Is Jonathan Morello putting on the black and gold smoked beef for the Boston Bruins. Marcus Lopinen at 155 to the Winnipeg Jets, a center out of the Finnish Junior League. Last season in 45 games, scored 25 goals, 29 assists with 54 points. How about Carolina? Justin Poirier.
So Justin Poirier, undersized scorer from the Quebec Major Junior League, 5'7" and a quarter. So we're talking, Gaudreau type of territory. The thing with him, guys, is he's more of a shooter than a distributor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he gets in open space, quick release. He does find quiet ice with that size. He's kind of he's one of those in and out guys. He's got to figure it out. But it's exciting for him. He's an elite scorer at the Quebec Major Junior League level. And, hey, at 185 pounds, if anybody's built like a fire hydrant, it's definitely Justin. And we'll see where
looks like his brother, eh? His brother Jeremy Poirier. I mean, they're like spitting images of one another. Jeremy, a draft pick of the Calgary Flames, who played in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League as well. But there is no doubt that element, it speaks. And it's interesting. Carolina surely would have run analytics on this guy with what he was able to do in the QMJHL this year. And they go down that road. They're never really seem to worry about size at all.
Mike Kelly, Poirier, the first player in 10 years to lead the Q in goals in both the regular season and the playoffs. Pretty impressive.
First 17-year-old to score 50 in the Q since Sidney Crosby. Pretty impressive. And, the interior game is something that has to develop. He was top 10 in the CHL in shots per game, but 59th in slot shots. Obviously, that speaks to how good his shot is. And I love this pick. Like, our Sport Logic rank, we had him as a mid-second rounder. This doesn't factor in his size. This is just his data profile. DeBrincat, Cole Caulfield. You think of undersized scorers.
Yep.
This guy, at this, I mean, I would have taken him earlier. And he's a polarizing guy, again, because of the size and everything. But you're taking a swing at this point in the draft? Like, we're in the fifth round? Rangers. Absolutely, I would take him here. I'm not comparing him to this player, but think of another undersized guy who came out of the queue who didn't get drafted at all.
Jonathan Marchessault.
He just won the Conn Smythe Trophy a couple years ago. Remember the name Justin Poirier for where the Carolina Hurricanes got him. I love this pick.
All right, Kels, appreciate that. Speaking of taking a swing at things, I'll take a swing at pronouncing this one correctly, Jason. Niilo-Pekka Mahonen.
Yes,
Nailed it.
Yes. Big body, 6'4" and a quarter, $195. Average mobility, guys. You know, he's evolving defensively, kind of with his read and react and recoveries. You know, he provides a little bit of potential depth offense, but 2-way D on projection. You know, his size, his straight line pace, and his compete are definitely assets to go along with the size of the frame that is. So, you know, third pairing, and you take a run at this here. You see, you know, all he needs to do is play hard, body up, chip pucks, you know, to launch the attack, and you're going to be fine. So, kind of a late riser at the end of the year, and time will tell. There he is, 13.
Well, the Rangers take Nathan Aspinall at 159, a left winger out of Flint in the OHL. Had a big offensive jump from 2022 to 2024. He went from 1 goal last year to 18 goals this season. So Nathan Aspinall going to the Rangers towards the end of round number 5. Connor Clattenburg selected by the Edmonton Oilers here in the penultimate pick of round number 5.
Nice work. Aspinall, 6'7". 6'7". We're drafting NBA players here. It's crazy. I mean, it's just that run on huge players just continues. So obviously there's some net front presence there with this guy. You look at his 18 goals. Go ahead. Try and move him out of the way. See what happens.
So yeah, now Rempe. You got some big bodies there.
Yeah.
And now you're adding this tower? Holy smokes.
And, like, Rempe wasn't the guy who had a ton of fanfare coming out of Seattle in the Western Hockey League either, and obviously he's had a significant impact. What that looks like moving forward for Rempe and the Rangers, you know, toning it back, learning where that line is at the National Hockey League level, learning some of the ethics that go along with being a big guy. But there are times when he can get to the net front, too. He's hard to move, and he's got just enough skill to be able to burn you if you don't pay attention.
All right, Colorado on the clock here. 90 seconds to go for the final pick, and there you go, Maximilian Curran.
Yeah, the Tri-City.
Tri-City of the Western Hockey League.
A lot of details in this guy's game. So he's got a two-way game, really interesting. Talked to Jody Hall, the assistant coach, about him, and they really like the fact that when he's in the lineup, they feel super safe. When he's on the ice, you can put him out in all kinds of situations. And again, I talk about this a lot. People who can play with skill and also play lower in the lineup have great value.
Trades Paul Cotter and the Golden Knights' own third-round pick in the 2025 draft to New Jersey in exchange for players Alexander Holtz and Akira Schmid.
All right, so even more details on what Elliot first told us a couple of minutes ago. Alexander Holtz, part of that deal as well, heading to the Vegas Golden Knights. So Akira Schmid and Alexander Holtz, Vegas.
Bottom left part of your screen, you see Mike Rosati. He's their goaltending guy, and he's really done wonders over there. When you think about the goaltenders that they've won with, going back to their Stanley Cup. So really, really interesting stuff there. Hey, Anthony Romani, I love that. But the Vegas Golden Knights, getting Schmid and getting Holtz, it's one of those guys that just kind of sneaky good. Holtz, probably a little bit too pricey for New Jersey. They'd clear up a little bit of cap space there. Schmid also gives them a relatively inexpensive option as a 2 or maybe a 2B goalie. So interesting move here by Vegas.
Do you remember when they won the Cup, how many goalies they needed? They had five goalies.
All of them.
That year. They were all good goalies. They used all of them. But the times have changed. It used to be in the 80s where Marty Brodeur, Patrick Leroy, or Mike Richter would be your guy. And he'd play almost all the games and all the playoff games. And so the depth of the goaltending position has changed. And that's why we're probably seeing more and more goalies be.
All right, underway here in round number 6. And Sam, you just said you love Anthony Romani. I know Mike Kelly does as well. Kells, what can you tell us about this winger out of North Bay?
111 points in 68 games. You're probably wondering why he's going in the 6th round. He's an overager. He was passed over last year in the draft. He had 23 goals in that season going into the 2023 draft. Yeah, he made a bit of a jump this year, scored 58, led the Ontario Hockey League in goals. So you look at, his scoring chances in general, top 10 in the Canadian Hockey League. Off the rush, off the cycle, he can do it in a lot of different ways, and obviously huge numbers in terms of points. A big improvement in his shot in the last year helped him score and make this big jump where he is now drafted. You see our Sport Logic rank. We had him 103. He goes a little bit later than that, but what kind of progression can he make in another year? That's what I'm really interested to see, just based on what a big jump he made this past year.
All right, there he is, put on the Vancouver Canucks sweater. All smiles, the biggest day of his life to this point. Ty Henry at 163, the first pick here in round 6 by Chicago, a defenseman out of Erie in the OHL. His dad, Andrew, was a defensive back in the CFL for several years. His mom, Julie, ran track at Auburn University. So the pedigree, the lineage is certainly there through the Henry family.
Yeah, this kid, so some of the staples you have to look for later on in the draft, especially, if you're running a draft table. First thing is, Tony and I were talking about this pregame, having a coffee today. The NHL is a fast game, right? So you got to be able to skate, you got to be able to think it quickly, and you better have relentless compete. Your skill attributes after that fall into place and they rise to the occasion, right? But those 3 staples across the league, you have to have that. That's exactly what Ty Henry has. He's got all 3 of those in place already. Okay, the skating, the competing, the thinking. He's not going to bring much offense, but he's just going to keep the game simple. You know what you're getting with him. 2 AD, physical pushback, great feet.
Good program that continuously produces players. We'll see Jordan Spence come out of there next year with the Erie Otters.
All right, you can see, just how impressive Sphere is. They can literally put anything on that board. We'll see. Maybe a trade alert will pop up. Had a few of those today. A couple more picks going in round number 6. We're back with more on day 2 of the draft from Vegas after this.
Take your at-home hockey training to a new reality with NHL Sense Arena, the next generation of off-ice training in virtual reality. Level up anytime, anywhere with modes for goalies and players. Play over 100 drills, training plans, and more, designed to sharpen your hockey IQ, reaction speed, and on-ice awareness. Bring the on-ice practice experience home and compete with friends online in multiplayer. Train like a pro, be an NHLer.
I'm so excited. I'm finally here in the city. Have you seen my phone?
No. You break it, we take it. Trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed, and get a new iPhone 15 with tons of storage on us.
Oh, yeah.
Only on Verizon.
The tour poster's here.
They must have ordered 1 inch by 2 inches.
I hate it. I wish I had my angry eyebrows on.
I thought we told her to use U-printing.
The people at uprinting.com don't just help you print. They help you print like a pro. So whether you want to impress your fans or grow your business, choose Uprinting when it has to be right the first time.
Are you certain he'll fit?
Sure.
Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. Need promo gear? 4imprint certainly got it. Apparel, drinkware, bags, and more. Go get it at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Do you have difficulty hearing your TV? Or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Other hearing aids are expensive and cost thousands of dollars. But if you call now, you can get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids ever again. The Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aid is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. And they offer superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear design that is nearly invisible. And best of all, they are incredibly affordable. Call now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297, or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy interest-free payments. Plus, if you call now, we'll add a portable charging dock, and your shipping is absolutely free. The Nano hearing aids come with outstanding lifetime customer support and a 45-day money-back guarantee. Supplies are limited, so you must act now.
Call 1-800-411-5033. That's 1-800-411-5033.
Which club will make the biggest splash when the market opens? See who goes where when the bell rings on free agent signing day.
There are some big names.
Monday, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network.
Welcome back to Sphere here in beautiful Las Vegas. Day 2 of the NHL Draft. We're in round 6. 2 picks underway. You haven't missed much because, well, Anaheim just traded back, and so now the LA Kings are on the clock with pick 164. 7 player trades already here on day number 2.
LA.
Is this...
Los Angeles
right,
Kings select from the London Knights, Jared Woolley.
Great pick.
Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah, you've seen him a lot. Oh, yeah.
Jared Woolley.
Beast.
The Ontario Hockey League.
This is a fantastic pick. So this kid is as green as a London Knights uniform. He only played 37 games. He was up and down a little bit with the St. Thomas Junior B Stars, which is their affiliate team. But he's big, he's rangy, he outlets pucks with distance, 6'5", 207. I know we're all shocked at this point. I mean, these guys, it's unbelievable. But I just think he's just scraping the surface. He's a two-way mobile defenseman with some understated offense. It's going to take time, but think about this. There's a Boston Bruin draft pick that was from a former London Knight, Jackson Edward.
Yeah.
He reminds me of the same trajectory that Jackson Edward has going to Boston, Jared Woolley does. So I think this is, I would have been over the moon. You know, if I was running a table, this is the type of guy absolutely I would have targeted at this point in the draft. Reminds me of sort of like when we drafted Josh Brown, who turned
big guy at Oshawa.
Yeah, big guy at Oshawa. Turned out to be a really serviceable pro. He still is at the NHL level. So I like this pick.
Well, you know what, Books? Like, what's interesting is sometimes these guys go undercover because they go play. Like, this is what happened to Easton Cowan. It happened to Oliver Bonk. You see them in bits and pieces, but they're getting all their time playing at the junior B level, so they're kind of out of sight, out of mind, and then they get an opportunity to go play with the big club, the OHL club, in this case London, and now you start to see, oh, I get it, but it's because of the development and playing at a lower level, we're able to get more minutes as opposed to, playing sparingly somewhere else. It's huge for kids at that age, and it's worked well.
Speaking of huge, Luke Ashton, another one of those kids that fits that huge mold. 6'6", 231 defenseman, Tony.
He's a monster. I recruited this young man as well.
How was that? You're looking up?
Oh, I was looking up.
Step ladder.
And his little brother, I think, would have wrestled me down, and I think he was 12 years old at the time. He's going to probably be a 6'6" points at some point himself, but really nice kid, really smooth defenseman smooth skating defenseman for a big guy. A little bit raw, but I think going back to Langley and going back home in a trade helped him a lot, just settling back down and settled into his game. And really, the second half of the year started to show us more offensively on what he could be, so a more complete player. But when you draft a player like that can skate and have that size, there's potential there.
Committed to Minnesota State University.
Go ahead, Utah.
Ben Merrill to Montreal.
Wojtek Hradec.
Luke Ashton will fit really well at Mankato, Tony. Like he's that kind of player for them. Yeah,
absolutely.
Next order of selection.
All right, well, we have E.J. Hradec, and now we have Wojtek Hradec. No relation there, but Wojtek selected 167 to the Utah Hockey Club. How is this draft, day 2, playing out compared to some of the last couple of years, day 2s that we've been a part of?
It's interesting because when we looked at this draft right from the start of it, there are a couple of things that we knew. We knew Celebrini, knew it was going to be D-heavy at the top end. We knew at about 20 there was going to be a little bit of a scatter shot. We saw that well into round 2, and I feel comfortable with what we've seen probably midway through round 3. But then after that, I think it really takes off. And that's where we're testing the depth of this draft class. Of course, there are going to be players that come out of it. You look at, Woolley, for example, on the defensive side, what he does especially well as a big body type of guy. Some other players, some goalies that we'll see. But to me, the thing we have to consider is that this draft class, even going back to its minor hockey days, was impacted by the pandemic. And those are pretty key developmental years. I think we can say safely that once we get to next year's draft, that we should be beyond that. But that's not to be forgotten. And it's not just about what happens hockey-wise and your lack of playing time and developmental time. but what it does to the psyche of a young person, to think that they were kind of locked up at home, couldn't get out, couldn't socialize, that also has a significant impact on how you go about your business and how you are as a person to handle the pressures of what playing for an NHL team or be drafted by an NHL team might be like. So we can't discount that.
Well, the other thing, and I don't want this to, become a debatable thing like a presidential debate, but the geopolitical landscape in the world too. Like we're seeing a lot of these Russian kids get drafted. These kids dream of being National Hockey League athletes. They really do. It's made it really hard for us as a scouting fraternity to get across and see them live, right? So they're not playing in international events. You're not seeing them live as much. Like, Timur just gets drafted there. What, how proud a moment is that for him? Because I'm sure there's been days where he's like, do they even know who I am? Do they even watch me? And it just goes to prove that people are out there. If you're good enough, pal, you're going to be found.
Yeah, the other thing, you guys are great points. You guys are dead on both those. The one thing that I want to point out, there's been a lot of smaller players that are sitting in the stands right now that are tremendous, skilled hockey players. This draft early, and once the big guys started going, the big guys have kept going. There's a few sleepers out there, the Marty St. Louis type of players that have produced at whatever levels they've been at. And which organization in the 6th or 7th round is going to be lucky enough to get one of those skilled guys in there? And again, you never know. Can they be big enough to be able to get to that next level? Do they have enough courage to stand there and do the things that needs to be done to get that opportunity? We don't know that. We think they do, be what they've done, but that's the uncertainty that those smaller players have to live with.
I think we get to this point in the draft, JMO, and a couple of things come to fruition. Your regional scouts are given more responsibility for guys that they really want to bang the table for. You're looking at analytics starting to play a deeper role. You're also looking at video scouting, especially with what Book's talked about in guys that are in Belarus and in Russia that you don't necessarily have boots on the ground. So those three elements really start to take over as we get here into the middle stages of round 6 right through to the end of round 7.
All right, Hunter Lang going. He's a centerman out of Prince George in the WHL to Calgary at 170. His dad, Quentin, played 79 games, split between Chicago and Washington. So you take a look at Hunter Lang right here. Born in Kelowna, beautiful place.
Beautiful.
6'5", another one of them. I mean, these kids are trees, massive. I tell my kids to just go specialize in ping pong growing up. They don't have a prayer.
It is not. It's not easy, guys, to play there in Prince George, let me tell you. And they have a wonderful program, and Mark Lamb has done an awesome job there. But the travel's crazy. To get around from Prince George and to get through the Western Hockey League can be a challenge. So when I'm looking at a player at this point in the draft and I'm saying, all right, I love the fact that you're challenged by that all the time. The perseverance, the endurance. You have to make sure you get your rest. You have to make sure you're up with your schoolwork. Like, there are a lot of different elements that become a little bit more difficult there. I like that path. I like paths that have some adversity to them. And so for Lang, that's some of the things that he's challenged with throughout.
Just piping in on the Milovsky kid from Baie-Comeau. I mean, here's another one that's a 20-year-old. So he's been passed over a couple of times, and he's played for Czechia at the World Juniors. He actually had a really good World Junior tournament, excellent World Junior tournament. But he was used in all situations in Baie-Comeau. He's a pretty big body, 6'2", 190. Better than average skill. I'd say the secondary skill is a pro on projection. But again, those other tangibles, he's ticking off the boxes, right? So he's got a role, and he can kill penalties and check on top of producing a little bit of depth offense.
Really good team this year. You saw Bouillard come out of there. We saw Justin Poirier come out of there. Milovsky comes out of there. So an awesome year for JF Gregoire and the Baie-Comeau Drakkar.
All right, Buffalo selecting Patrick Geary at 172, and after that at 173, Ilya Potov for the Philadelphia Flyers. Back down to EJ.
Go ahead, Minnesota.
Thanks, JMO. We're here with the general manager of the San Jose Sharks, Mike Greer. And, Mike, it's been a big weekend for you. Macklin Celebrini, first overall pick. I guess we could talk about it now, right? Because, even though we all knew that was the way it was going to go. But how excited are you to have this young man be part of the future of your organization?
Yeah, we're really excited. I think he's, it's the person and the player. Really driven kid, big personality. Highly competitive, and I think he's someone we look forward to having for a long time, and to kind of someone to build around, and him and Will up the middle is pretty exciting for us.
Let me ask you about the process now with Celebrini. I mean, you guys talk to him? Do you wait for him to make a decision? Like, where is that process?
Yeah, we'll talk, probably talk to him and his family in the next couple days. He, we wanted him, I thought it was important for him to enjoy last night with his family and friends and kind of soak it all in. And, I'll be in touch with him and, his agent and his family, and we'll talk over the next couple days and kind of see where it goes.
It was nice you guys had Jumbo out there with him, and, he was the first overall pick and such an icon to our sport. Could he play a role for you guys in helping mentor this young guy as he moves forward?
Absolutely. I think we're really fortunate to have Jumbo and Patty around a lot, and that they're willing to come on the ice and kind of teach these kids and give them little pointers and tips about the power play and, finding passing lanes and how to play offense in the NHL. So, I think it's going to be an important piece of their development, and we're lucky to have them.
You talked about having Celebrini and having Will Smith, two guys that play the middle. You have a right shot, you have a left shot. I mean, these are the things that set you up for long-term success, right?
Yeah, hopefully. We're excited about both of them. They're both really competitive. They work on their craft all the time. They want to be the best. And like you said, the lefty-righty thing's pretty good and intriguing to us. And they're different enough players that they both offer different things. So we're excited to have them, and we feel lucky to have them. And, the future is pretty exciting.
Then you had a second first-round pick, and you ended up with Dickinson from London in the Ontario League. Were you surprised that he was still there? I assume that when you traded up, you wanted to get into an area where maybe you got one of a couple of different players. Were you surprised it was him?
Yeah, that was the goal. We're definitely surprised he was still there. He was pretty high on our board. So when he was there, we were thrilled. To have the opportunity to leave the draft with a number one center and a potentially top pair D, that's pretty rare. And, day one couldn't have worked out any better for us.
Mike, you know how hard this league is. You played in the league for a long time. I see you added Jake Wallman, you added Barclay Goodrow, you added some experienced pros to put around some of these young kids. Is that the goal now in these next several weeks, is just to try to build some professionalism and some veteran group around the young players to help mentor them moving forward?
Absolutely, yeah. We got to insulate them a little bit so they don't feel like they got the weight of the world on them. And protect them and teach them how to be a pro, like you said. It's a hard league. These kids have produced at a high level their whole life, and it's probably not going to be that way right off the bat. So there's going to be ups and downs and some tough nights and some learning experience. So the more veterans we can have around them that's been through it to kind of calm them down and let them know that it's okay, that maybe you're struggling a little bit, it's important for us. So those guys that we've added are not only competitive and make our team harder to play against, but they'll insulate them a little bit, and hopefully we can maybe add one or two more pieces.
I was going to ask you, July 1st just around the corner. It's been busy here today. I mean, there's been, Utah now is in a different position, right? So they're more of a player. What do you think these next several days will be like?
Yeah, I think it's going to be unpredictable, really. I think, like you said today, it kind of kicked off things. I think everyone was a little bit surprised by some of the deals that went down, but it'll be interesting. There's only every team's trying to get better, and there's only so many seats at the table. So we'll try and grab a player or two, but it's going to be hard going against those other 31 teams.
Yeah, for sure. Mike, thanks so much for the time. Congratulations on continuing in this rebuild. You undersell it a little bit. So Celebrini and Smith up the middle. That's something to like for a long, long time. So keep up the good work and much good luck.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Mike Greer, the general manager of the San Jose Sharks. Fans in the house here in Sphere. The draft rolling on.
It serves as a testament to teamwork, a display of dedication. It stands as proof of performance. It is an edifice of excellence. The Stanley Cup, a canvas for the heroes of the game to immortalize their names in silver, in the hearts of the fans, and in hockey history.
We love our new home,
Great neighborhood, big backyard.
but the lamps. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We saved a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Once upon a time, there was an Infinity. Meticulously crafted to stir your imagination. And dare you to dream. Luxurious, 3-row dreams. Where everything, for every passenger, could be just right. Introducing the all-new 3-row Infiniti QX80.
Are your headlights cloudy and oxidized, making your car look bad? Are they underperforming when you need them most? Cerakote's Headlight Restoration Kit restores weathered headlights back to like new and keeps them that way for life. Stop wasting your time with solutions that don't last. Cerakote's kit includes everything you need to go from this to this. Simply wipe away oxidation, give them a light sanding, and apply the ceramic coating. That's it. The true ceramic technology does the rest. Buy any of Cerakote's #1 selling ceramic products for under $20 at these leading retailers today.
Imagine if the most exciting, unthinkable, iconic NHL moments could be yours. Well, now they can, because NHL Breakaway lets you collect highlights from your favorite players and teams. Collect a moment, relive a memory, and trade history with these officially licensed digital collectibles. Make history yours with NHL Breakaway.
Welcome back to day 2 of the NHL entry draft here in Vegas. Taking a look at the strip. All things lead to Sphere, though. Outside, extraordinary. Inside, unbelievable. Just the visuals. And the visuals on these kids and their families' faces when they have their dreams made by having their names called here in rounds 2 through 7. About 9 picks left to go here in round number 6. While we were away, Eric Jamieson, a defenseman out of Everett, Sam, selected by Calgary.
Short time ago, we were talking about the players, and we showed them that are still sitting there and wondering if they're ever going to get picked. This guy has gone through that twice already. He went in the 9th round of the WHL Bantam draft, and at that point, it's just a hope. What is going to happen? Am I going to have an opportunity to ever to play? He shows up in Everett. Dennis Williams, who's now the coach at Bowling Green, the former coach there with the Everett Silvertips, looks at him, watches him. He's doing things the right way. He's listening. He's extremely coachable. All of a sudden, he gets a reputation as being Willie's guy, because the message that the coaching staff was sending, if it ever didn't get through, Eric Jamieson was the guy to go and deliver that message. And at 6'3", 190 pounds, someone comes to you and says, hey, you better do what the coach is doing, you're probably going to listen. He lived with Julius Miettinen, who we saw go in round 2 earlier. So those two had really good chemistry in terms of Jamieson being that guy who was a worker bee. We saw Miettinen showed up. He wasn't in the best of shape. Living with Jamieson helped him. Miettinen helped Jamieson in terms of both of them being inspired to take their careers to a higher level. We'll see where it goes for the both of them, but I really like Jamieson, and I like that pick, and I like the fact that he's so coachable.
All right, Mike Kelly, I love his last name. That's for sure.
Yeah, you do. Like Sammy was saying, an overager. He's passed over in last year's draft as well. You take a look at some of his numbers here. 6'3", 200-pound guy. Big improvements in his game this year. Shoots the puck a ton and is able to use that size, win battles. Plays a physical game. That's his path to the NHL to me, is as a physical depth defender. His all-around game is going to have to improve to get there. But, again, took a big step here and just one of those guys you don't want to count out. So we had him projected at 181st. He went right around there. Not a big surprise in that sense. And what a great day for him, given the journey that he's been on. J-Mo having the time of his life.
He is having the time of his life. What can you tell us about pick 185 as we see Torrey Pittner putting on that Avs sweater right now, 6'1", 180. Great start to this season, right, Mike, in the USHL? 15 points in the first 15 games.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's a guy, a defenseman. He says he likes Adam Fox and John Marino, a couple of Harvard guys. So you can think the game like that, you're going to be in pretty good shape here. We'll take a look at some of his numbers. Guy that likes to jump into the rush. Again, he can win battles. He can squash plays. In the USHL, among all defensemen, to be 10th in zone denials, almost 4 a game. That's pretty legitimate, and he put up some offensive numbers as well. So not an overly skilled guy, but I think there is a path to the NHL for him to be a shutdown type of NHL defender if he does get there.
All right, Kels, thank you very much. 186, Loke Johansson here for the Boston Bruins. I think one of us should have worn one of those hats in.
Well, you know what? That's what we're going to miss a little bit, isn't it? Going forward, those interactions like that. I mean, that's just that's part of what we've done well for a long time in the National Hockey League. It's really meaningful. I don't care if it's round 1 or round 7. It's really great.
Tony, how about Xavier Veilleux, who went a couple of picks to go?
Well, Xavier was a Quebec kid, so you expect most people and kids that grew up in that area to play in the Q. He decided that college and education was important to him, so he went and played in the USHL at Muskegon. Had a really good year. I think he was a little bit adjusting to it, and as the year went on, he started to pick up his offensive play, started to gain confidence. He's heading to Harvard, and so he's still a project. There's still some things he's got to work on in his game, but I think as he gained confidence in the USHL next year should be a big breakout year for him in that league.
Should have helped him that Sacha Boisvert is there, also from Trois-Rivières in Quebec, so you always find that comfort level with teammates who you know you've played with or played against growing up and are from the same area, and probably both had the opportunity to speak French to each other once in a while.
Well, one thing I do want to point out here too, guys, is that there was, you talk about Matvei Gradin and obviously Sacha Boisvert. Scouts were coming to the building to see a couple of players that could go in the top 2 rounds, and what happens is other players will come to you. And my example of this is when we drafted Mackenzie Weegar in Florida back in the day, 204th overall in the 7th round. That was, we were in the mix to be first overall. We were there to see Nathan McKinnon. But Weegar kept jumping out at us. And then, the opportunity presented itself, as we've talked about in length here.
And what a great point you just made. Because when you're playing, somebody's always watching.
Yes. Somebody's always watching.
So don't take a shift off. Don't do anything that might have a scout write down, don't like that he got mad at the coach. Don't like that he was yelling at the ref. Body language is number one for me when I scouted. So as a young player, if you have aspirations to be walking up and putting on an NHL jersey when a team drafts you in a year or two, whenever your draft year is, always remember somebody is watching.
And that starts in warm-up for me, guys. I got to tell you right now.
Great point.
Like you have to start on time for me. The first 5 minutes of every period is essential. The last 2 minutes, whatever you want to call it. But you better be ready. You have to start on time. So that starts in warm-up. I'm in there. I'm watching. I don't care who I'm watching. A potential first-round pick. But if you've jumped out at me, gave me a reason to see you, give me more reasons to fall in love with you. Look at the preparation and warm-up. Look how he's presenting himself before the game. All those things.
How about Kieran Walton? I want to go back to him at 187 to the Winnipeg Jets, Jason. This is a massive frame. 6'6", 211. Favorite player, Tage Thompson, also 6'6". Does he have a similar type game as Tage?
Well, I mean, these guys are all hoping to become Tage Thompson, and full transparency, Tage Thompson went to UConn in his freshman year. He won the Cy Young. It was 21 goals and 1 assist or something like that, right? He was really good that way. It takes time. This is an average plus skater. Size is obviously an asset. I like his long reach. He can make plays in tight to his body and kind of, escape people or make plays under different opponent sticks and things like that. So equal parts shooter, distributor, or projection. It's a little bit of a project, but hey, absolutely worth the swing at this point in the draft.
We had Fyodor Avramov go at 188 to Carolina. Parker Alkos after that to Vancouver. Ludwig Lafton, Utah Hockey Club, and Rico Gredig.
Edmonton selects Dallin Wakely from North Bay of the OHL.
All right, Dallin Wakely at 192, the second to last pick here in round number 6. So Florida back on the clock.
They've got a good program going on in North Bay. They're continually drafting good players. They're developing good players. So it's the one thing to draft them and then to develop them thereafter. They're playing deep in the spring often. Adam Dennis-There has been promoted to the former London goalie, has been promoted to the president of the organization, general manager. I mean, if you look at Ryan Houlihan, the head coach there, I love what they're doing, and the proof is in the pudding. Anthony Romani, he goes through it before. He gets picked here in round 6 as well. Same with Dallin Wakely. We're seeing guys that are being picked out of that program. Procession as well earlier in the day. Good job of the North Bay Battalion.
Absolutely. Can we just touch on a few Russians that went a little bit?
Yeah, let's do it.
If you don't mind, guys. Fyodor Avramov from Stupino there in the MHL in Russia. what I like about him is, again, strong skater, good quickness, real good edges, okay, agile. So he comes out of it with pace. He doesn't lag. And for a bigger body, when you're 6'3", when you get that lag, he's not like that. He still keeps it going, Tony, in transitions or out of his edges, which is really important. 23 goals, 21 assists in the MHL. That's average plus for that level. But when he gets it in scoring areas, it's a quick release. So it's like on his stick, off his stick really quickly. I appreciate that. Again, it's a Russian that we're looking at late in the draft.
All right, we are late in the draft. 6 rounds down, 7, and the final round left to go. Here we go. San Jose on the clock at 194. We're back to put a bow on the NHL entry draft. Day 2 from Sphere next.
The horn has sounded on the NHL playoffs, but NHL Network is still game on. We're talking all hockey. Stay up to date on the latest news.
There's been some busy stuff since we last chatted.
Follow all the storylines coming out of awards and draft.
He's definitely a guy that helps you win.
Hear all the rumblings and gossip leading up to free agency.
It seems like both parties want to get this deal done.
The news never stops, and you can get it all here on NHL Tonight.
Take your at-home hockey training to a new reality with NHL Sense Arena, the next generation of off-ice training in virtual reality. Level up anytime, anywhere with modes for goalies and players. Play over 100 drills, training plans, and more, designed to sharpen your hockey IQ, reaction speed, and on-ice awareness. Bring the on-ice practice experience home and compete with friends online in multiplayer. Train like a pro, be an NHLer.
When your business needs fast, quality printing delivered on time. When a project needs to be double-checked, even checked 33 times. When every detail, the size, the material, and even the color density has to be perfect. And when you need your fans to know when and where to catch your face-melting guitar riffs. Choose U Printing. When it has to be right the first time. Start today.
Hi, and welcome everyone watching at home. We're here to remind you that we have agents standing by right now to answer your legal questions. So if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call now. Find out if you have a case and how much is potentially worth. I'm Gina Belich, here with spokesman and TV personality Tom Mustin. So Tom, tell everyone watching at home who should call right now.
Well, Gina, first off, thank you for having me here in the studio. Now, as far as who should call in, the answer is anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault should give us a call right now. Agents are standing by to answer any questions you may have and tell you how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. So what kind of calls are we seeing today?
Well, Gina, we're getting calls about all types of accidents, but the most common has been car accidents. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, take that first step and give us a call. We'll answer your questions, and you'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. Call now.
The NHL is taking hockey to a whole new level with NHL Blast on Roblox, featuring the coolest digital hockey hub. Grab your favorite NHL jersey, create your own custom goalie mask, then it's game on. Team up with friends as you hit the ice and streets in this fast-paced twist on hockey. Protect your goal, tag opponents, shoot, score, and of course, sell it. Explore hockey's new home on Roblox at nhl.com/blast.
Welcome back to Sphere, day 2 of the NHL entry draft here. Things are winding down, a couple of picks underway. And round number 7, the Sharks selected Yaroslav Korostelov with the first pick of round number 7. Joe Connor, shout out Amherst, New Hampshire, getting selected by the Tampa Bay Lightning. William Nickel after that. And Tony, I know you know Lucas Van Vliet quite well.
I do, and I'm surprised he went this late, but he is drafted. He is picked by Vegas. He's a lankier kid at 6'2". He's still got a little bit of room to fill out, but I think he's a guy that played a fourth-line role with the development program a good, hard forechecking player. He had good line mates to play with. They had kind of a buzzsaw line that dumped the puck in and grinded it out, which is not traditional for the development program team, but that's the role he was put in. So I think there's some more skill there that he'll be able to show as he moves forward in his career. But his role there was dump it in and grind it out like his line mates, and he did a heck of a job in the program.
I think there's some understated offense. I really like this pick in the 7th round, and I'm glad that he went off the board because he deserves it. There's only one puck at the program, Tony. We all know this. So there's only so much opportunity for a skill guy to get a chance at the power play and to get a chance at, being thrust into those top-tier roles. So he's an underbelly guy there, right? But I think he's going to get more of an opportunity, hopefully, at Michigan State. Hey, Michigan State's on the rise, fellas.
Yeah.
Sure are.
Guys,
I think this kid's a real good player. It might take 4 years, and that's going to be fine.
All right, Matt Leahy, the most recent selection here by Toronto at 200. Noah Steen before that. But, Tony, how about James Reeder? This kid, smart kid. The 2024 USHL Scholar Athlete of the Year, GPA 4.09. I didn't know you could go over a 4.0.
Well, he did it.
Yikes.
So congratulations, James. But a Dubuque USHL player that small. This is the smaller player that we talked about a little bit earlier that might wait to go later, but very gifted offensively. 20 goals in the league. Great vision and passer. So I think there's still room for development. Obviously fills out a little bit. Maybe can add a little bit of the physicality to his game as well.
Jason, what's the approach here in round number 7? Like, what is the draft blueprint look like for these teams here, and where are they heading with these final picks?
Keep your staff engaged, first of all. Let's be alert. Let's be on this here. Don't be wandering. We put in all the work till the end of the year here. The worst thing you can do in the last half hour of your season is fall asleep at the wheel. We can grab a guy here. So you got to take a look at the landscape, see what's going on with other teams. Don't fall asleep here. Especially if you're a team that hasn't had a lot of draft capital recently. You got to take every extra swing at the plate that you can to find a diamond in the rough. So, that's always a challenge because right now there's a lot of motion in the building. You can feel like people are getting a little bit antsy. There's some good players on my list personally.
The same over here. I love it.
The flip side of that is if you're one of the kids who's sitting there, and obviously you can't hear what we're saying right now, but you talked about it during the break, Books. Phones are starting to ring. Agents are starting to make calls. If you don't get picked here today, it doesn't mean it's the end of the road. Of course, if you're a first-year draft eligible, you got 2 more years worth of this to go to work. But if you're a guy who's his 3rd time through, pick up that phone, make a call. Your agent's helping you out. Get to a development camp. Do something in that development camp that's going to get you noticed. Allow people to continue to track you further, and then work from there to see if you can get it done and achieve that dream. But if you're not picked today, it doesn't mean it's over.
Great message. Sam, way to go. Great message.
All right, so we had Dennis Gabrakimov. Came close on that one, I think, at 201 to the Florida Panthers. But, Sam, how about Jakob Fibiger here, a defenseman out of Mississauga?
Yeah, nice to see that. A teammate there of Luke Misa, a guy who's just kind of a steady Eddie guy, got a chance to play internationally a little bit. Fibiger is one of those guys that nothing really sticks out about his game, but he competes pretty good. He can move pucks pretty good. He does a little bit of everything well. So I watched him play on a couple of occasions with Mississauga this year. You see him work the line, be able to get pucks through. He's not the biggest guy. We've seen a lot of big defensemen go one time, not too bad. So again, there are a lot of different elements to his game, and you hope that you can rise the tide on each of those elements to push this player forward.
Hey, Tony, how about Austin Baker? This has got to be a dream come true. Picked by the Red Wings, loves the Red Wings growing up. Fan of Dylan Larkin, also going to Michigan State. It's got to be a dream come true for him.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Dylan Larkin too, so that's a pretty good player to go after as far as your idol. But this is that a connection with that Van Vliet pick, same line, same type of player, and they complemented each other very well. There's one more in McMorrow that's left from that line that should get swooped up here in a few picks here. But again, the same type of player we talked about with Van Vliet. Hard to play against, accepted his role, coachability. We mentioned that earlier. You might want to be on the power play. You might want to be in the high-profile positions. But when the coach asks you something else of you and you perform at an elite level and you're a big impact on the game in a different, lesser role than it looks to the audience and to everybody else, and you don't get your name in the paper for scoring the goals, but you get your name in the locker room celebrated because of the hard work and whatever else you put out to help your team win. That's the type of player these guys are.
I learned from Books here, like layers to your game, adding layers to your game. So if you go into the program, you're obviously one of the elite players in the country at that age group. You also said there's only one puck to go around. So you can go in there and you can sulk and you can say, hey, why shouldn't I be in the power play, or why shouldn't I be in the top six? Or you can go in and take advantage of the opportunity given to you with all the resources that the program has and say, all right, I'm going to improve in this area. I'm going to become a better defender. I'm going to be a PK guy. I'm going to be a pain in the rear end. I'm going to be a forecheck guy. And I built that layer into my game so that when you go to college or take that next step, now you have an opportunity where it's a little bit more diluted, that you can work on the areas of the game where you think there's a strength. The offensive side, the passing, the skill work, all of those things. But if you have that foundation as a player who's responsible defensively, who can go in the forecheck and use that as your B game, and then develop your A game as you get older, I think that speaks volumes. And I think of Baker as being one of those guys.
Austin Moline right here putting on the Flyers sweater. There he is. I love that. The super fan. Moline out of Shattuck St. Mary's. He's the third Shattuck St. Mary's kid drafted here at the NHL draft in 2024. Harrison Menigan at 206 to Tampa Bay.
Pittsburgh Penguins.
Hey, before I forget, can I just slip this in there, boys?
Sure.
The Southpaw NHL goalie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was I right or wrong?
You were wrong, but
What?
yeah,
Is it
close.
Tony Esposito?
I think you're wrong.
Well, you think I'm wrong or I'm
Steve
wrong?
Mason,
Which one?
Well, I said the most recent.
Okay, so then I am wrong.
TBD. Steve Mason and Matthew Durant, 2010.
Hey, speaking of goaltenders, Harrison Menigan, a goaltender out of Lethbridge. This kid was passed over in the last two NHL drafts, was invited to the Wild training camp back in September of 2023. So congrats to him, and congrats to Max Swanson, the most recent pick. Fist pumps and hooting and hollering. Hey, the draft and Sphere still alive here late in round 7.
Pittsburgh going with an undersized guy. That was the MO with Kyle Dubas when he was in Toronto. They didn't care about size at all. They like skill. They like smarts. They like speed. Max Swanson. You like him, Tone?
I love him. Matt Zuccarello style type of player. If the team needs a goal or a point, he finds a way to get it. If the team needs to keep the puck out of the net, he's on the ice at 5'8". So the coach trusts and loves the fact that this kid loves hockey. He knows what it takes to win. He is 5'8". That is always going to be with him. It doesn't bother him. He actually is inspired by that. If you don't think I can do it, I'm going to show you that I can. He's got that mentality. So I love the pick, and it's hard to say how's a 5'8" guy going to do it at the next level. He's going to North Dakota, so he's going to have a good chance there to learn from Brad Berry and hopefully make the Pittsburgh Penguins proud someday.
His dad, Brian, played 70 NHL games with Edmonton and Atlanta back in the day. So congratulations to Max Swanson. We saw his family and friends still here at Sphere celebrating that. Grandma had the camera out. Just zoom in a little bit. But what a moment for the Swanson family. What a moment for the Scott family as well, as Fisher Scott goes at 208 to Detroit. I love these shots, seeing the kids, the family members, the friends, everybody still here, still in attendance, still waiting to hear that name called. Doesn't matter if it's day 1 or day 2, round 7. It still means a whole lot to these kids. This is a dream come true.
I want to take the opportunity on behalf of the National Hockey League and all of the clubs to recognize the significant efforts of Bill Miller in the NHL events department. Bill has worked tirelessly for the past 27 years, helping us execute signature events at a world-class level. And the draft was always one of Bill's favorites. After 27 years, Bill has decided to enter into retirement. Please join me in thanking Bill Miller for his work and in wishing he and his family the best in retirement.
Congratulations to Bill Miller. 27 years. You think this year was the final straw? Just the undertaking of having it here at Sphere? I mean, this is unlike any other venue we've ever seen before for a drafter or entertainment-wise.
What a way to go out. Like, what a way to go out, seriously. We'd heard that this was going to happen going back a few months back, and you wonder, how are they going to pull this off amidst all these shows and everything that's going on here? And when I walked in here, I was marveled by what I saw, and still am here, sitting here 2 straight days. Like, this is amazing. And to think that You know, all these players get their pictures up in the sphere, all the teams, the graphics, you know, the space for all of the media, central registry. Like, it's killer here. They've done a killer job.
Yeah, you have expectations of what you think it's going to be, and it blows them away once you see it in person. And we're inside. We don't even get to see what's going on the exosphere outside of it. Graphics, everything like that. So it's kind of a two-pronged thing here going on at Sphere in Vegas.
St. Louis 2-on. Antoine Dorion, the son of the late general manager of the Ottawa Senators, Pierre Dorion. So he gets an opportunity here playing in the Quebec Maritimes Junior Hockey League with the Quebec Rempart. Put up 26 points in 68 games this year. Talk about the bloodlines of someone who's been around the game. I remember actually seeing Antoine, but his dad was scouting. Oh man, this was going back years ago in a game in Gatineau. He was just a baby then. He was like 7, 8 years old.
Yeah, well, we're old, so that just kind of adds up after a while,
Thanks,
right?
Boots.
This happens.
These kids are getting younger and younger. 06 birth years here in 2024. Makar Kanen going at pick 210 to Montreal. The Blues, they are officially on the clock here with their final pick in this year's draft. Round 7. We're back to put a bow on it next from Sphere.
It's the moment every player strives for. The ultimate symbol of achievement, raising the cup. Watch over 40 years of cup-clinching games. Featuring the game's most iconic players in their most triumphant moment. Raising the Cup this summer on NHL Network.
When everything hurts, you need relief that's deeper than ice. Tidal, the cryotherapy spray that goes beyond cooling to take control of the pain. Now the best-selling pain relief spray has gotten even better with an easy press activator to get the perfect coverage and dose with no rubbing needed.
It smells really good. It relieves the pain quickly so I can continue doing what I love.
It's compact, it travels easy, I can take it everywhere.
Get the all-new cryotherapy spray and the full line of Tidal products online or at your favorite retailer.
I'm certain it's level 5.
Are you for imprint certain?
Certainty matters. 4imprint is your home for promo gear to wow clients and inspire your team. Check out 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
Phone 1, PlayStation Edition. Enhance your gaming experience on mobile.
Tommy John is for men who value themselves and their comfort, who want fabrics that are lightweight, breathable, and insanely soft, with stay-put waistbands that adapt for the perfect fit. 360-degree stretch prevents ride-up and supports any move you make, and mind-blowing innovations like our Quick Trough Fly. We've also reinvented loungewear. Yeah, loungewear. You can trust our thousands of 5-star reviews, because Tommy John knows how comfortable you want to be.
Go to TommyJohn.com for 20% off your first order.
You did it, Florida. The Panthers are Stanley Cup champions. Come together and celebrate in style with the official locker room collection by Fanatics. Available now at NHLShop.com. NHLShop.com. A Fanatics experience.
Welcome back to day 2 of the draft. You can see it there on the Exosphere. Vegas Golden Knights, the hometown team, officially on the clock. We did have one pick while we were in commercial break. The Blues taking Matvei Karaki at pick 211. Uh-oh, here we go. Trade alert. Let's listen.
The Vegas Golden Knights have traded pick 212 to the Washington Capitals for Washington's 6th-round pick in the 2025 NHL draft. As a result of that trade, Washington is on the clock.
All right, so Washington was done. They didn't have any more picks here in round number 7, but now they do. Swapping that pick in exchange for the Caps, or the Vegas Golden Knights pick coming up in next year's draft. So Washington officially on the clock.
It's funny, Books, you said it. Keep your staff engaged, and here we are late in the 7th round, and they're making a deal.
Slovak Junior League, Miroslav Shatan.
The Washington Capitals have selected Miroslav Shatan from Bratislava in the Slovakian Junior League.
Well, we certainly know that last name.
Oh, yeah.
Father Miroslav played 1,050 career NHL games with Buffalo, the Islanders, the Oilers, Boston, as well as Pittsburgh. So NHL bloodlines right there.
I don't know what happened here. Like, Tony, you played against his dad, right? Like Miro Jr. is almost 6 foot. You know, this kid's almost 6'7". Like, his dad was nowhere close to. I loved his dad back in the day. Boy, did he play hard for the Buffalo. Anyways, Miro Jr., he's just a big rig. Like, he is a tall drink of water. And, you know, he's got project written all over him, but he's involved, guys. He's not one of those guys that's just kind of... big guys, when you watch them, they can look a little sleepy, right? Because of their stature. He's not like that. He's involved. He's pacing up and down the ice effectively. He just needs time to kind of grow into his skill set with that frame.
It takes so much time for those tall guys to figure out their bodies, to grow into their bodies.
Yeah.
You know, like, what length of stick am I using? My skates are getting bigger. Oh, my goodness. Like, all of these things happen, and to adjust to that, it takes a lot of time, especially to be able to play at a high level.
Anaheim Ducks have selected Daryls Olskanskis from AIK in the Swedish Junior League.
All right, so the Ducks making their pick right there. Prior to that, we had Eric Paulson selected by Nashville at pick 213, a center out of Dubuque in the USHL. He's from Landskrona, Sweden. He was passed over in each of the last 2 NHL drafts, so congratulations to him getting picked here in round number 7.
I think the other trend we've seen here throughout this, I mean, 2 Norwegians taken in the first round yesterday. That had never been done before. 1 Norwegian had never been picked in the first round before. So you're seeing the global awareness and what the National Hockey League can be and the impact it's having across the world with countries. You know, we've seen it, Switzerland, Germany lately. Obviously, Leon Draisaitl is the guy there. Slovakia, they've had quite a rise to prominence. A bit of a down year for the Finns this year, but still involved in the draft. The Swedes, they're always going to have their players. Russians now kind of back to the forefront with Belarusians as well. I mean, truly is a global game.
And our game keeps getting better and better. I mean, we can say how great it is and how special it is, but to continue to hear no more countries.
The hugs you're seeing here on screen, guys, is for Glenn Sanders, who's retiring from the Nashville Predators after 20 years. Tony, you know, I'm proud to call you a friend, and I know you've had your own personal battles here with cancer. Glenn is a 2-time cancer survivor, and today's his last day on the draft board for the Nashville Predators. They allowed him to make the pick, which is pretty cool.
Well said, buddy.
You know what? I'm going to say things about our league in general, but our individual teams to recognize how to do things right.
Yeah.
And how to, you know, it is a family. We compete like as hard as you can against each other when we're on opposite teams. But when you get together and you're able to share something, you know, with each other and celebrate what he's done for his organization and what he's done for the league and for all the players that he's been part of, helping them develop. It's nice to celebrate that, and it's nice that our people in our game know how to do that.
Yeah, and you know what? For people out there that want to be National Hockey League scouts, it's a fantastic career. I'm very fortunate to have been in the league as long as I have been. But, you know, you look at a gentleman like Glenn, and, you know, he's spending 110 nights in hotel on the road through the course of the year, and then you battle illness on top of all that. The toll it takes on your family is enormous, as we all know. You've had a fantastic career. You know, we are hockey lifers, and we spend a lot of time away from home. And yeah, you couldn't have said it any better. It's a special community.
But the other thing, great job recognizing that, because we're all talking about the draft and the players, and to pick something out in the stands and recognize, or down on the floor and recognize that was a great pickup by you, because that's. You know, we sit here, we work, we talk about all the seriousness of the scouts on what they do, but it's the personal side that makes it all special and kind of connects it all.
Great pickup by you. Speaking of picks, at 214, Anaheim selecting Darrell Uljanskis, a defenseman out of the Swedish Junior League, represented Latvia at the U18 World Championship in each of the last 2 years. After that, Christian Humphreys, a guy I know you know well.
Well, gosh, I was in the second, after the third round. I'm saying, okay, he should be going here. And then the fourth round, I said he should be going here. Fifth round, should be going here. Sixth round. So the Colorado Avalanche got a guy that I think we all think should have been selected a lot earlier than this. But super talented player, maybe even first-line talent at times when you go watch him for a game or two. You look at him and go, wow, this kid, he's really got it. But he's going to Michigan. He's in that skill development type of environment when he does get to Michigan. There's some physicality part that he probably can add to his game that'll help it and kind of polish his game, but I think that when you get a player like that in the 7th round, you're in good spot.
This is a steal. You know, I don't want to undervalue this. This is a steal. I have him on projection as a third-line NHL forward, better than secondary scoring. Like, I really like this kid.
All right, Sam McHugh at 216. Colorado on the clock. They make
Colorado
their selection
Avalanche
here.
have selected Nikita Prishkopov from Victoriaville, the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey League.
Nikita Prishkopov.
The next selection belongs
at
to
217.
the Edmonton Oilers.
To Colorado. Edmonton going back on the clock. Before that, we had Sam McHugh going to the Toronto Maple Leafs, a left winger out of Owen Sound in the OHL. He's from Sudbury, Ontario. Older brother Max drafted by the Sharks back in 2021 in round number 5.
Only the best people in the world come from the Suds.
And look at that note at the bottom of the screen. Took a huge offensive jump this past season. 0 goals last year, 23 goals this year. Just getting comfortable with the size and the skill of that league. Edmonton.
Select from Muskegon of the USHL, Bauer Berry.
The Oilers have selected Bauer Berry from Muskegon of the USHL.
Well, that's a
Pick
sports name,
belongs to
huh?
the Buffalo
Bauer Berry?
Sabres.
I like that one. Rolls off the tongue easily.
Skater.
Yes, he is. The USHL, let's talk about that league there, because, you know, the Canadian leagues all do great jobs on developing players, but I think the model on what the USHL has done and how it's brought in coaches and how it's figured out how to continue to put an emphasis on development is really exciting. And you add the development team to that league as well. More skill. And now you got Canadian kids, which you wouldn't have heard of 5 or 6 years ago. We already heard 2 of them drafted that came from Canada and came to play in the USHL. So it's a good hockey league.
Well, there's a lot going on there. I mean, we've talked about the CHL and the USHL and maybe some things coming together. We saw Pat Keller talking about USA Hockey today, getting together with the Canadian Hockey League. The under-18 program is going to play against the best that the CHL has to offer in a 2-game series. That is going to be fantastic. It's going to be great for scouts. That's going to be really cool. Bauer Berry.
The Carolina
We know the
Hurricanes
name.
have selected Andrei
Son?
Krutov from Novgorod.
Head
of
coach
Russia.
in Dakota.
Oh, is it Brad? That's Brad Berry's son.
I think
Hey, well done. Well done.
Speaking of well done, how about Ryerson Leenders here, goalie from Mississauga?
Can I clean up a mistake I meant? I got off on a tangent on McHugh's brother in London, thinking London there for a sec. He's played for Owen Sound and for Digger, but they're programmed the same way as what I was trying to say. Like the McHugh kids, they're those glue guys, you know, those guys that are going to drive your team to get better. Ryerson Leenders in Mississauga there, the goaltender.
Oh, yeah.
He's not the biggest guy, but is he wiry athletic? So here's another guy, Tony. You talked about skating, feet, all that kind of thing. Super competitive. A little bit too busy sometimes. You got to slow things down a little bit. So his read, react, his hockey IQ's got to go to another level.
From Freeburg.
Led all OHL goaltenders in save percentage this past season at .909. Andrei Krutov going after that at .220 to the Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah, good for Ryerson. You know, you can see the stress on his face has just been relieved here. You come and you sit in the stands and you wonder what's going on. The goaltending situation, you start to see that run of them in round 2, and then it continues on sporadically throughout the course of the draft. But it's an opportunity here now in this 46 games played. Good goaltending duel there in Mississauga.
When you see a projection card like this, and I've got him as a 2A, that's a high-end backup of the National Hockey League in my estimation. So when you see a 1B, we're talking about a guy similar to like a Leroy Brossois type player who could, a goaltender who might be able to play 40 games. You know, there's not goalies in the league anymore like the Grant Fears when Mike Keenan's running them out there for 76 regular, 6 regular. You know, that just doesn't happen anymore.
William Samuelson, selected by the Dallas Stars at 222, but for more on potentially Dallas and maybe a trade, we go downstairs to Elliot Friedman. Elliot.
Yes, Jameson, there's something brewing here. The Maple Leafs have the final pick in this draft, and there is word starting to leak out on the floor that they will be acquiring Chris Tanev's rights from the Dallas Stars. Now, the expectation is that Tanev is Toronto's #1 free agent priority. I don't know if that last pick is going to be part of the deal, but we're hearing that Tanev's rights to Toronto is potential here.
All right, interesting stuff. So Toronto may be acquiring the rights to Chris Tanev from Dallas. Again, Toronto with the final pick here in round number 7. We just saw Finn Harding going to the Pittsburgh Penguins at 223, a defenseman out of Mississauga. He was also passed over in last year's draft. Let's listen to this one.
Bergqvist from Skellefteå, Sweden. The next and final pick.
Rasmus Bergqvist to Montreal at 224.
To the Toronto Maple Leafs.
All right, Toronto on the clock here.
Is that with what Elliott's talking about? If that's the situation to acquire the rights?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So you would trade this pick to just get the rights?
All right, let's go back to the podium.
Yeah,
Trade alert.
happening here.
Just like Elliott was mentioning. Let's listen for the official word.
The Dallas Stars have traded Chris Tanev to the Toronto Maple Leafs in exchange for Max Ellis and Toronto's own 7th-round pick in the 2026 NHL Draft. Before moving to Toronto's final pick of the draft, on behalf of the league, I'd like to thank the Vegas Golden Knights for their hospitality this weekend. Obviously, also thank the City of Las Vegas and this spectacular venue, the Sphere Las Vegas. Thank you for hosting us and allowing us to do this here. I'd also like to thank all the people who worked hard to put this draft together from the NHL's offices, NHL Central Scouting, Dan Marr and his staff, NHL Central Registry, Sean McLeod and his staff, the NHL Events Department, the NHL Event Communications Department, and NHL Legal, among many other people. So thank you for helping us put this together and execute what I thought was a great weekend. With that, Toronto, why don't you go ahead?
Toronto selects from Spokane, Nathan Mays.
Toronto Maple Leafs have selected Nathan Mays from Spokane in the Western Hockey League. With that selection, officially concludes the 2024 NHL Draft. We'll see everybody next year at a site and location to be determined. Thank you.
All right, so there you go. Nathan Mays, the final pick in the 2024 NHL entry draft to Toronto at 225. Of course, the Maple Leafs also making some news just prior to that pick, acquiring the rights for Chris Tanev. What do you guys make of that news that we just heard?
Well, a couple things. One, when you make a trade for that and the guy's going to become a free agent in 36 hours or whatever it might be, I think they have permission to talk to him prior to. I'm assuming that's what this deal is all about. So I think there's been some discussions behind the scenes, maybe with agents and players, to see if this can possibly be pulled off. But it's the right fit. So if it does happen, like we think it probably will, it would be a nice piece for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I mean, Toronto's been looking to improve its back end for years now, and it's been difficult with the salary cap situation that they're in. The Big Four is always the talk of the town there when it comes to Matthews, his new deal, Marner, what's going to happen with him, Tavares there, Nylander with his new deal. So there's not a whole lot of cap space to work with there yet. In order for that club to take its next step forward, it's got to improve in the back end. Tanev being added there would be a big piece of that.
Yeah, I think this is the first of many moves that Toronto are going to attempt to make to shore up their back end here between now and, probably Monday. Or they want to get after it Monday or Tuesday. I'm sure they got a lot of balls in the air. But this is a fit, isn't it, JMO? Like Tree, and Tanya with all that, the relationship already in Calgary. There's been a runway there. So obviously, I can tell you from experience, you don't make this trade. Like we did this with Keith Yandel years ago. When we acquired his rights from Arizona to come to Florida, we signed him, right away. So there's a deal in the drawer, Tony, for sure.
All right, we'll have to see how that plays out between Toronto and Chris Tanev, who they had just acquired his rights. Time winding down here at Sphere in Vegas. Books, I'll start with you. Final thoughts, impressions of this year's draft, rounds 2 through 7.
Well, the first thing is, I know we beat it to death, but the venue is absolutely spectacular. I've never seen anything like it in my life. So if this is, in fact, the last in-person draft for the National Hockey League, what a great experience for the kids. And this has been the kids' weekend. As far as rounds 2 to 7 go, a lot of volatility, a lot of movement, a lot of surprises. Some of the things that stood out to me late in the draft were the amount of Russians and a lot of Europeans, or kids with a 4-year clock is what I'm going to say to you right now, that were selected late. Not so many juniors, for example. And you know what? Washington Capitals really impressed me how engaged they stayed in this draft right to the very end. I thought that they were one of the most proactive teams all weekend long.
Two things that hit me. We talked about the country of origin. You just saw that board from Slovenia to China, right on through to Canada, Russia, the United States, Sweden, Finland. It goes on and on. 2 Norwegians taken in the first round. 129 players, 6'2" or taller, the third most all-time of any NHL draft. The league is getting big again.
Tony.
I would just like to say that you three were a pleasure to work with. They couldn't have done it any better. You guys were outstanding, and I think just being part of this and seeing it from this side of the angle, so to speak, and seeing how the draft and the NHL does things, it was just sensational. So the NHL does things right, and they did this too.
Pleasure was ours. It's a pleasure every year to work with you guys, and like you said, we don't know where we are next year. If this was the last one in person, what a way to go out. Signing off from Sphere in Vegas. Thanks for watching the 2024 NHL Entry Draft.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Grandpa and I used to work on this together. I've never seen a man love something so much. And when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Seriously? Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. For as low as $199, you can quickly create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. 10 and 2, boss. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
There's an easier way. With Thumbtack. Download the app today and care for your home from top to bottom.
Do you have difficulty hearing your TV? Or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from Nano hearing aids. Other hearing aids are expensive and cost thousands of dollars. But if you call now, you can get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids ever again. The Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aid is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. And they offer superior noise reduction and a tiny in-the-ear design that is nearly invisible. And best of all, they are incredibly affordable. Call now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297, or opt into our payment plan of 4 easy interest-free payments. Plus, if you call now, we'll add a portable charging dock, and your shipping is absolutely free. The Nano hearing aids come with outstanding lifetime customer support and a 45-day money-back guarantee. Supplies are limited, so you must act now.
Call 1-800-411-5033. That's 1-800-411-5033.
Get closer to hockey with the NHL app. Closer to the names you know and need to know. Closer to all the games, all the time. Get closer to everything you love with the NHL app.
With the first selection, Mario Lemieux, Mike Modano, Alexander Ovechkin, Sidney Crosby,
Patrick Kane. With our first pick, Nathan McKinnon,
Connor McDavid,
Austin Matthews, Jack Hughes, Connor Bedard.
Thank you. I love you.
The NHL Draft is brought to you by Las Vegas, the entertainment and sports capital of the world. And Ace, 100 years of helpful.
Do you believe in sphericals?
I see.
Yes.
Inside Sphere, Las Vegas. Acton Celebrini, the young man there on the left, adjusting his tie, will soon have to adjust his bank account. He'll be the first pick tonight of the San Jose Sharks, the first time they have picked first overall. He's waiting to hear.
Bye.